Check 1 2. You guys should be able to hear me. Good afternoon, or good evening, I should say. We are breaking in live with a severe thunderstorm warning right now for portions of Clare County. I have a couple storms that we're actually looking at out there right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in our dead zone for the radar that is offline. However, the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids is still able to issue warnings. Radar being down does not discriminate against warning issuing, so they are still able to use surrounding radars here for severe weather coverage. So this is the orange box you see on your screen. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Clare County in central Michigan until 11:45 p.m. At 11:12, a severe thunderstorm was located near Clare, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazards, quarter-sized hail. Radar indicated. Damage to vehicles is expected. Locations impacted include Clare, Farwell, Bailey Lake, and Five Lakes. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Hazards, 1-inch hail, and again, winds are not expected to be severe at this current time. So again, this is this cell right here on radar. If we switch over to correlation coefficient, you can kind of see it. Again, this is really far away from the APX radar, which is located up in Gaylord. And again, this is in the Grand Rapids zone, which is in a dead zone today because the radar is down. However, again, as you can see on correlation coefficient, we're looking for these areas where the reds are transitioning over to the yellows and the greens. That is a sign of meteorological objects in the atmosphere that are non-uniform. So think of hail. It's usually pretty spiky in nature. That is exactly what the correlation coefficient radar is picking up on here in the vicinity of Clare and Clare North. So up here is where the cell is actually centered right now. So if you are to the east of Lake George, to the west of Gladwin and Beaverton, it's kind of out in this no man's land here, portions of rural Clare County. Anywhere where you see these pinks, grays, and blacks, I switched it over to the reflectivity radar. This is going to be your hail core, is what we call it here for Clare County. I'm going to go ahead and edit a couple settings behind the scenes here real quick. But again, this severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 11:45 p.m. You'll see it ticking across the bottom of the screen. You can see how fast it actually popped up there. We are also watching a couple other cells across the central and northern Michigan region, including the cell that is special weather statemented for Missaukee and Kalkaska counties. I'll go ahead and pause radar here. This has a special weather statement on it for half-inch hail. So if you are north of Lake City, we are looking for alerts there. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning actually coming in right now. We'll get to that in just a second. But this cell specifically does still have a TBS, a third body scatter spike, which means the radar is picking up on a decent hail core, so much so that the beam is actually just getting shot in every direction from this hail core, and it's causing this to drop a large correlation coefficient on the backside of that cell. So again, if you are in Missaukee County, north central, we're looking for hail reports up there from that cell. Also, of course, looking for the hail reports coming in from Clare County. Again, I am writing solo tonight, so I am currently working on putting graphics up on the page at the exact same time here. So bear with me real quick. You'll see some of these images coming in on our Facebook page, Michigan Storm Chasers, as well. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in, and it's an extension of the Clare County cell. So if you are now in Gladwin County, severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect. And just making sure this is posted on Facebook. All right, so the current time right now is 11:19. National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for southern Gladwin County in northern Michigan until 11:45. At 11:17, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles northeast of Clare, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazardous quarter-sized hail. Radar indicated damaged vehicles is expected, kind of similar to the Clare County severe thunderstorm warning. This is also in the Gaylord jurisdiction, so this is actually the furthest south county that they cover up there. The severe thunderstorm will be near Gladwin and Beaverton around 11:25. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. This is going to be wind-driven hail of 1 inch in diameter for portions of southeastern Clare and now southern Gladwin County in northern Michigan. We're just watching this radar loop through here. We have cells popping up in the dozens across northern Michigan tonight, and every single one of these cells does have the capability of producing some pretty large hail. So if you are up tonight with us and across northern and central Michigan, this is going to be some pretty significant hail producers, and we do appreciate any severe reports that you guys have to report. And again, we do have some cells moving in across southern Michigan also later tonight. We do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings now down here in the Chicagoland region that are producing some very large hail, and these are heading very fast off to the east. This could be clipping portions of Berrien, Cass, and Van Buren counties later this evening, likely after the midnight time frame. Also a couple cells up here in Wisconsin and a couple cells up here near Wausau, Wisconsin. So Missaukee and Wausau have a couple cells that we're watching. And again, the Grand Rapids radar is down. Troubleshooting will resume tomorrow morning, so we are not able to look at the radar at the Grand Rapids airport, but we can use surrounding radars to kind of get a rough idea of what may be following, or what will be falling on the ground. My volume is coming through fine on my end. Make sure to turn up your volume on your end. I am currently using my desk mic as I'm charging my wireless mic at the current time. I'll probably pop it back on here in just a little bit. But again, if you're just joining us, feel free to hit that like button again to show your appreciation to our severe weather coverage. We do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now. I would imagine we might have a couple more coming in soon. Some decent winds coming in near Tustin and Leroy with this cell that is showing a lot of reds and pinks in it in Osceola County. Watching that closely. Excuse me. Also, Missaukee County has that special weather statement for this cell right here. This is now trending off more towards the east, so Roscommon, Houghton Lake, this cell would be passing near you. Also, a couple cells popping up back here in Traverse City and Wexford, and really just all across northwest lower Michigan as well. There's really just so many cells to cover at the exact same time that it's hard to pick one. But again, this is on track as it stands. Forecast is on track. Again, after 11 p.m. is kind of the going rate for tonight, and it is after 11 p.m. Make sure if you're going to bed tonight to have several ways to receive warning and ways to receive warning to wake you up, whether that's a weather radio or some sort of notification system with such as the buddy system where you and a buddy keep each other in check throughout the night. You can take shifts as needed. Whatever you got to do to stay alert overnight. Again, a couple severe thunderstorm warnings if you're just tuning in. Severe thunderstorm warning for Clare and Gladwin County, both in effect till 11:45 p.m. Hazards 1 inch hail. It is this cell that I'm zooming in on that is heading right towards Gladwin and Beaverton. So prepare accordingly for some large hail if you're in southern Gladwin County, as the cell is now moving away from Clare. But again, we do have multiple cells popping up across central and northern Michigan in just random spaces, and they're all heading really off to the east at about 40 miles per hour. To 45 miles per hour in some cases, so they're moving pretty quick, and that would be wind-driven hail, and so that could produce some damage to sidings and vehicles. If you do have anything outside that may be susceptible to hail damage, good idea to bring it in before the storms hit here in the state of Michigan, especially across northern and central Michigan tonight. And again, we do expect storm coverage to eventually fill in across southern Michigan later on, but right now our main focal point is the current severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Gladwin and Clare counties. Again, I'm coming through perfectly fine on my end. I guess I'll just switch over to the wireless mic now, since this is a little bit better. Be advised, you might hear it get louder, which is, you know, a good sign. Okay. Switch it over here. Check 1, 2. All right, how about now? We'll go ahead and use this wireless mic. This might be a little bit better. Usually it is better. I'll go ahead and pump it up just a little bit as well, just in case. But again, we are using the Gaylord radar tonight, as the Grand Rapids radar is down through tomorrow morning at the very least. It says for the foreseeable future. But again, troubleshooting will resume tomorrow morning at the Grand Rapids radar site, which is located down here just southeast of Grand Rapids. So we are using, again, surrounding radars of Detroit, Northern Indiana, and Gaylord tonight for severe weather coverage. At the current time, we only have one cell with 2 severe thunderstorm warnings on it here in central Michigan. So not a whole lot going on out there, but we do have this cell is approaching Marion that I'm watching very, very closely. In fact, we do have, with this cell, a little bit of upper level rotation. Now, this cell is way elevated in nature, thankfully, of course. But if this was closer to the ground, it would be tapping into some low level rotation a little bit, and it would be a problem. But again, the main hazard is going to be wind and hail with the Marion cell here in Osceola County. Does not have a warning on it, but I would say probably very soon it would. Oh yeah, look at that third body scatter spike on the back side of that cell. Again, when you see these blues in the opposite direction from the radar, so the back side of the cell, as a reminder, that's the beam getting shot off in every direction, and it's reflecting off some very large hail that is circulating around in this storm. If I take a 3D slice of the storm, I can actually take a look and see how high this hail core is, and my goodness, that hail core is 25,000 feet tall. That is definitely worthy of a severe thunderstorm warning in my personal opinion. This cell also over here, south of Modersville, also up there at 25,000 feet up. That is a decent hail core there. Would not be surprised if we do see a couple severe thunderstorm warnings coming in soon for this. If you're in Marion, be prepared for some very large hail. These triangles are also hail indicators that are just computer generated by the radar software. And so radar is also picking up on some very large hail within this storm in the Marion area. We do have Annie out there. Do not have her cam. Current time. Radar is down in Grand Rapids because parts broke. And this is central Michigan. If you zoom out, you can see the orange boxes are the severe thunderstorm warning. Clare and Gladwin counties, if you are in those counties, specifically inside these orange boxes, those are the specific severe thunderstorm warnings for your area. 1-inch hail is the main hazard. They're in effect till 11:45 p.m. Tracking this road by road, I should have, oh, I do got to insert them actually. May have to go over to WeatherWise, just check it out. But the core of this hail, there we go. Core of this hail is going to be right on Howard Road at Bard Road, also crossing into the vicinity of McNamara, south of Parker Road for this severe thunderstorm warning. So south of Gladwin, it's kind of on a beeline directly for the Beaverton and Gladwin corridor. And again, that's going to be the M18 corridor between those two cities. So if you are along in west or east of M18 between Gladwin and Beaverton, that is going to be the primary focal point for this very large hail. In fact, there is some large hail being exerted over into the Beaverton area where the pinks are showing here. If we take a look at correlation coefficient, the main hail core, though, is going to be where you see these yellows and greens right on the county line. I'll circle there on our correlation coefficient radar. As a reminder, the correlation coefficient radar measures how uniform the objects are that are tumbling around in the atmosphere. So rain and snow is circular in nature, and so it'll show up as this reddish tint on every single cell. But if you zoom into some of these cells where you see that red change to orange and yellow and even some green, that's going to be where it changes to hail, because that is going to be uniform or non-uniform meteorological in nature. And then again, we have this third body scatter spike as an example of some very large hail and the beam just being reflected in every single direction off that large hail, the backside of that storm. So Marion, decent hail falling in that area. Please let us know if you have any hail reports when it is safe to do so. You can send them into our Facebook page, Michigan Storm Chasers. You can also join us on Discord, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers there. You have a damage and survey report or channel to submit those to. Severe thunderstorm warning now has been canceled for Clare County. The warning for the cell that is now in Gladwin County is moved out of the county, essentially. But we do have northwestern Clare County that we are watching very, very closely right now for a couple of cells that are just very, very strong in nature. Surprised they do not have any sort of warning or statement on them here in the Marion area. Again, radar is depicting that there's some decent hail falling within these. And at the very least, some decent wind as well. Call those elevated supercells, given that they have that little hook feature to them. But tornadoes are not expected tonight because they are elevated storms, meaning they're not tapping into that low-level rotation. So that's good news for those who are trying to sleep soundly tonight. Severe thunderstorm warning again continues till 11:45 for Gladwin County. Cells moving east at 35 with quarter-sized hail, so 1 inch in diameter. Storm will lead near Gladwin and Beaverton within the next couple minutes if it hasn't already. But it's passing for the most part south of Gladwin, but it's impacting Beaverton more than that. But again, this is Gladwin County in central Michigan. It's the only severe thunderstorm warning in the entire state. However, again, we're tracking a bunch of strong storms across northern Michigan. The strongest storms we're seeing right now are in northern Clare and Osceola counties. We have a strong storm in Mecosta, strong storm in Mason, strong storm in Manistee County, strong storm in Wexford County, and a couple strong cells moving through Grand Traverse County there in northwest Michigan. Also a couple cells in the Green Bay area that are moving across the lake. We'll have to watch those later. And a strong thunderstorm up in the Iosco County region as well. But the only one that's severe warned is still the Gladwin County cell. And we do have a new special weather statement coming in. This is going to be for the Traverse City area. Go ahead and switch over to GR2 so you can see it. Special weather statement has been issued. A strong thunderstorm will impact east central and Grand Traverse, southwestern Antrim, and northwestern Kalkaska counties through midnight. At 11:34, Doppler radar tracking strong thunderstorm over Traverse City State Park or near Traverse City Moving east at 35 miles per hour, penny-sized hail, which is 0.75 inches in diameter. Minor hail damage to vegetation is possible. Locations impacted include Traverse City, Kalkaska, Elk Rapids, Mansalona, Antrim, Clam River, Barker Creek, Rapid City, Alden, Dara, Traverse City State Park, Williamsburg, Greelickville, Bates, and Lake Bel Air. And frequent cloud-to-ground lightning is occurring with the storm as well. If you hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. Again, this is going to be penny-sized hail, so just below severe limits for the Traverse City area. And it's moving off towards Kalkaska and Mansalona, as shown in this box. We'll go ahead and get this in. I hear noises in the background. Who is there? It's Ryan. Go ahead and share my screen for you. Did you want to get that special weather statement that just came in? Okay. Feel free to use our rider graphics if you would like. It's working pretty well. Since I don't see anything coming through on the IEM bot. Again, if you guys have some hail reports you want to send in, we do appreciate those at your earliest convenience. Please send them into our Facebook Messenger, Facebook page. Time, location, and measurement next to a ruler or coin or ball. If possible, don't just put it in your hand because, again, everyone's hands are different sizes. That does not help any of us, whether at the National Weather Service or here at Michigan Storm Chasers, for an accurate hail report. So again, use the tools at your disposal, I guess we'll say, for hail measurements. Getting hail in Mecosta. Thank you for the report there. As this cell down here in the Mecosta Lakeview area, this is moving off to the east, right down M20. So Weidman, Lake Isabella. Eventually, the entirety of Isabella County will be on deck for this cell. The special alert statement for Kalkaska and Missaukee County and southern Kalkaska County has expired. But again, we are watching northern Kalkaska County for that new special weather statement. There we go. Now it's on there. So most of these storms are moving off to the east at about 35 to 45 miles per hour. Looks like we do have a hail report coming in now confirmed. Beaverton Fire Department responding to a brush fire called in a hail report of 1/4 to 1/2 inch hail. So curious to see how that brush fire started. Could be lightning induced. It's not that dry out there in Gladwin County, but lightning has a way of starting fires, so it is possible that is what has happened here in the Beaverton region. Thank you. It's pronounced Weidman. Appreciate that. I've been out there before. I just forgot how to pronounce it. Hail in Big Rapids. Thank you guys for the report. Again, if you have accurate reports to send in, please send those in. We are live right now on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch TV, and X. The username MI Storm Chasers. If you guys want to watch on any of those platforms, we are there. Current time right now on the screen is 11:39 p.m. I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma here, alongside with the President of Operations Ryan in the background. We are watching one severe thunderstorm warning and one special weather statement in northern and central Michigan tonight. Also continuing to monitor a couple cells that are moving towards the Lake Michigan vicinity, both northern and southern, for other large hail moving in. Right now, current time, we do not have anything in effect for southern Michigan. We are watching that closely. Also, new special weather statement coming in, and that is going to be for the cell that we've been talking about that has not gotten a statement or warning. But this is an important one. Special weather statement coming in. Strong thunderstorm will impact Roscommon and southeastern Missaukee counties through 12:15 a.m. Go ahead and switch it over here just to go show you guys the box on this. 11:39, a Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm near Roscommon Township, or 8 miles southwest of Houghton Lake, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Nickel-sized hail in its radar indicated. Locations impacted include Houghton Lake, Prudenville, St. Helen, Mottersville, Roscommon County Airport, Nestor Township, Roscommon Township, Lake St. Helen, and Twin Lakes area. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. This is going to be 0.88-inch diameter hail, which is the equivalent to nickel size in nature. Ryan, do you have that statement as well? If not, I can get it. I will go ahead and get it. So we are watching, I'll actually go ahead and loop these cells for you guys so you can see the movement on them. It's just a cluster out there tonight of cells moving at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. This a couple cells that are now transversing into the 31st. Statements in effect, and the statement in effect for Missaukee and Roscommon in effect till 12:15 a.m. here on March 31st. So it's going to be in effect for another 30 minutes here across the state. Go ahead and paste this over on Facebook. There we go. And it is up for you guys. Should be able to see it on Facebook now. That special weather statement graphic. And it's going to be Houghton Lake, St. Helen area. Waiting to see that pop in. Has not popped in on GR2 though. But large hail continues in this cell, is now off to the east of Beaverton. Anywhere you see this pink on radar is going to be your large hail core. Switch over to correlation coefficient radar. You can see where the reds are starting to mix in with that orange and yellow tint. Again, that's where non-uniform meteorological objects are tumbling in the atmosphere, so that would be hail. If we look at some of our other cells out there and use correlation coefficient, you can see a couple more splotches of yellow and greens mixing in across the northern Clare County area, heading in towards Houghton Lake, where the special weather statement is in effect. And up here, where the other special weather statement is in effect, a splotch of yellows and oranges in the Williamsburg and Traverse City region, heading on down M72. So cells everywhere. We're going to be up for a while, so feel free to hit that like button, follow along if you haven't done so. Any likes that you do send our way does help the algorithm in pushing this stream out to your fellow Michiganders, so we do appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. It's a summer-like night out there tonight for portions of southern and central Michigan. Temperatures are going to stay in the 60s overnight. It's been a while since we've seen a low temperature in the 60s for portions of southern Michigan. In fact, it was last summer, so it's kind of like a summer night out there for portions of southern Michigan. Temperatures all still up around 68 and 69 degrees across the I-94 region and points south. In fact, it is still 72 degrees in Holland, South Haven, and St. Joseph along Lake Michigan, and 70 over in Monroe and Ann Arbor. So that is just more fuel to add to the storms here that will be moving in later tonight into tomorrow morning. Portions of, eventually, southern Michigan. The severe thunderstorm warning is now popping off the screen. We are now all clear. They have decided to not extend any warnings. They let it expire 11:45. We'll wait and see if any more warnings do pop up here. At the current time, we are now all clear. We do have 2 special weather statements out there, though, that we are still monitoring. One for Roscommon, and one for Grand Traverse and Kalkaska County. Okay. Nice. I'll turn on your audio there. Now they can hear you.
I have nothing to add to what I said.
Yeah, Ryan's been dealing with a broken PC, for those who just missed what he was saying.
My monitor right now, one of my 4 monitors, is flashing black to the radar, back to black, like it's not staying on. And I have no idea why. I've already restarted it. I've checked my cables. It's just broken.
It's a good thing we have my radar.
Yay, Joel.
Yep. A couple super chats real quick, since we're out of Sphere Ops. We have Rise Against, one of our moderators here at MSC, back for month number 15, saying nothing like some overnight storms. Absolutely true, although some of them are severe, so we've got to keep our wits about us here. Or they were previously severe, and then we could see some more here soon. Thank you, as always, to Rise Against. Also, Ashley with a $10 super chat, saying thanks for keeping everyone informed. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much, Ashley. Glad to do what we do. And we're looking at all of these cells, and there's a lot of cells out there that are showing these pink cores on your reflectivity radar. And where you see those pink cores are usually going to be where your medium to large size hail, and in this case we had a severe thunderstorm warning for that large hail in Clare and Gladwin County, but at the current time, no more warnings in effect. So we are just kind of waiting and seeing. We're not going to drop the live coverage yet, as we could easily see severe come in, and hey, look at that. It's like I spoke it into existence. New warning incoming, and it's going to be that exact same storm. So they did decide to reissue a severe thunderstorm warning. You'll see it popping on the screen in just a second. Also, $5 super chat from Mr. Personality saying, "Sup guys, how's Schwartz Creek looking for the night? Wife really wants a new roof." We'll see. At the current time, most of these storms are off to your north, but with time, we'll see some development in southern Michigan and eastern Michigan overnight. So we'll see. We can't tell you exactly where storms are going to impact, but keep your fingers crossed if you want that new roof. And thank you, as always,
That is
for your support. The box hasn't shown up on my side of things yet on GR2, but I will go ahead and read off the text. National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Aranac County and southeastern Gladwin County until midnight Eastern. That's a 13-minute severe thunderstorm warning. 11:47 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Wingares, or 9 miles southeast of Gladwin, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Again, it's going to be quarter-sized hail, so 1 inch in diameter. Damage to vehicles is expected. Severe thunderstorm will be near roads around 11:50 p.m. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Special text says large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud to ground lightning are occurring with this storm. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. Hazards, once again, 1 inch hail and wind gusts under 50 miles per hour. That's 50 miles per hour on the winds. Looking at
these storms tonight.
Go ahead.
These storms tonight will dominate hail threat overnight tonight. We're not going to be really concerned about the wind threat very much tonight, and definitely not tornadoes. But as we move through the day on Tuesday, that threat will increase, especially as storms become or have the chance to become more surface-based in nature if all things align properly. Mm-hmm. Also, keeping a close eye on the cell that's going to pass just to the north of Harrison. Looking like that's getting a really good core on that as well.
And that is in the Grand Rapids jurisdiction zone, so we're waiting to see if National Weather Service Grand Rapids pulls the trigger on it. Again, they don't have their radar, but they are able to use the Gaylord radar, which is arguably closer up here in the Harrison region. So despite the fact we do not have a severe warning for Clare County, and wow, there's a decent hail core on that here on correlation coefficient.
Also, just want to reference we have an MD out watch possible for 40%.
I see that now. Just popped in. Peak wind gusts 55 to 70 miles per hour and hail size upwards of 1.25 inches in diameter.
Have to imagine that any wind threat tonight will be via downburst or microburst with all the intense cores out there.
Back to this Clare County cell, northern Clare County. If you're north of Harrison, again, please let us know if you have some large hail falling here. That is pretty decent. A new special weather statement coming in for Bay, and I would imagine that's probably going to be filling in the little crevice here in northern Bay County, and it is. That is in the Detroit jurisdiction. So for those who don't know, the Gladwin County area is covered by 3 different National Weather Services all at the same time. Gladwin County specifically, as I turn on the boundaries here, Gladwin County is covered by the National Weather Service and Gaylord as well as AirNat counties. However, to the south, Midland Bay counties are covered by the National Weather Service in Detroit. And so this little section of Bay County up here that juts into southern AirNat County, that is covered by Detroit, while the severe thunderstorm warning that kind of surrounds it is covered by National Weather Service in Gaylord. So 2 totally different looks at the storm here. The special weather statement that's coming in is in effect until 12:30 a.m. for northwestern Bay County. At 11:50, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Rhodes, or 12 miles southwest of Sterling, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. 30 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail possible with the cell in Bay County. But again, it's going to probably be severe warned if it continues its strength from Rhodes into northern Bay County. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in as well. So warnings are flying off the charts here. And this one's further north. We're going to go all the way up here to the Kalkaska County region. And there it is. So this one is special weather statemented and now severe thunderstorm warned. The National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Antrim, northwestern Crawford, and northern Kalkaska County in northern Michigan until 12:30 a.m. on March 31st. At 11:52, a severe thunderstorm was located near Barker Creek, or just outside of Kalkaska, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Quarter-sized hail is the main hazard with the storm. Damage to vehicles is expected. This severe thunderstorm will be near Kalkaska and Dara around 11:55. Antrim, 12 o'clock. Frederick, 12:15 a.m. and Hartwick Pines State Park around 12:20. Other locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Blue Lake Township. For your protection, move to the interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Large hail damaging winds, continuous cloud to ground lightning are occurring with this storm. Wind side of thing, not really seeing it. I see on the text it does say winds under 50. Go ahead.
Update on that Clare County cell. That is a very decent looking hail core that stretches all the way up to about 25,000 feet. That's going to be, it's not warned currently, but it is going to cross 127 here shortly between Cooperton and Long Lake Heights heading toward Meredith. So I'll point that out as well. So 2 warnings in effect, several storms ongoing. A couple of these storms do look like they're at least borderlining potential quarter-size hail. So we'll see if they issue more warnings here as the evening goes on. But the overnight tonight will have potential all throughout the overnight hours of large hail with these storms. So this is not going to be a one-and-done type of deal. This is going to be an all-night type of situation. I heard that sigh, Joel.
No, I'm just preparing what I want to say next. I see Faith in chat says dime-sized hail west of Cadillac. Thank you for that report. That cell does not have any sort of statement on it, but that's going to be this cell that is in Wexford County. If you guys have hail reports in any of these cells at all, please send them in to us, but also your National Weather Service locally. If you are, again, I'll put on the boundaries here for you guys as reference. But again, it's going to be for Manistee, Wexford, Missaukee, Roscommon, Ogemaw, Iosco, Gladwin, and Aranet counties, and points to the north. That is the National Weather Service in Gaylord. So tag your hail reports to the National Weather Service Gaylord. They are on X and Facebook. You can find their pages pretty easily. Please send those in as soon as you have your hail reports with a time, location, and please measure next to a ruler, coin, or sports ball if possible. Again, everyone's hands are different sizes, so it's not a good measurement to just put it in your hands and call it good. Also, in reference to the cell that we're looking at in northern Clare County that is not warned, it is statemented for Roscommon County. So once it crosses into Roscommon County, there is a preemptive special weather statement in effect for hail upwards of 0.88 inches in diameter. If I recall, yeah, 0.88 inches in diameter. It's going to expire in 19 minutes. But no warnings coming in from the Grand Rapids office at the current time. So they are going to wait and see and pass it off to the National Weather Service in Gaylord for perhaps warning there. Saw on Instagram, half-inch hail near Kalkaska. Thank you for the report there. And Lake County, way back here off to the north, or to the west, now has a severe thunderstorm warning as well. And this is actually issued by the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. So this cell that is north of Luther that has just popped up, kind of all by itself in northern Lake County. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Lake County in west central Michigan until 12:45 a.m. At 11:56, severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles southeast of Dublin, or 14 miles north of Baldwin, moving east at 40 miles per hour. It's a duo threat with this one. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail are both possible with this thunderstorm. As radar indicated, hail damage to vehicles is expected, and wind damage to roof siding and trees is also possible. Locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm warning include Luther, Irons, Bristol, and Sauble Lakes. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building or basement. So that's that new severe thunderstorm warning popping in. And Ryan, there's a 2-inch hail marker on this one. Not sure how true that is, but oh my goodness, look at the TBS on that.
Yeah, keeping a close eye on that one. Still keeping a close eye up there in Clare County as well. That's also about a $half size. So we have several storms that are showing signs on radar that they could have large hail. Kalkaska cell as well, Joel, looks pretty potent as well. That core is growing on that one. That's warned. So it's just pretty much everywhere tonight.
Call it Hailpalooza.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. That's for sure. This one that Joel mentioned with a 2-inch hail marker is behind the scenes on our advanced radar product. It's just basically the radar guessing what it's doing essentially. But if I go up in height, Joel, this hail core is at 25,000 feet and then some. So it's definitely a very, very healthy storm there in northern Lake County. This is going to be heading pretty much due east. It's going to pass probably just north of Luther, if I had to guess. It's going to pass very close to Tustin, and that's not in the warning just yet in Osceola County, but very close to Tustin. It's going to cross 131 and head toward the Highland area eventually. Immediate threat, though, it's going to cross M37 as well as head into the Lincoln Bridge State Forest Campground along North State Road. That's going to be in the direct path of this. So hopefully anybody camping up there, if there's anybody camping, is taking shelter. So 3 warnings in effect currently. They're all severe for hail and or wind. The first warning we're going to talk about is in southeastern Gladwin County, moving into northern Bay and southern Aranet County. That's going to be warned for quarter-size hail and winds less than 50 miles per hour. That warning goes until just now. Expires at midnight. So it's about to drop off. Second warning in effect, northern Kalkaska County. the very far southern part of Antrim County and the northwest corner of Crawford County. That warning is going to be for quarter-size hail. It expires at 12:30 a.m. Eastern. And the last one, the newest one issued, is for northern Lake County, goes until 12:45. That's going to be for quarter-size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Outside the two warnings now that are active, we have numerous storms ongoing here. A pretty loud evening across northern lower Michigan. Hail is the predominant threat tonight. Severe hail could be upwards a quarter to half dollar size in nature. A secondary threat for damaging wind will exist, but wind will be a little bit harder to come by just because there's not really much surface storm fuel for these storms to really tap into. So wind will be a secondary threat, and no tornadoes are expected overnight tonight. Also, for those curious, the Storm Prediction Center has put a 40% probability of a severe watch being issued here within the next hour or two. So we'll have to watch that. And that does include a good chunk of pretty much all of western Michigan, through the Thumb region up toward about Mount Pleasant, and we'll call it Tawas City area, or Tawas City.
I'll go ahead and take mine here. You can kind of see where that mesoscale discussion is in effect there. It's this big old red box that kind of looks, I don't know, looks like someone's hair just spiking out if you look at it sideways. Again, mesoscale discussion number 300 for 55 to 70 mile per hour winds and max hail size of 1.25 inches in diameter. Could see a couple hailstones higher than that tonight. Again, we've seen some decent hail cores, but yet to see what that is translating to at the surface. So again, if you guys have any hail reports, please send them our way.
Another warning coming in.
Yep, that's going to be the Cadillac cell, it looks like, or an extension of the Lake County one.
An extension of the lake up into the Cadillac area. They're just going to cover the very far southern tip of, what county is this? This is going to be for
Missaukee and Wexford.
Okay, I'm looking at the wrong graphic, apparently. I was.
You want to upload that to Facebook while I read off the info?
You bet.
All right. We'll go ahead and take my radar back. National Weather Service here in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Wexford County and southern Missaukee County in northern Michigan until 12:45 a.m. At 12:01, a severe thunderstorm was located near Hoxeyville, or 16 miles north of Baldwin, moving east at now 50 miles per hour. 60 mile per hour winds, 60, that is, and quarter-sized hail is possible with this storm. Radar indicated hail damage to vehicles is expected. Wind damage to standing trees possible. This severe thunderstorm will be near Hoxeyville around 12:05. Cadillac and Mitchell State Park around 12:15. Lucas, 12:20 a.m. McBain, 12:25. Falmouth and Vogel Center around 12:35 a.m. Other locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Merritt. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building away from windows. Again, it's going to be wind-driven hail, and that's quite the hail core on it here. Just to the north of Luther, where you see these pinks and blacks on radar, just to the south of the M55 corridor. So it's tracking kind of close and eventually towards the Cadillac area. So you do want to be on alert if you are in Cadillac, McBain, Falmouth, and Ottersville over the next 40 minutes as this moves off to the east at 50 miles per hour. Again, that's going to be 50 miles per hour with 60 miles per hour winds, 60, and 1-inch hail. The severe thunderstorm warning for Gladwin County has run out of time at midnight. Special weather statement still remains in effect for northern Bay County for hail up to 0.88 inches, here in the Bentley area of Bay County. And it's heading off towards Standish. So a lot of cells out there at the current time. Also watching this strong thunderstorm with some perhaps near severe hail north of Harrison, heading up south of Prudenville in extreme southern Roscommon County. Also severe thunderstorm warning for Kalkaska, 1-inch hail there, moving off to the east at 40 miles per hour. So we have, zooming out, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings and 2 special weather statements in the central Michigan and northern Michigan region. He's going to continue throughout the overnight hours. We're probably going to be up, I would imagine, until daybreak. At some point, we'll try and get a nap in, but again, round 2 is coming tomorrow afternoon, so we'll be up for a long time. So again, if you're just joining us, feel free to like and share, show you care, helping out your fellow Michiganders very much by doing so, even those that you may not know specifically, as it does push this live stream into their algorithm. So appreciate you guys that have done so far. Current time right now, 12:05 a.m., located there at the bottom of the screen. All active alerts also scrolling on the bottom of the screen. Severe thunderstorm warning is the highest active alert in the state. We are not expecting anything tornadic tonight. It is going to be primarily a hail risk with a low-end wind risk across northern Michigan and central Michigan. And some cells will move in down here into southern Michigan with time tonight. And in fact, we're already starting to see some cells traverse across southern Lake Michigan. There is some very large hail producers in the Chicagoland region, and that eastward movement would take it off towards Berrien County later this morning. I can now say later this morning because it is now past midnight, probably closer to the 1 or 2 o'clock time frame for southwest Michigan. And again, the radar at Grand Rapids is down and is not expected to be troubleshooted at the earliest until tomorrow morning when the sun rises. So we are without our Grand Rapids radar overnight. We are using surrounding radars at Gaylord and northern Indiana for help. And as the time goes on, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. This is the 4th severe thunderstorm warning now here, Ryan, for this one cell. This one's going to be in effect, or issued by the National Weather Service in Gaylord. They've issued this severe thunderstorm warning for central Aranet County until 12:45 a.m. At 12:06, a severe thunderstorm was located near Standish, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Quarter-sized hail is radar indicated. Damage to vehicles is expected. This severe thunderstorm will be near Standish, Sterling, and Omer in the next 5 minutes. All gray around 12:20 a.m. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. So this is going to be that US 23 corridor from Standish, Omer, over to All Gray. If you're in northern Aranet County, so Turner, Twining, you are not in the severe thunderstorm warning. This thunderstorm will be off to your south. Also have a couple cells in the Caseville and Port Austin region. Ryan, that would probably be on our sky cams over there. See if there's any good lightning show to show off, or perhaps some small hail falling at our sites there, specifically in Bayport and Port Austin. For those
Stand by.
Yep, very good. For those who missed it today, we actually had temperatures that were about 5 degrees above forecasted temperature, so a lot more instability out there tonight. And so we could see storms that are severe all the way through the sunrise hours tonight. We're going to hope to keep it under 8 hours of streaming. If it gets to 8 hours, we will have to probably cut off the stream. And Ryan, actually, I figured out on YouTube it's 12 hours as a limit there before it starts overwriting old footage. So we'll have to keep that in mind. If it, for whatever reason, has another 12 hours of live streaming, which I hopefully don't expect to happen, but I will knock on wood because we've had this happen before. It looks like you were flipping me off for a second, but that was fingers crossed. I had to do like a double take. I'm like, what? Yeah, maybe I deserve it. I don't know.
Oh, goodness gracious. No, that was definitely a double cross. That was not a, no.
That was funny. I had to look. I'm like, goodness. We try to keep
This is after hours.
Yeah, we try to keep it. We try to keep it light here at Michigan Storm Chasers every once in a while, even if there is severe weather ongoing. But yes, this is Michigan Storm Chasers late night edition.
And for the record, I am on like 3 hours of sleep, so it's a struggle over here.
There we go. But we got you guys covered from beginning to end when all severe weather strikes here in the state of Michigan.
Absolutely. Take my screen.
Wow.
You're gonna notice there's panel 64 cameras here. You're gonna notice all sorts of lightning all across the state.
Manistee Cam has a lot of lightning coming in that cell. Specifically there. We have a decent cell rolling in towards Manistee here. And that is a lot of lightning. Courtesy of Guardian and 6 p.m. hospitality there. And we have 97 weather cameras scattered across the state of Michigan. And you're seeing 64 of
99
them.
now.
Yeah, it's true. We
99 now.
had 2 more installed today, so very close to that 100 mark. Real quick, Ryan, there's been some trims to a couple of the severe thunderstorm warnings I do want to cover real quick. Kalkaska County, you can see the old warning box. The updated one trims Kalkaska in the US 131 corridor from the warning continues for the Frederick area, so far eastern Kalkaska County and northwestern Crawford counties. We do have cells merging as well. Curious to see how that kind of interacts in the next 5 minutes. It's a secondary hail core approaching the initial severe thunderstorm warning, so that cell's been trimmed. The M37 corridor has been trimmed from the Lake County severe thunderstorm warning. It is now just this tiny little corner of Lake County tiny little portion of Lake County north of Luther. And the cell is continuing up towards Cadillac at a decent rate of speed at 50 miles per hour with 60 mile per hour winds and 1-inch hail possible. And of course, we have our third severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for the Standish, Omer, and All Gray area, which is southern Aranac County, around the Saginaw Bay. So 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, and a couple special weather statements to boot. We are going to be up for a while tonight. And also that cell that we were showing you guys on our Manistee cam is right here. It's about 20 nautical miles offshore, heading straight for the Onekama, Arcadia, and Bear Lake area of northern Manistee County. And we do have secondary cells popping up heading towards Benzie County, so Frankfort and Beulah. That would be heading your way as well. So kind of a dual cell threat there. Nothing severe at the current time, or nothing special weather statement. Wrong warning. Special marine warning. There we go, for the Lake Michigan cells here. They do have a special marine warning for the cells coming into the Manitowoc area, and I guess this line heading into the Green Bay region, kind of for the entire waters here. So these are all cells we'll need to monitor in the next couple hours as they race across north central Lake Michigan. Southern Michigan, it's all clear out there tonight, a nice clear night for now. We are watching closely for further development to the south, and there are 4 severe thunderstorm warnings on 2 cells in the Chicago area. This is now into northwestern Indiana. There's a severe thunderstorm warning there for northern Lake County, Indiana. So it's moving its way around southern Lake Michigan, and it will be heading towards Berrien County. Likely by around 1:30, I would have to imagine, given how slow it's been traveling across the Chicago area. But up north, once again, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. They also did trim the severe thunderstorm warning in Wexford and Missaukee County back from the east, I think probably just due to the time and the fact that the cell is actually starting to fall apart. So Mottersville is no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. Falmouth, no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning, but it does continue for Cadillac and McBain. It remains in effect until 12:45. It's moving east at 50 miles per hour with quarter-size hail. They have removed the severe wind threat, so it's just a hail threat now, heading towards Cadillac. So a lot of orange boxes out there. Those are all your severe thunderstorm warnings. We also have a tan shaded box for Roscommon County, although at this point this cell is traveling more off to the east. And this hail core right now is on the county line of Roscommon, Clare, and Gladwin counties. Penny-sized hail possible here. Correlation coefficient radar denotes that there is a hail core in the far northeastern corner of Clare County, heading across the M18 corridor south of Prudenville very shortly. In fact, there's your latest update. It is now crossing over M18 right now. And there's some decent pinks, grays, and blacks in this reflectivity here. 3D scan. I'll go ahead and take a look behind the scenes. Hail core up to about 18,000 feet on that. It's a pretty decent hail core. It's also nice and wide as well. So if you are in extreme northern Clare County, northeastern Clare, northwestern Gladwin, at that intersection there of M18, please let us know if you're seeing some hail, and we can send that over to the National Weather Service in Gaylord for reporting. Again, these cells are popping up everywhere. We cannot give you really, in my opinion, a timing hour by hour because these cells are literally just blowing up all across the state, especially northern central Michigan right now. It's just going to be a bombardment of cells throughout the overnight period, and we do expect more to fill in across southern Michigan overnight, probably as early as 1 a.m. here, as we do have a first cell starting to move on shore towards Holland, shown here on radar. And again, Grand Rapids radar is down, so we can't use the radar at that location. New special weather statement coming in. This is going to be our Huron County cell, which we do have cameras at. The National Weather Service in Detroit has issued a special weather statement that will impact north central Huron County through 1 a.m. At 12:14, Doppler radar tracking a strong thunderstorm near Caseville, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazards, winds in excess of 30 miles per hour and half-inch hail. Gusty winds can knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Minor damage to outdoor objects is possible. Locations impacted include Caseville, Port Austin, Port Crescent State Park, Grindstone City, and Huron City. Outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. Half-inch hail.
I wouldn't just consider it. I would definitely do it.
Yes. That is going to be this cell right here as well. We are circling on radar. So traveling right on down the M25 corridor towards Port Austin. So 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, although at this point it looks like our cell is just starting to leave Lake County, so that one will be dropped here in just a second. Be down to 3. Also some pretty decent returns here around the Gaylord radar just to the south near Frederick.
Yeah, I was noticing that as well.
VIL says it's there. Take a 3D scan. Oh wow, yeah, hail up to about 22,000 feet. And in fact, the radar beam, the highest radar beam, because it's so close to the radar, actually overshoots the hail core at this height. So hail core probably upwards of 25,000 feet here. That's some decent sized hail in the Frederick area and points west. If you're in Frederick, points west, feel free to send us your hail reports with time, location, and an accurate measurement with a ruler or coin if possible.
Also, keeping
that goes for any storm. Go ahead.
That southern part of that cell as well, south of Frederick, just north of Grayling, is heading right into Hartwick Pines State Park. So again, any people camping up there, if you guys happen to be camping at this time of year, make sure you are taking shelter as well. It's going to cross I-75 here shortly.
Someone mentioning the Harrison cell in chat. We have been talking about that one. We have a secondary cell popping up directly over Harrison. Some small hail possible there, some gusty winds. However, at the current time, the stronger of the cell is going to be off to the northeast in extreme northern Gladwin County, heading into the far southeastern corner of Roscommon County. Again, not a whole lot of cities or civilization out here in general, so if you know anyone that's out here in the rural areas, please let them know, wake them up, tell them severe hail could be moving in, stay away from windows if possible. At the current time, no severe warning is currently in effect for this cell. We're just preemptively saying that it could be warned at any time, especially heading up in towards the southern West Branch area. So south of West Branch, the cell's continuing pretty much directly off of the east, which is kind of different from some of the other cells that are kind of drifting off to the northeast.
So far, Joel, we've had one report of hail, and that was the one you said earlier, just between half-inch to quarter-size hail. So, as far as I'm aware, we have yet to receive any severe reports of quarter-size or larger hail. If you guys do happen to have those reports or pictures, please feel free to send it in to us via Messenger or drop a comment, not on the stream here, but on different posts on our page. We would appreciate that. And as Joel mentioned before, please compare the size of a hailstone to a common object, like a coin, a ruler, or some type of perhaps sports ball. I think Joel mentioned that as the case,
Yes.
but just try to. A hand could be any size. It's hard to tell hand size in a picture. So the more detail you give us with your hail reports, the better off everybody is. So please keep that in mind when reporting hail. I think the strongest cell we have on radar currently is going to be that one moving into Crawford County near Frederick and Grayling. That is a very, very potent core. That's if you go up to the 17,000 foot mark, Joel, that is a very, very intense core.
Oh yeah. I don't know if I can.
Luckily, I don't see any downburst winds with it, but the VIL is definitely over severe criteria. We're approaching 2-inch hail criteria,
There you
2-inch
go.
hail here. Yeah, this is getting pretty intense up here in the northwest part of Crawford County, just south of the Gaylord radar, not Siegel Lake.
So this is our volume explorer, our 3D scan of the actual cell. Pretty cool to look at. This is for anything that's over, I believe, 55 or 60 dBz in nature. And that is where these droplets become so large in nature that when they get lofted into the supercooled layer of the atmosphere, they turn into hailstones. And so we use this as a reference. We pulled away everything underneath 55 dBz to show you guys where exactly the hail would be falling. And as Ryan alluded to, this is a very large hail core falling in the Frederick area right now as I kind of pan around and show you just how thick this thing is as this moves in towards I-75 eventually here in the coming minutes.
Just south of Forbush Corner, it's going to be also known as West County Road 612. The hail core is already overspread I-75. That's going to be just to the east of Frederick. So if you live downstream in Camp Grayling, Bucks, Sable State Forest Grayling Unit, as well as Lovells, you guys are an immediate threat for some pretty large hail, or likely some pretty large hail. This is going to be, it's actually coming out of the warning polygon here, Joe. I would not be shocked to see another extension of the warning for the rest of northern
For sure.
Crawford County, perhaps parts of the neighboring county to the east in Oscoda County as well, for places up by just south of Lewiston. Luckily, I don't see any populated towns up there. We have Fairview, we have Mayo or Mio pronunciation, whatever you guys want to pronounce it as. But luckily, that northwest corner of Oscoda is fairly rural. This storm is moving, according to the text of the warning, at 50 miles per hour to the east. This is moving toward Lovells, Camp Grayling, and Bucks area. Going to follow very closely to Highway 612 out of Frederick.
A little update on the rest of the severe thunderstorm warnings. In fact, 3 of the 4 have just been canceled. Aranet County, gone. Wexford, Missaukee County, also gone. Lake County, also gone. Those warnings all expired. So they are now below severe limits. And as I mentioned, these warnings are now gone. So just the one in effect for Crawford and Kalkaska. And we're, as Ryan mentioned, watching for an extension here in just a second for the cells producing some very large hail, likely in the Frederick area.
Also keeping a close eye on the cell coming onshore off Lake Michigan, just north of Onekama, south of Frankfort. It doesn't look like it's, we'll say, severe at this point, but it's also quite a good ways away from the radar. So data could be a little bit, we'll say, inaccurate when you get further away. That hail core is up there a good ways, but I don't see... Joel, what do you think about that cell? I don't really see much of anything that catches my eye with it.
Well, they do have it special marine warning for large hail. So
Okay.
actually, the latest scan does have a DBZ value of 65, about 15 nautical miles offshore of Arcadia. So that is definitely worthy of watching, and especially if it comes on shore, we'll probably tap into a little bit more of that instability that's out there. So we do have to watch this as this does come on shore.
Okay.
This is also a live cam of that cell in Manistee. This is our Manistee cam looking to the north, so kind of more towards that cell. And as you can see, a lot of lightning out there, a lot of instability in the atmosphere tonight. And this is courtesy of Guardian Technologies. And 6 p.m. hospitalities there atop the Hampton Inn. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, the big old Hampton Inn Hotel there on Manistee Beach. No tornado possibility overnight. All these storms will be elevated in nature, meaning tapping into the instability higher up, and these storms are just generally higher up in the atmosphere. If it was lower to the ground, then we would be talking about tornadoes, but that is not expected tonight because we have an inversion out there. So back to our cell that we're watching. Not really much of a wind risk, but wow, that core has really intensified.
It has. It's also a good teaching point as well about that the capping and the elevated nature of storms. This is a supercell. This is a very potent supercell. And these are the types of storms that can, not this storm, but the supercell is a storm that produces tornadoes. But luckily tonight we don't have any of that surface storm fuel really to tap into for these storms. So when that happens, these supercells are primarily just a hail risk.
Yes.
But this is a very, when you're a weather nerd like we are, seeing this type of storm on radar, it's very picturesque. It's as classic as you can get.
We have a couple comments coming in, Ryan, of hail reports and where to send them. And again, the best place to do so, first and foremost, is going to be sending them in to your local National Weather Service. I see someone in here says 1 inch to 1 inch and a quarter hail in irons, which is pretty large. Please send those in ASAP to our Facebook Messenger. But again, you can tag us in any of the comment sections on Facebook. I would say if you want to do it as it stands right now, since I think we have some people watching Messenger behind the scenes, just send them in there. Otherwise, tag your local National Weather Service on X or Facebook. Can't exactly remember where Irons was at, but I think that's up north. And again, that's going to be National Weather Service Gaylord up there in northern Michigan. So at NWS Gaylord on X or U.S. National Weather Service Gaylord on Facebook. So that way they can update their warning, I guess you could say. But yeah, again, you can send those into our Messenger and we'll see that right away. Also, quick message about our Messenger. Please do not ask us questions in Messenger. Please reserve Messenger for damage only at the current time, because again, our Messenger does fill up pretty quickly during severe weather events. And again, it's better to just watch our live coverage versus ask questions that we would get to after the severe weather is done. So please keep Messenger open for damage reports if possible. Our radar is live. This is the exact cells that are ongoing out there at the current time of 12:28. So if you're looking at any other radar sources that are different, they're probably behind or something. Again, this is live radar. Main cell we're watching right now is the Frederick storm here on I-75 south of Otsego Lake. That is currently severe thunderstorm warned. And we are waiting to see if there are any more warnings that will be issued. Some pretty potent cells also to the south. Missaukee County, south of Cadillac, could be some more 1 inch hail being dropped here soon. Correlation coefficient says yes. There's a TBSS once again on the southernmost cell south of Cadillac, which, as a reminder, those TBSSs are those blue spots that you see on our correlation coefficient radar. It's a sign of the radar beam being refracted in pretty much every single direction due to the large hail that's falling up inside the storm. So large hail likely falling, and in fact, the latest scan says yes to actually both of these cells, Ryan. Missaukee and extreme northern Osceola counties here. So McBain, please be on alert for some very large hail starting to fall out now with this cell. And if you are on M55 and points north of Missaukee, so rural Missaukee County, eventually heading towards western Roscommon County, very large hail falling in this cell as confirmed by correlation coefficient. Again, that TBSS is just insane on that cell to the south.
Yeah, that's pretty.
But no warnings currently in effect for Missaukee County. Waiting to see if that changes. I'm going to go ahead and take another volumetric scan here. Oh, wow. Almost upwards of 30,000 feet on that hail core. Yeah. That's a pretty decent column of hail falling there.
Would not be shocked to see a warning incoming at any second for that.
Yeah. Hail core down here. upwards of 27,000 feet. So those are two decent hail cores with these cells in the vicinity of Missaukee County. Severe thunderstorm warning has expired, it's expired here for Frederick, but still some large hail likely falling with this storm. That hail core is, again, upwards of about 20,000 feet as it just now crossed over I-75 heading towards Lovell's in Crawford County. But no severe thunderstorm warnings out there for any of these cells at the current time. We'll wait and see if more do get issued. And we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings heading our way from the Green Bay region that we'll have to watch over the coming hours. So we are not done tonight for these hail-producing storms. We do have another cell up here north of Gaylord that has just recently popped up. Also a little bit of a scatter spike on this one. Go ahead and check the hail core in terms of depth to it. And that one's up towards 20,000 feet, and that is heading towards Vanderbilt and eventually Wolverine. That one's tracking off to the north a little bit. So all of these cells along the 75 and kind of over towards the 127 corridor are producing probably severe hail. But we don't know unless you guys do submit your reports. So if you guys are in northern Michigan, please send those in if it is safe to do so. The only special alert statement in effect, I'm actually curious to see because I don't see it on my end on GR2. It's going to be this tiny little cell in Sanford and Hope. And that's going to be, actually I never read off the details on that. That's half-inch hail north of Sanford. And we also have a special alert statement that still remains in effect for this cell that is now over towards Port Hope in the Thumb. So Huron County remains in effect for 28 minutes there for half-inch hail. And we do have a new statement coming in. They decided to not go with severe, but a new statement coming in for the Lovell's area. The National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm impacting southeastern Otsego, northeastern Crawford, southwestern Montmorency, and northwestern Oscoda counties through 1:15 a.m. At 12:30 p.m. on the nose, the operator was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Hartwick Pines State Park, or 10 miles northeast of Grayling, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Significant amounts of small hail covering roadways will be possible, leading to hazardous travel. I've never seen that in a special alert statement.
You don't see that very often at all. That's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, so we could see what we call a trace accumulation. It'll count as a trace of snow with how much hail could be covering the ground with this storm that is up here in the Lovell's area. Hazard nickel-sized hail, so that's 0.88 inches diameter. Locations impacted include Lewiston, Lovell's, Heatherton, Garland, Chester Township, and Loud Township. And it's going to be pretty loud if you hear a lot of hail out there. So please seek shelter inside a building until this hailstorm passes.
Joel, we also have the cell heading right into Houghton Lake, right towards our weather camera at the Backdoor Saloon. So we'll have a nice look at how that storm is acting here in a few minutes as well as it moves out of Lake County into, goodness gracious, Missaukee County into Roscommon County.
Yes.
It's late. It's late.
If you wanted to post that special alert statement graphic on the page, that probably is worth mentioning, honestly.
Latest scan on the Missaukee County cell.
Yeah,
check out that core.
Just saw that, and that CC is also pretty decent. There's a third body scatter spike inside the cell itself. Wow, yeah, that's.
I do have the Houghton camera pulled up. There you go. I do have that pulled up here. This is facing the wrong way over the lake, but as the storm passes over, I have a good view of it here in about, I'll say, 5 minutes or so. I'll get that graphic on the page here shortly.
Okay. The left side of the screen is the west direction. So you can see kind of the lightning starting to move in, as well as some of the storms that are further off of the north. Yeah, definitely post that special alert statement. In fact, maybe even do like a radar update for the cell in Missaukee County, because that is
I'll do that.
Decent hail with that cell here. Again, we're looking at this third body scatter spike, which is denoted by this blue spot on radar. Yeah, hail core still up about 28,000 feet there, right on the M55 corridor. And again, where you see on our normal reflectivity radar, so this is what I just flipped back to here, that's the intensity of the rain that's falling. It's so intense that we have pinks and blacks and grays showing up on radar. And that is some rain droplets that are 71 dBz in nature. So those are, I would imagine, very, very thick. And they are being lofted well up into the freezing layer tonight, and those are going to become hailstones rather quickly. Similar to the cell up in Crawford County, in the Lovells area, we could see some snow, but it would be hail accumulating to the point where it's covering the entire ground. So please let us know if you got hail in your location. I understand that is some very rural portions of north central lower Michigan. But again, you may be, if you live in this area, you might be the only one that actually sends in a hail report. So be on alert when it is safe to do so, to send in some hail reports to us here at Michigan Storm Chasers, Messenger. We also have the Michigan Storm Reports community page on Facebook you can join. And of course, our Discord channel, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Feel free to tag us in chat when you join there. Hail in Elmira, thank you for the report there. And that storm is already off to the northeast. So that's up towards Vanderbilt now. In terms of stronger cells, just in general, we do have a couple in Roscommon County. Also the one that we're highlighting the most here, north of Ottersville. Down here towards McBain, Marion. And of course down here towards the Standish and West Branch area. And yeah, there's the new warning coming in. Definitely worthy of it. Yep. So I know you probably just posted a radar update, but now you're going to have to post the severe thunderstorm warning graphic.
I was debating waiting, but
yeah,
no sense.
That's all right. National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for central Roscommon and east central Missaukee counties in northern Michigan until 1:15 a.m. At 12:36 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Houghton Lake. Moving east at 40 miles per hour, it's quarter-sized hail. Damage to vehicles is expected. The severe thunderstorm will be near Houghton Lake, Prudenville, Higgins Lake, and Roscommon Airport around 12:40 a.m. And in fact, I think on our Houghton County cam, you can actually see the light from the airport to the north. I believe that is the Roscommon County Airport. We also have South Higgins around 12:45, Roscommon, the city of Roscommon, around 12:50, and St. Helen and Lake St. Helen around the 12:55 to 1 a.m. time frame. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include Merritt. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. It's hail 1 inch in diameter, maybe larger, we'll see. And winds under 50 miles per hour. It's 5-0. And there's Clare and Osceola coming in. That's the second cell further down the line. So rapid succession here. That cell is indeed moving off to the east. It actually has kind of retrograded a further bit to the southeast with this. See that orange box popping in just a second. This is going to be issued by the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids, utilizing the Gaylord radar tonight due to the outage at the Grand Rapids radar. We'll have the box pop in on GR2 in just a second. But we have the details behind the scenes. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Clare and northeastern Osceola counties until 1:30 a.m. At 12:37, a severe thunderstorm was located near Marion, or 13 miles south of Lake City, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazards, 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, so it's a duo threat. As radar indicated, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expected wind damage to roof, siding, and trees. Locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm warning include Marion, Harrison, Highland, Elbow Lake, Cranberry Lake, Arnold Lake, Long Lake, Leota, and the town of Dodge and Town Line, or district, or whatever that could be. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building away from windows, as wind-driven hail is possible with this storm. So it's going to be tracking just to the north of Harrison primarily, as it continues directly off to the east at 50 miles per hour. So there's the box just popped in. If you know you're in any of these orange boxes on the screen, you are in that severe thunderstorm warning. If you're in Mottersville right now, you're chilling in between the storms. However, this hail core on the southernmost cell is getting pretty close to you guys, so you do want to be on alert there. Taking a look at velocity, which is our wind measurement. Haven't had to do this much often tonight. There is some decent winds elevated in the atmosphere out there heading into the town of Marion, so you do want to be on alert. You can see here these blue pixels, these higher coloring is going to be the higher winds. And in fact, we do have some pixels of 53, 54, and even 55 miles per hour at about 4,600 feet above the ground. So some of that may be mixing to the ground, heading into Marion for the winds, and wind-driven hail also possible in Marion and points to the north of Marion, primarily between McBain and Marion here in the coming minutes. Further south, no, I will not be going further south because guess what? We have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. Gaylord's like, not so fast. We're staying up here. And that's that the Manistee cell that is now severe thunderstorm warning that we are capturing on our weather camera. And this actually does have some decent winds on it, but it does not have wind listed in the severe thunderstorm warning elevated over the lake here. But this is that cell. The National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Manistee County in northern Michigan until 1:15 a.m. 12:40, a severe thunderstorm was located off the shore near Pierport, or 12 miles southwest of Frankfort, moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. Quarter-sized hail is possible with the storm, as well as damage to vehicles potentially being expected. This severe thunderstorm will be near Arcadia, Onekama, Bear Lake, Wildwood, and Pierport around 12:45, so the next 5 minutes. Caleva around 12:55, and Kopmish around 1 a.m. Other locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Pere Marquette State Forest. For your protection, move to an interior room away from windows, as this could be some more wind-driven hail moving into the region. So that's that new orange box you see on your screen. Arcadia, Bear Lake, Onekama, Caleva, and Kopmish in northern Manistee County. If you know anybody in any of these warnings tonight, please share the stream with them. Again, these are some hail-producing storms. It's the primary hazard overnight. We do not expect anything in the way of tornadoes, and we do see the chance for a couple downbursts of wind of upwards of 60 to maybe 70 miles per hour with some of the later cells that are moving in. But at the current time, we do not have any winds over 60 miles per hour. Now I can go south because we do have cells starting to move onshore in southwest Michigan. Again, as a reminder, the Grand Rapids radar is currently down. And so we are using the National Weather Service Northern Indiana radar to look at some cells here, primarily the one that's onshore in the Holland region and Hudsonville region, where we also have a wide variety of cameras there. And also watching a couple cells that are special marine warning offshore Lake Michigan, offshore of South Haven and St. Joseph. All these cells are producing wind gusts of 34 knots or greater and large hail greater than 0.75 inches. So we'll have to watch out to see if there's going to be any severe thunderstorm warnings incoming soon for Allegan and perhaps Van Buren counties. We'll just keep an eye on that. But right now, we head back to the north, where we have hail galore in 3 different counties. You still have the Houghton Lake camera on. Are you muted right now?
Just wanted to say a quick update about that Frederick cell that was over Frederick about 15 minutes ago. That cell has weakened, but even if these cells do not have warnings on them, they still do have hail cores. So do still expect like perhaps dime-sized hail within some of these cells. But outside of that, there's only 3 warnings currently for 3 storms that do have decent hail cores on them. Roscommon County, the northern part of Clare County, and the northern part of Manistee counties are the immediate line for this. Looking at the Houghton Lake camera, I did not see anything significant in terms of hail. It just looked like a lot of heavy rain. There was a brief couple wind gusts there, but I didn't notice any large stones falling or anything like that, which is good. I think the core passed just to the north of the lake here. So I think the backdoor saloon here did luck out in terms of the heaviest of hail. But definitely some good lightning going on though. If you want to keep it here for a few minutes and watch, you are welcome to. You can see actually the rain curtains of the storm through lightning flashes too. So did you get that bolt as you
I
switched
did.
scenes? I didn't know if you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that was cool. But nice lightning show, that's for sure. If you are a storm enthusiast, a night like tonight is definitely a treat.
A little bit of ponding of water on the road down there in the bottom left corner.
Yeah. Yep.
Going back to radar, though, severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect for 3 different counties. Roscommon County, this has been trimmed back from east central Missaukee, so if you're in rural portions of east central Missaukee County, you're no longer in that severe thunderstorm warning, but it does continue for central Roscommon County. Rains in effect until 1:15.
Hey, Joel.
Yes.
I can't help but notice as well. We do have the Lewiston camera pulled up now. It's dry there, but on radar, look just off to the west of Lewiston. You're going to notice there is a not a severe hail core, but a hail core moving in directly toward our camera here in Lewiston. So we'll keep a close eye on that as well.
Lightning and snow on the ground at the same time.
Kind of crazy, isn't it?
Pure Michigan. And that
Lewiston
is
camera here, courtesy of Eagle Point Real Estate. This is facing south, right in the edge of Lewiston. So this hail core on radar is heading pretty much dead center for our camera here. So new statement coming in. I saw. I believe it's down toward the Southwest Michigan area, down by Berrien County.
That's correct. I got to actually switch over to our northern Indiana radar once again. It's this tiny cell that's over Michigan City. Special weather statement has been issued by the National Weather Service in northern Indiana for northern LaPorte County in Indiana and southwestern Berrien County in southwest Michigan through 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central. At 12:45 Eastern, 11:45 Central, Doppler radar is tracking a cluster of strong thunderstorms over Beverly Shores or near Michigan City, Indiana, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Wind gusts of 40 and half-inch hail are possible with this one. Michigan City, LaPorte, Trail Creek, New Buffalo, Three Oaks, Long Beach, Potawatomi Park, Shorewood Tower Hill, Shorewood Tower Hills Harbor, Michiana Shores, Grand Beach, Michiana, Union Pier, Waterford, New Troy, Harbert, Fish Lake, Otis, Sawyer, and Lakeside in Berrien County are all in this special weather statement. That's a long list of cities there.
I did not envy you reading that off. I did not envy you.
Interstate 80 in Indiana between mile markers 39 and 61. Interstate 94 in Indiana between mile markers 33 and 45. And Interstate 94 in Michigan between mile markers 0 and 12 are in this special weather statement. If I switch over to... I think I have to switch over to... Please give it here. Weather-wise. There you go. Now you can see it. That's this box on your screen here for New Buffalo Township and Three Oaks, south of Bridgman. So special weather statement, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and half-inch hail.
And as you mentioned too previously, we have cells about to come on shore off of Lake Michigan into Allegan as well as Van Buren counties. And again, with the Grand Rapids radar being down, we're not going to have good data for these storms. So we're going to rely a lot on viewer reports like you guys watching. If you live from in these areas and you can tell us what's going on here, we can also relay stuff to the National Weather Service that you guys tell us and report. So with the radar being down, your viewer reports are very, very handy, especially on days like today, as well as tomorrow. Or technically it is today. So technically now and also later on in the day, later this evening. Put it that way. I do not see anything major going on here on the camera. There's some good lightning, but there's just some moderate rain. That's about it.
So that ground got pretty wet pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. I don't see any hail though, which is good. Latest report or latest update from NWS Gaylord, they did another LSR of mothball size or half-inch hail. So still looking for severe hail reports. I have yet to see one confirmed. There's a penny size hail report as well a couple minutes ago that came in. But so far, nothing has been confirmed at or above a quarter size in diameter.
Yeah, I see the 0.75-inch diameter hail in Bel Air, smaller than nickel on
Yep.
M88 north of Bel Air.
Yep. It's good news, that's for sure. We haven't had anything, significant. I think the strongest cell currently on radar, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Joel, if you have a different opinion, but I think the cell just north of Manistee looks like the one that could be producing the biggest hail at the current moment.
And perhaps some
Uh,
wind as well. Is it
yeah, I'm
windy?
not too
Oh, wait, it's not even close to Manistee. It's moved north.
just north of Manistee.
Yeah, it's moved
Yeah.
north of Manistee. It's probably got a good
Yeah,
light
just
show on it still.
looking at the radar down in Clare and Roscommon counties, they are warned still, but the hail cores on them have dropped below what I would look for severe hail criteria. So um, I think the Manistee cell is going to be the one that's worth keeping the closer eye on.
Definitely some decent wind in there. But yeah, correlation coefficient does have a little bit of a hail core in there. Also, still on our 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in the Roscommon County and Clare County areas. And again, when we look at this radar that I just switched back to, this is your general reflectivity. So it's the intensity of the rain that's falling across the area. So anytime you see these reds and even the pinks and dark grays and the blacks, those are all going to be your very, very heavy rain. And sometimes these droplets become so large, they're easy to freeze and it becomes large hail. So you can see the center of these storms are where the largest the hail are obviously going to be. Center of the updraft, of course. So Prudenville in north and south of Mottersville, right on the edge of that severe thunderstorm warning right now. And it's going to be passing just to the north of Harrison on the southernmost cell. Lake George, Farwell, Clare itself not in the severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're getting alerts on your phone, that is for the cell that is to your north. Again, cells on our storms nowadays get individual boxes on them that don't include the entire county. So you may be in Clare County right now getting alerts on your phone down by Farwell. But that is because you're seeing the severe thunderstorm warning that's in your county. It's just not the entire county. So that's why when we show the radar, it's important to know where you guys are located so you can see exactly where these orange boxes are located, and you can kind of get a rough idea of where your house may be in location to these severe thunderstorm warnings. So right now, northern Manistee County, central Roscommon County, and northern Clare counties are all in severe thunderstorm warnings for 1-inch hail possible in any of these cells. These are the only severe thunderstorm warnings in the entire state. Any other storms out there, primarily across northeast lower, are not severe. You're watching Montmorency County, perhaps heading up in towards the Presque Isle County region, and northern Oscoda County, South Lewiston, where we just had that camera showing you guys. But nothing across southeast Michigan at the current time. That will change as we get into the early morning hours. With this cluster down here in southwest Michigan that is still currently on Lake Michigan, besides the one tiny cell that is moving in through Jamestown Environ Center here soon. That's actually heading towards me, so I'll give you guys an update firsthand on what's going on soon. Also, these thunderstorm warnings are in areas where the temperatures outside are in the low 40s, so it goes to show you that it does not matter if it is 30 degrees outside or 60 degrees outside tonight, you're still going to get severe thunderstorm warnings no matter what, because these storms are elevated in nature.
I have the Rosemont in camera pulled up, Joel, and it's just an absolute lightning show over Lake Michigan as the storm rolls in.
Mm-hmm.
It's just nonstop, almost nonstop lightning.
I'm stretching real quick. I've been standing for a long time.
Yeah, you're fine.
Almost looks like power flashes.
It kind of does.
The distant storms there, but that's the lake water.
Let us know where you guys are watching from tonight. Would appreciate if we can get a hello from every county in Michigan. That'd be kind of cool.
There's a little bit of a base on the Manistee County cell. Very, very, very subtle, but digital zoom here. You can kind of see it out there in the distance. Right there at the center of the screen. Nothing too much to be concerned about. As you can see, this storm is very high up in the atmosphere. It's what we call an elevated storm. But it is somewhat supercellular in nature, and so it does kind of produce a lowering in some cases, and that's what we're kind of seeing out there north of Onekama. Also, this cam, again, as courtesy, goes to credit to Garden Technologies. Top the Hampton Inn there in Manistee, looking to the north. Wow, we just had a lot of comments roll in.
Yep. We missed a lot of them.
So that is this cell, and it definitely has that hook look to it. Bear Lake area. Center of the hail core right now is going to be on Iverson Road at Elkire Road, passing off to the east towards Myers Road and Butwell Road. Also to the north, Keylor Road and Letaw Road. A lot of different road names out there. So 3 severe thunderstorm warnings still remain in effect. Roscommon, Northern Clare, Osceola was just trimmed, so Marion, you are in the clear. And the Manistee counties. Anywhere you see these orange boxes on radar, those are your severe thunderstorm warnings. Also, Roscommon County severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed a little bit more. Houghton Lake, you are now in the clear, as well as, I believe, the Roscommon County Airport. But it continues for Prudenville and St. Helen. Remains in effect till 1:15 a.m. Cell for Clare County. Remains in effect till 1:30 a.m. And Manistee County remains in effect till 1:15 a.m. In fact, on the Manistee cam, there's now lightning starting to show up way back off to the west for the cells that are now, as you can see, moving off onto Lake Michigan from the Manitowoc area. So we'll have to continue to watch these severe thunderstorms as they roll towards the same areas of northern Michigan. We don't have anybody chasing out there tonight. These are just elevated hailers. Not much to report home about, so we're just covering them all on radar. And of course, our weather cameras. We do have a lot of them out there. However, we do need more across northern and central Michigan. So if you are anywhere up here, pretty much north of US 10, we'll take any location. Feel free to reach out to Ryan. Ryan, do you want all the emails sent your way?
Yeah, you can reach out to me. You can reach out to Chandler as well regarding it as well. So we'll kind of tag team it this year.
There you go.
Emails are our first name, Ryan or Chandler, at michiganstormchasers.com.
New cell coming in right now for Leelanau County in the Greeleyville area, south of Sutton's Bay. Could be some small to medium-sized hail there. That's going to be heading up north of Traverse City onto the Grand Traverse Bay, and eventually over into areas that were already hit by some hail tonight near the Elk Rapids and Bel Air area. So we'll keep an eye on that one. That's just popping up. Still some cells with some small hail also across the Oscoda, Montmorency, and now western Alpena County region. Just some statements in effect there. No severe warnings up that way. Decent downpours ongoing in the Ottawa City, Standish, all gray areas heading over towards Huron County. There's some decent downpours and probably some small hail moving into the Caseville region near Bayport. All of the severe weather is up north right now. But we are watching a couple cells starting to move in across southwest Michigan.
Bayport is just non-stop lightning. Take my screen, actually. This is actually insane.
Oh, wow. Flash warning.
The camera.
Cow.
Yeah, we're not going to stand here long for those of you with epilepsy, but this is just insane. It's not letting the camera focus at all. I can't even watch that myself. That's just mesmerizing. It's like, no way I'm getting through that.
Can't stop watching. A lot of lightning out there. And back to our cells in southwest Michigan. Ryan, there's actually a decent wind core, I believe, off in central Lake Michigan with this little line. We'll keep an eye on that one. To the north, though, looks like more of a hail threat, which makes sense because that's what the special marine warning does say. So Allegan, Van Buren County, do watch out along I-196 here in the South Haven area for some larger hail moving in. But right now, no onshore warnings or statements at the current time.
Yeah, look at the that storm you just pointed out over Lake Michigan. Looking at K-Lot as well, there's a little bit of an elevated velocity on that as well. It's not very intense as what IWX radar makes it look like, but there's definitely something there.
Yeah, no tornadoes tonight, for those who are curious. Again, these are all elevated storms. They're not tapping into surface-based instability. So you can still get winds, but you will not get tornadoes. Quick shout out to a couple of our super chats and super stickers coming in. Yoder with a $5 super chat saying shout out to the mod as well as the crew at MSC. It's nice having this up to keep an eye on things. Helps with the nerves. No problem, Yoder. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, we have Fly with a 99-cent super sticker. Thank you very much, Fly. Wrong date on a recent post. Somebody just commented in chat here, Ryan.
There was a little bit of a mix-up when I posted the last warning. I inserted a special weather statement graphic for a warning, but I quickly corrected that. So other than that, I'm not aware of any issues with dates.
Gotcha. There's a Michigan Storm Chasers updated their status. There's a text post on our Facebook page without a graphic on it.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah, but hail size overnight could be 1 to 1.5 inches in diameter at the largest. We haven't seen any 1-inch hail reports yet. But again, we have seen some pretty decent hail cores on these storms. So not be surprised if we do see some hailstones that large at some point.
Did I hear hurricane? I did.
Stop licking my leg. Yeah, he came in to interrupt.
Of course.
Yeah. Hi, bud.
Yeah, that Manistee cell, I think, is the one that looks most appealing.
Yeah, still a nice CC drop on that one. The center of the storm for some large hail. Non-uniform meteorological objects, as we call them. Also seeing that as well north of Harrison. Decent hail core on that. Right along US 127. The hail core in Manistee County right now is continuing off to the east. It's on Big 4 Road, the intersection of Big 4 and Norconk Road. You guys have some weird road names up there in Manistee County. It's hard to pronounce some of them even. Also got Big Bear Road. And let's see if there's one more road out here. Beall Road. So a couple of those roads right in the center of the hail core.
Another LSR from NWS Gaylord of mothball size hail. That's half-inch in diameter. And just to clarify, I did not say golf ball. I said mothball. MOTH. I'm going to go ahead and debut our new camera here, Joel, if you want to take my screen. There's actually some distant lightning. If you look in the center part of your screen there, this is facing west. This is brand new, installed today, courtesy of the Vermontville Fire Department. This is going to be down in the general Lansing region vicinity. I think it's Eaton County, if I'm not mistaken. Again, facing due west. We also have an east-facing cam as well. So would like to thank the Vermontville Fire Department for sponsoring these two cameras. And if you are wondering why it's so high up, it is on the water tower in Vermontville.
Have a good sight
We
line
also, I don't have it pulled up, but we also have an east-facing cam as well. But this will be live on YouTube here in the coming days.
So those are cameras 98 and 99, one shy of 100.
Yep.
Severe thunderstorm warning have been trimmed back from the northwestern corner of Clare County. So if you're just to the east of Marion, in the rural portions of the county, Clare County, I should say, you guys are good. But continues north of Harrison here in the orange box shown on the screen. Prudenville is still in a severe thunderstorm warning, but this cell is now off to your east. It's primarily a St. Helen issue, which we do have a camera there. And actually, that is going to be passing over the camera right now.
Stand by.
And the latest update says it's already over it. Probably some decent hail falling there. Correlation coefficient says there's a little bit of a core. The other one's going to be off to the north, though, north of Harrison. And of course, we continue to watch Manistee County, north of Caliva, south of Coatmish. Just kind of a set of storms everywhere. And in fact, we are now seeing on the cell it's all alone, north of Traverse City on the Grand Traverse Bay, starting to pick up on perhaps radar indications of maybe some larger hail. Correlation coefficient says that there is a little bit of hail being picked up on in this cell. But we'll keep an eye out on this one as it heads towards Elk Rapids. Another half-inch report coming in, Ryan. Halfway between Lake City and Houghton Lake. Hail slightly larger than 1 centimeter. It's the first time I've seen a 1 centimeter hail report instead of using inches. Go ahead and loop these cells. And in fact, as I just mentioned, the cell in the Grand Traverse Bay region, there is now a special marine warning on it. At 1:07 a.m. in this blue box. So this is for boaters, which at 1 a.m. in the morning, there's not going to be too many boaters out there, but
I would hope not.
Happen to be out there at 1 a.m. in the morning. Severe thunderstorm was located near Sutton's Bay or near Old Mission Lighthouse, moving east at 40 knots. Hazard, large hail. Impact, large hail could result in structural or boat damage. Locations impacted include Old Mission Lighthouse, Sutton's Bay, and Elk Rapids. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes. Grand Traverse Bay, Elk Rapids for large hail. It's a special marine warning in the blue box that you see on your screen. So it's like a severe thunderstorm warning over the waters, essentially, if you guys want to think about it that way. If you guys are falling in and out of sleep tonight, we totally understand if you want to jump off for a little bit, especially if you're across southern Michigan. Highly recommend, if you do have a TV, a smart TV specifically, maybe in your bedroom or in a room nearby, crank us up to higher volume and just let us play in the background, because we'll be up for a while watching these cells. Not sure when we'll jump off, because we do have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings still out there and probably another 1 or 2 coming, especially for Antrim County as we watch that cell move across Grand Traverse Bay. But I guess you can count it as ASMR in the background if there's no storms hitting you. So thank you guys for watching if there is no storms near you. Switch
We
back.
actually,
Go ahead.
sorry. I'm looking at mesoanalysis right now in the latest 1 a.m. update. There's actually just a smidge of surface instability down in Southwest Michigan. It's still capped off, but I found that interesting. There is definitely some surface storm field to work with. Take a peek at it if you want to.
You said where?
Just meso for Southwest Michigan, where those storms are coming on shore of.
Yeah, but it's capped pretty well.
Yeah,
If it wasn't capped,
for
it'd be a
sure.
problem. But
Yeah. Yep.
yeah, these storms could get pretty strong here in the next hour or two, just because there's just a lot of instability out there in general, more so than up north. But our MU Cape extends all the way up into the Upper Peninsula. Again, MU stands for most unstable, MU, not MOO. But it's a good way
Is
to
that what
remember
we
it.
call it here?
Yeah,
Moo Cape?
MU Cape, most
Moo
unstable.
Cape. I think that's the first time I've heard somebody actually call it Moo Cape.
I feel like our moderator Julie has mentioned it before. I'm sure
Moo
Julie,
Cape.
yeah,
Maybe.
I'm pretty sure Julie has. I brought it up before, and I think she made a meme out of it.
Uh,
But yeah, these are some pretty decent cells on the Lake Michigan vicinity in Southwest Michigan. Decent downpour at the very least in southern Allegan County right now, north of Bangor. And a couple stronger cells also on Lake Michigan, especially down here heading towards the St. Joseph, Stevensville, Bridgman, and Sherbert Tower Hills Harbor area, I believe is the city name down there. It's the one that's hyphenated. Those are all in the impact zone for this cell heading in towards Berrien County. So that's that cell. We got a couple cells here heading into the Allegan County region. And the cell that was in the Holland-Hudsonville area has kind of fizzled out a little bit according to distant radar, since the Grand Rapids radar is currently down.
I had the Kalamazoo cam pulled up here watching the storms off in Van Buren County work its way toward Kalamazoo in general. Lots of lightning. And that's about the story of the night for any cell, really. Small hail, at least, with some good lightning and isolated pockets of perhaps larger hail mixing in at times. But that's going to be the going rate for tonight. Let's switch over to our Allegan cam. Let's see what's going on up there.
Lightning.
Who would have thought? Camera here in Allegan, courtesy of Cole Concrete. Facing north on the eastern edge of Allegan. That's some really good lightning.
Real-time mesoanalysis is picking up on some stronger wind gusts across all of southern Michigan actually right now, including this batch of cells that is moving onshore in Allegan County. Wind gusts of 40 to 50 are possible. According to real-time mesoanalysis, it says this whole batch of storms is gusty in nature. So would not be surprised if we see some statements moving in very soon up and down here. But if you're anywhere in southern Michigan, we're seeing gusts of 20 to 30 away from the storms right now across southern Michigan. So I was reading in chat here some of your guys' comments about how it's gusty right now, like away from these storms. And that's just because we just have general gusts out there at the current time. So as it stands, any storms in southwest Michigan are confined right now to Allegan and Van Buren counties and Berrien counties, as you can see here on radar. But our main concern right now remains the severe thunderstorm warnings to the north. The one for Roscommon County has just been dropped. We still have the one continuing for Clare and Manistee counties, and we may see an extension into Wexford shortly for this cell that is continuing to show signs of some gusty winds and large hail. In fact, yes, correlation coefficient between Calava and Copemish here, pretty much going straight down 13-mile road, heading towards Missaukee eventually. That is going to be where the center of this hail is located. So Missaukee and Buckley be on alert there in northern Wexford County. The severe thunderstorm that is in northeastern Clare County is now starting to trickle into Gladwin and in far southern Roscommon County yet again, kind of following the same path as some of our earlier storms. And we have a whole barrage of cells that are continuing across Aranac, Iosco, and Ogemaw counties, just all over the place here. Again, any smaller hail is going to be where the pinks and the reds are showing up on your radar. So if you know you live in Ogemaw, southern Iosco, and central Aranac counties, watch out for some small hail in the vicinity of any of these cells. Also, Huron County getting hit pretty hard right now with some very heavy downpours and some smaller hail near Port Austin and Kind. Sorry, I think it's pronounced Kind. Silent E there, and heading over towards Port Hope.
Going back to the wind comment, Joel, take a look at my camera here in Moline. Look at that flag just whipping away there. Oh, let's pause that comment. We have a new warning coming in for Manistee and Wexford County.
That's extension.
Extension, it looks like.
The original severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. It's 1:15, but they have now re-upped it. Here's the new orange box coming in on the screen. The National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for central Wexford County and northeastern Manistee County until 1:45 a.m. At 1:15, a severe thunderstorm was located near Missaukee, or 8 miles southeast of Thompsonville. Moving east at 40 miles per hour, quarter-size hail is radar indicated. Damage to vehicles is expected. This severe thunderstorm will be near Sherman, Missaukee, Harrietta, and Yuma around 1:20 a.m. Boone and Miwataka around 1:25. For protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building, away from windows, as wind-driven hail is possible with the storm. And this is going to be bearing directly down on Missaukee. This is still a decent-looking supercell. Again, if it was lower to the surface, this would be something to be concerned about. But again, it's all elevated storms tonight, so it's just a hail threat with a small wind threat mixed in. But anywhere we see the pinks on radar, this is going to be your large hail. So if you are right now on 13 Mile Road and Benton Road, and kind of in the vicinity of Litzin Road and Viaduct Road, that's kind of the center point of the hail core that is currently passing through extreme northeastern Manistee County. We did take a look at just the VIL, which is our vertically integrated liquid across the state. You'll notice it just took away a bunch of things here. But any of these little blue spots that you see on the screen, so if you're near Posen, Alpena counties, you got Ascota County, you have a couple spots in Ogemaw, Aranac, over here to Huron, northern Gladwin, and of course our main severe thunderstorm warning that we're watching right now heading into the Missaukee area. Those are all hail cores, and in fact, can't forget the one up here towards Elk Rapids as well. All hail cores across northern and central Michigan tonight. And that's the main story as the storms continue to remain elevated, as I just mentioned. So new severe thunderstorm warning just came in, Wexford County and far northeastern Manistee counties till 1:45 a.m. This is for 1-inch hail possible. And there is my first rumble of thunder here at my house.
I heard that.
I have the window wide open, and I actually just felt a strong gust move through too. Branson in chat here says, got hail in Coatmish. Thank you for the report. That is just outside of the severe thunderstorm warning now. Feel free to let us know the size or send us a picture. If you haven't already, feel free to join our Discord channel, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Send reports there, or as always, send them in on Facebook via Messenger with time, location, and measurement next to a ruler or coin if possible. I expect the Clare County severe thunderstorm warning to probably be dropped early. It's in effect till 1:30, but the storm is now pretty much entirely outside of the warning polygon. Could see an extension of maybe a special weather statement or a severe thunderstorm warning heading up towards West Branch with this cell now exiting that severe thunderstorm warning. Just looking at correlation coefficient, once again, this is this pretty red radar. Again, anything in red is going to be your uniform meteorological objects, so raindrops and perhaps some elevated snow droplets. That's all circular in nature. However, hail is not. And so when hail is not circular nature, is non-uniform, is what it's described as. And it'll show up as yellows and greens in our correlation coefficient, which we see kind of scattered throughout every single cell here across north central lower Michigan, and especially up here in east central Manistee County to the south of Coatmish, heading towards Missaukee, where arguably some larger hail is likely falling. We do have to watch out because this cell could be producing 1-inch hail or greater as it heads towards Missaukee. So if you know anybody in the Missaukee area, please share the stream with them. If you don't know anybody in these severe thunderstorm warnings, a like does go a long ways as a reminder. And for southwest Michigan, we are still watching these cells moving on in with some wind and perhaps some hail as well. The strongest storm right now, this is primarily all rain and wind up there in Allegan County, non-severe at the current time. But if there's going to be any severe wind, it's going to be this cell down here in Barron County, which we have continued to watch over the last half hour. This is over central Lake Michigan. So if you're in St. Joseph, Stevensville, Bridgman, please be on alert for some stronger winds and some larger hail there. All these blue boxes on Lake Michigan are special marine warnings, which are basically the equivalent of severe thunderstorm warnings over the water for those who are out boating at the ripe old hour and time of 1:20 in the morning. Which, again, there are freighters out there, so this would probably be for primarily them.
If you are on the lake at 1 o'clock in the morning and you're not on like a freighter, what are you doing out there?
Hey, some good fishing happens after dark. I know there's a couple.
It's
of
a
people
little
out there.
a little early in the year for that, wouldn't you say?
Fishing happens year round. I'm
Well,
sure some people will probably jump in with their comments about fishing here. Happens year round if you really go for it.
Whoops.
And there we go. New one.
Barron?
Yep. Yeah,
2-inch hail? Wait, what?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Huh?
I saw 2 a.m. and I saw hail. I'm like, wait a second, what?
No. This is a normal
I got
warning.
I was gonna say that alert did not sound like a considerable or even destructive warning. So I was like, wait a second.
That's our
All right.
tone. National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much all of Berrien County in southwestern Michigan. In effect till 2 a.m. Ryan's going to take a nice breather there after he had the shock of his life.
Dude. Yeah, go ahead.
At 1:21 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located offshore, 8 miles northwest of Bridgman or 12 miles southwest of St. Joseph, moving east at 50 miles per hour. That's 50. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So this is a wind hazard with this one primarily. The hail risk is below severe limits technically. And we've got a whole list of cities in this severe thunderstorm warning that I'm going to read off. Locations impacted include Niles, Benton Harbor, St. Joseph, Buchanan, Fairplain, Benton Heights, Bridgman, Berrien Springs, Three Oaks, Stevensville, Shorewood Tower Hill, Shorewood Tower Hills Harbor, Bertrand, Dayton, Sodus, Baroda, Shoreham, Eau Claire, Galen, and Union Pier. This includes the following highways of I-196 between the mile markers 0 and 1, and Interstate 94 in Michigan between mile markers 4 and 35. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building away from any exterior walls where trees could come through. Basement's going to be your safest place. Again, St. Joseph, Stevensville, Bridgman, severe thunderstorm warnings, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tree damage is possible. Soils, roof damage with these winds. So if you're in Berrien County, please be alert. Gusty winds. Severe thunderstorm warning for Clare County has been canceled. The thunderstorm that was in Clare County has left the area, and so the warning has been allowed to expire about 7 minutes early. The thunderstorm does continue to show a decent hail core on it. It is traveling right down the Gladwin County, Roscommon County line. These are both rural portions of central Michigan. Its current trajectory is going to keep it off primarily to the south of West Branch. The hail core cannot be that big. Yeah, it is possible. Missaukee, heads up. Looks like the hail core is increased in size, and perhaps you could see some larger hailstones starting to fall. Hail core up to 29,500 feet. Entering me 6, so that could be some decent sized hail. Go ahead and load Wexford County here for all the roads. Realized I was missing all my northern Michigan roads out here. There we go. So the center of this hail core is passing straight down west 16-mile road at north 5.5-mile road. It is kind of also traveling down M115 right now at M115 in north 5-mile road, and also to the south of Betsy Valley Trailway, which is the trail there. So Missaukee is the primary focal point, also going to continue close to Harrietta in the minutes to come, and eventually heading down. If it continues off to the southeast, which is different motion than some of our other cells tonight, this could be heading towards Boone. And once again, Cadillac, you guys aren't into severe thunderstorm warning, but this would be heading off your direction. Hail core has updated, is now directly over downtown Missaukee. If you know anybody in Missaukee, the time is now to be taking shelter away from windows, but we also take hail reports if you're in the Missaukee area. The hail indicator, which is computer generated here by our radar software, says, I kid you not, 2.71 inches in diameter, which is insane. I don't believe it's going to be that large, but we do have a third body scatter spike on this storm. So it's, again, that little blue area you see kind of pushing off the backside of the storm here. That's a sign of the radar beam just getting tossed around in every direction.
Hey, Joel.
Hail. Yes.
We have an update. We have gone to ping pong ball size hail,
Yep.
and for Wexford.
I see that now. Just popped it on weather-wise. So that's good news for Manistee County. Manistee County, you are now out of the warning. You'll see that trimmed in just a second, but the severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded for the hail size to 1.5 inches in diameter, in effect till 1:45 a.m. for central Wexford County. At 1:25, a severe thunderstorm remains located over Missaukee or 15 miles southeast of Thompsonville, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Ping pong ball-sized hail, as Ryan mentioned, is possible. Impact: people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect damage to roof, siding, windows, and vehicles. So yeah, if you have any pets or wildlife outside in this severe thunderstorm warning, please have them get inside if you have time to do so. Again, this is some large hail of ping pong ball size. The winds are under 50 miles per hour. So we are switching between that storm and the other severe thunderstorm warning for wind down here in Berrien County. The central point of the wind right now is still offshore, but the center of the wind gusts are going to be moving in primarily between Stevensville and Bridgman within the coming minutes, eventually heading over towards Baroda. So again, Berrien County, severe thunderstorm warning there, and severe thunderstorm warning for Wexford for a different hazard of large ping pong ball size hail. Also, the cell that was on the Grand Traverse Bay has moved in to the Elk Rapids area and is now heading up towards Bel Air. We could see some large hail moving in here. In fact, there's a scatter spike on this one too, Ryan. Bel Air, do be on alert. It could be severe warned or special weather statement there for central Antrim County in the coming minutes. And we still continue to watch our cluster of cells all across northeast lower that do not have any statements on them at the current time. So this is getting to the point now in the Missaukee area that this is going to be some significant hail perhaps soon. Again, it's 0.25 inches away from a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is a level 2 of 3 severe thunderstorm warning for hail. Again, as a reminder, people and animals outside will be injured with 1.5 inch hail in central Wexford County, so please take shelter inside, away from windows as these winds blow in the hail. If you know anybody in Wexford County, eventually this storm is heading over towards Manton and Cadillac in the US 131 region. And if it continues to stay together, Lake City and McBain over the next hour, please share the stream immediately, as again, this is some large hail. And if you know anyone, especially that might be sleeping next to like a window, for example, you do not want to be in the line of fire of maybe glass getting broken by some larger hail. So please take it seriously. Large 1.5 inch diameter hail in the Missaukee area, according to the severe thunderstorm warning. As a reminder, tornadoes are not the main threat tonight. It is a hail threat primarily, followed by damaging winds, which right now on radar you can see there's 2 separate severe thunderstorm warnings, one's for hail and one's for wind. Wind is Berrien County, hail is for Wexford. Otherwise, no warnings elsewhere anywhere in the state of Michigan. We are still in a mesoscale discussion for a watch possible, a severe thunderstorm watch possible. But that mesoscale discussion expires in the next 45 minutes. So if they're going to issue a watch, it would be within probably by 2 a.m., if anything. But these cells are pretty spaced apart, so it's kind of hard to justify it. It's probably what I'm guessing they're thinking behind the scenes.
Yeah, a lot of those cells further south of the MD that don't look very impressive. I mean, the Berrien County cell that's warned for wind is probably the most impressive.
Yeah.
But even that kind of looks disorganized at the latest couple scans.
You have, oh, wow, it's a lot of lightning out there on your barrage of weather cameras. Yeah. Some of it's just nonstop, which I believe the 4th row on
Take
the
your pick.
right, 4th row down on the right, I believe that's Harbor Beach.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of lightning. That's the one that's I've seen the lightning the most from, courtesy of Guardian Technologies, of course. That one's been showing up a lot. Don't want to stay too long though, because I'm going to go back to the Mi-6 cell. The hail core is now to the east of town. It is still on M115 near the 17 Mile Road region. It's also traveling east down 16 Mile Road, which is a larger road in the area. Again, anywhere you see these blacks and grays on radar is going to be the heaviest of the hail core. 73 to 74 dBz, Ryan, on this hail core right now. Third body scatter spike is just insane on this cell. So this is definitely some large hail falling, and perhaps with the downburst winds in this as well, maybe some 50-mile-per-hour winds in there. But again, this is some very large hail over and east of Mi-6 at the current time. Is anybody watching right now from Wexford County? Curious to see if anybody is in chat, or if anybody knows anybody in Wexford County and are trying to contact them. Also, shout out to Red Dozier, $20 super chat here, watching tonight, saying crazy light show out there. It's pink and orange, the lightning colors. Indeed, it is. We've seen that a couple points here on our weather cameras. Thank you very much, Red, for donating as always and supporting our operations here at MSC. Yes, huge hail in Mi-6. Please share pictures if you have them. Again, don't share them in the live stream. Send them over to our messenger, Michigan Storm Chasers, or on our Facebook page or on our Discord channel. Any way you can get them to us on one of our social media sites that isn't our live stream is widely appreciated. And we can relay it over to the National Weather Service in Gaylord so they can determine on whether or not they need to upgrade the warning if it is very large hail. Also, a couple other viewers watching from Mi-6. Again, all the hail reports are appreciated. Again, we never want to see for large hail. Well, I guess if you do want to see large hail, then we are looking for things such as this third body scatter spike, which is this entire blue area that is just being emitted off the backside of the storm. Again, that's because the beam is just being deflected in all directions due to the large hail inside of the storm. And again, GR2, our radar software here, is depicting, according to just what's happening in the atmosphere, upwards of 2-inch hail possible. Now again, that is just computer generated. It's not actually what's happening, and that could be being taken from the center of the core. It melts as it falls, so it's likely not that large, but again, it's definitely a possibility to see at least 1.5-inch hail here in Mi-6. And again, we're looking for reports. So if you guys have any hail reports, please measure them with a ruler or a coin next to them so you can kind of give it a point of reference. Everyone's hands are different sizes, so hail reports in hands are not going to be helpful. This is primarily tracking to the north side of Cadillac and directly towards Manton, if I had to assume. It is windy here now, actually, at my place in the Lowell area. These are just some gusty showers at the current time. They're not severe. But it's like a batch of wind that is being associated with this rain right now. Nothing severe, but real-time mesoanalysis is picking up on it behind the scenes. So a patch of 35 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts is currently impacting portions of Newaygo, Montcalm, Ionia, Kent, Ottawa, Allegan, and Van Buren counties, according to real-time mesoanalysis. Non-severe winds, of course. Severe winds would start at 60. But again, can't rule out a couple down tree limbs within these gusty showers that are not severe in the Grand Rapids area.
Joel, correct me if I'm wrong, but Lake County is Grand Rapids CWA.
That is correct.
Okay.
As hail core continues to impress. Latest scan brings it now directly on 18, 19, and 20 mile road near 23 mile road north, continuing directly towards Manton. And again, we're likely going to see some large hail. And in fact, we have more cells starting to move into the Manistee region. That batch of severe storms that was over in Green Bay has raced across the lake, and we could see additional severe thunderstorm warnings popping in here soon for Mason or Manistee counties, as all of these cells have perhaps, as you can see on radar in these green triangles here, those 1-inch hail markers, according to the computer-generated information given what we see on radar. So we'll have to keep an eye on more severe thunderstorms moving into Manistee and Mason counties. But at the current time, Wexford County is under the gun the most right now for some 1.5-inch diameter hail and winds under 50 miles per hour. Again, we are without our Grand Rapids radar tonight, so it's hard to see data in the Grand Rapids area in general. We are using distant radars from Detroit, Gaylord, and northern Indiana. And thankfully, for the most part, the West Michigan area has been pretty, I could say the Q word, the quiet word there, for anything severe. The severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Berrien County as well for those 60 mile per hour winds until 2 a.m. The center of our winds here right now in the Stevensville and Bridgman area, as well as over towards Baroda. But this cell has exhibited signs of weakening over the last couple minutes, and they just trimmed the severe thunderstorm warning. Now, Three Oaks and Galen has been removed from the severe thunderstorm warning, and portions of Buchanan as well. So if you're in central Berrien County, 60 mile per hour winds are possible with the severe thunderstorm till 2 a.m. And that again is 60 miles per hour in nature. Almost need rapid scan for this hail core up here in Wexford County. We're getting 5-minute radar scans, which doesn't help us a whole lot, but at least it's better than 10-minute scans. This is again heading towards Manton, Cadillac. Manton and Cadillac, you guys are not in that severe thunderstorm warning. As you can see, the orange box does not include you, but we will likely see an extension here. I would assume probably in the next 10 minutes. This supercell does not show signs of stopping. Go ahead and load in our Missaukee roads. Those will be up next. Missaukee County, this is your heads up now. That supercell is heading your way. No warnings in effect yet. We'll probably see an extension soon. I believe in terms of our models, Ryan, I think the RRFS did the best job in terms of our northern convection tonight. So shout out to the RRFS for getting it pretty nailed down. A lot of cells out there, some supercellular in nature, but they are all elevated as a reminder. So nothing happening towards the surface, just a bunch of hail higher up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, that Berrien County cell continued the warning there, but it's losing its core and its height. It's
Yeah,
collapsing on itself.
yeah. I've been focusing more on the Wexford County cell just because right now it looks more impressive on radar. The Berrien County cell,
Yeah.
the winds continue to fall apart on that.
Yeah, looking at the that CC on that Wexford County cell is
Yeah,
something else.
it's all that blue is the third body scatter spike, everybody, and
The
oof,
probability of severe hail is 100%.
the posh,
That's crazy. Gosh, yep.
the posh. Yeah, there you go. There's your posh radar.
Completely maxed out.
There's a gnat in my room.
That is 70 dBz is 71 dBz is what I'm getting at max.
Oh wow, that latest scan.
Yeah.
That is a wide hail core. I will take a 3D scan, a volumetric scan again.
The good news though, Joel, is gonna miss downtown Gaylord to the north, but it's on a beeline toward Lake City in Missaukee County. I would
Downtown,
expect
you say
Missaukee
downtown
to be
Gaylord?
under. Did I say Gaylord?
You did. Cadillac?
I meant Cadillac, downtown Cadillac. It's gonna miss downtown Cadillac to the north, but it's on a beeline toward Lake City. I would expect a downstream warning for Missaukee County any minute.
Yeah. Here's your volumetric scan. Again, that core is upwards of about 28 to 29,000 feet right now. Anywhere you see this pink is going to be the center of your hail core there. So if we take a look, once again, there's north on the top here. That is, as mentioned, tracking towards Missaukee County, so north of Cadillac.
I had the Manistee cam pulled up, another storm just passing off to the north there. A lot of good lightning over the lake. But would not be shocked to see a couple more warnings incoming for those storms over Lake Michigan moving in.
Ooh, that was bright.
Yes.
Yeah, that is just. It has not. Wow. Correlation. Look at correlation coefficient now.
Yeah.
I mean, they could pull the
It
considerable on this.
I would not be shocked to see a considerable warning on this. The overall lack of severe reports tonight is a little bit more concerning on the uncertainty side of things
Right.
because we've had some pretty good potent looking cells that have failed to produce reports of severe hail. So hopefully this storm is keeping that same track record that it looks very potent on radar. This was probably the most intense storm we've seen tonight. So let's hope that that trend of smaller hail continues. But this storm definitely looks like it has potential to be putting down some pretty big hail.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
it's hard to deny, especially when you have a third body scatter spike with so much blue on it like this. This is usually,
Yeah.
I mean, in cases in the past, especially when I've seen storms out, I'm just comparing it to storms out in the Great Plains, usually 2-inch hail or greater. I'm not saying that that's falling in Wexford County, but again, we usually see third body scatter spikes on the very large hail, especially for storms out west. So just comparing it to storms that I've seen in the past, again, all the blue that you're seeing on correlation coefficient is that third body scatter spike. So it's the data that's getting scattered because of how large the hailstones are on this storm. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm
There's
warning coming in.
Misaki.
They are keeping it level 1 severe.
They're going up to ping pong size for Missaukee County.
Yep.
I also misread that one too as 2.15-inch hail because the time expires when the alert pops in my phone is all smushed together.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like the hail size is actually the expiration time. It's crazy.
Have the details rolling in just a second. I'm assuming you got the graphic on that one.
Yep.
Sweet. So there's the new orange box on your screen. I'll go ahead and switch back to our reflectivity so you can see the center of the hail core in the pinks and the blacks. National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for east central Wexford County and western Missaukee County in northern Michigan until 2:15 a.m. At 1:42, a severe thunderstorm was located over Miwataka, or 9 miles northwest of Cadillac, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Public reports of ping pong ball sized hail, some larger, have been confirmed in Missaukee. Hazard, ping pong ball sized hail. Source, observed. Public. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. This severe thunderstorm will be near Cadillac and Manton around 1:45, Lake City and Jennings around 1:50, and Morey around 1:55. Things are falling outside my house. I'm hearing bangs. Just making sure everything's okay. In Falmouth around 2:10 a.m. Those gusty winds in the Grand Rapids area where I'm currently located out of are impacting my house here, so just got to keep an eye on it. Again, this is 1.5 inch diameter hail observed in Missaukee. So ping pong ball sized hail. This is continuing in between Cadillac and Manton. In the orange box here is your severe thunderstorm warning. The previous severe thunderstorm warning, good news there, has been canceled. So Missaukee, Buckley, Harrietta, you guys are in the clear. But again, this is the new warning downstream for primarily west central Missaukee County, which includes Lake City and Falmouth. And again, this is quite the supercell, although it's becoming more disorganized in the latest scan. Still showing signs of some large hail falling. And again, as mentioned, we do have public reports of ping pong ball sized hail sent into the National Weather Service Gaylord. So if any one of you guys did that, we do appreciate you guys for sending that in. We'll have to take a look behind the scenes and see if we can find any of those photos ourselves. But again, if you guys want to send them directly to the National Weather Service, that is the best thing you could possibly do. Those cells continuing into Manistee and Mason County are exhibiting signs of perhaps strengthening for hail, so we'll have to keep an eye on those as they are now moving on shore along US 31 between Onekama and Manistee and north of Ludington, north of US 10, near North Epworth. Quick reset right now, we do have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect. The Berrien County severe thunderstorm warning has fallen below severe criteria, and so the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Berrien County. That was previously for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We now just have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Wexford and Missaukee County for 1.5 inch diameter hail. As I mentioned, quick reset, current time 1:47 a.m. We are an hour, 2.5 now of severe weather coverage here at Michigan Storm Chasers. We stay live from beginning to end for all severe weather in the state of Michigan, for all severe weather events. So if you're new here to the state of Michigan, feel free to hit the follow button, click the follow button. English is hard tonight for me, I guess. But again, we do appreciate you guys following. If you're new here for the first time, welcome to the MSC family. With the barrage of severe thunderstorm warnings we've had tonight in the state of Michigan, we have now covered over the last 700 straight severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in the state of Michigan. That is dating back to late 2023. So we are committed to our coverage here at Michigan Storm Chasers. So all the more reason to hit that follow button if you are living here in the state of Michigan. Power went off in Grand Rapids. The wind is wreaking havoc, but there is no severe weather in the Grand Rapids area. It is just gusty showers at the current time. Localized pocket of wind moving through with the gusty showers there. Again, no severe thunderstorms anywhere in southwest Michigan. There's just the only one in Wexford and Missaukee County up here in north central lower Michigan. Very, very close to Cadillac at the current time, but just to the north.
Okay. Missaukee is Wexford County. That's Gaylord.
Yes, that is correct.
I got a report here behind the scenes.
Michigan Weather Reports, by the way, is our community page on Facebook if you guys would like to join and submit some damage reports there. It's easy for you guys. Yeah, those winds are... Ooh, that's a big gust. Ryan, I hope you have, just in case, I'm going to knock on wood right now, hopefully you have the streaming software ready just in case. I will say that, just in case I do lose power out of randomness, because it is very, very gusty right now in the Grand Rapids area. It's happened before. Well, we had a statement and a warning pop in the exact same time here, so we'll go ahead and read the details. First and foremost, we'll go in order. So, Manistee County's new special weather statement popping in. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and switch it over to weather-wise because you can see the statement here. Here's your special weather statement. National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm impacting northwestern Wexford and central Manistee counties through at least 2:15 a.m. At 1:49, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Norwalk, or 10 miles northeast of Manistee, and it's moving east at 60 miles per hour. That is 6-0, with nickel-sized hail leading the way for your hazard. Minor hail damage to vegetation is possible. Locations impacted by the special weather statement include Sherman, Calava, Onekama, Missaukee, Bear Lake, Harrietta, Brethren, Norwalk, Yuma, Orchard Beach State Park, and Wildwood. Frequent cloud-to-ground lightning also occurring with the storm. Lightning can strike 10 miles away from thunderstorms. Please seek safe shelter inside a building or vehicle until the storm is passed. So Missaukee just got done with that very large hail. Unfortunately, we have another storm heading your way within the next half hour. So again, moving off to the east at 60 with that one. And here comes your new severe thunderstorm warning popping in. This is for Mason County. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids is responsible for issuing this one for northern Mason County in west central Michigan until 2:30 a.m. At 1:49 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located offshore near Ludington State Park, or 8 miles northwest of Ludington, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Again, 60 miles per hour, and it does have perhaps 60 mile per hour wind gusts, 60 once again, and quarter-sized hail. Impact damage, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Wind damage to roof siding and trees also possible. Locations impacted include Ludington, Scottville, Fountain, Free Soil, Hamlin Lake, Ludington State Park, Custer, and Walhalla. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building, and I will say this, away from windows. 60 mile per hour winds with hail is not a good mixture. So you can see some wind-driven hail being blown into windows tonight across northern Mason County now, which is in the Grand Rapids jurisdiction. So as a reminder, even with the radar down, it does not stop the warning process from the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. They are still able to issue warnings. They're just going to be using the other radar sites around us, just like what we're doing here at Michigan Storm Chasers. So severe thunderstorm warning, northern Mason County just came in, north of Ludington and north of US 10 until 2:30. The special weather statement for central Manistee County until 2:15. And the severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Wexford and Missaukee counties until 2:15 for perhaps ping pong ball sized hail. That is heading towards Lake City at the current time.
I had to watch the very far northern tip of Huron County by Port Austin. There is a beefy looking cell that will clip the northern part of the thumb there next couple of minutes. I had the Port Austin cam pulled up. It is an absolute downpour and absolute light show.
Wow.
It sounds like Joel's having fun at his house right now.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
Something just fell on our roof. Ooh, yeah, we're getting estimated winds of about 45 here in the Lowell area.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Whoa,
Ooh, that was a huge lightning bolt.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a good light show there.
The worst of the core is not even over it either.
So that is this cell up here in Huron County.
Not currently warned, but I wouldn't be shocked if they do like a statement or even a warning for it. It's got a decent core actually on this cell. Yeah, check out the core on that, Joel.
I will go ahead and do that. Oh yeah, that's decent for sure. especially with correlation coefficient. 25,000 feet. Yeah, that's pretty decent.
Got a nice large VIL and also Posh core on it. But we'll see here in a second if there's any hail falling with it. Can I tilt this down just a bit? I can. Cool. Whoa.
That is going to be well needed because that is going to be for this entire cluster of gusty showers.
Yeah.
I would have to imagine. This is a developing situation, I will say, across the Grand Rapids area. Consumers Energy reporting over 2,500 outages now, primarily in Kent and Ottawa County. If I switch over to my screen here, you can see a bunch of outages coming in, kind of scattered in nature. But again, this is in the vicinity of my host of operations here. So again, I'm telling you now, Ryan, to be on standby in case, for whatever reason, I lose power. Very gusty winds moving across Kent, Ottawa, and eventually Ionia counties here, and even portions of Allegan and Barrie over the coming minutes. So that special weather statement is for literally gusty showers. As you can see here on your screen, there is the special weather statement in effect for Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, Clinton, Allegan, Barrie, Eaton, Ingham, Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun, and Jackson counties. Special weather statement in effect for all of those counties through 6 a.m. and may cause damage and power outages for gusts up to 50 miles per hour possible. So gusty
Joel?
showers. Go ahead.
It just got a ASOS report at the Grand Rapids airport of 58.7.
Jeez. I see the wind barb is pretty high there. So developing situation. Again, this is my house, pretty much. For those who don't realize, I am situated in the kind of the Lowell area here, which is very, very close to that 58 mile per hour gust. So, and I'm hosting this live stream. So if we lose power, we'll come back live. Ryan will get you covered. He'll be the main host, and you won't see me the rest of the night because my power will be out. So these winds continuing through 6 a.m., that's not great for hosting privileges, but we're going to have our fingers crossed and hope that we do not lose power here. And hey, look at that. Huron County coming in too. National Weather Service in Detroit has issued a special weather statement for northern Huron County through 3 a.m. Doppler radar indicating a strong thunderstorm at 1:55 near Port Austin, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Penny-sized hail is the main hazard, and this strong thunderstorm is going to be near Port Austin right now around 2 a.m. Other locations impacted by this strong thunderstorm include Port Crescent State Park, Grindstone City, Redmond, and Huron City. Frequent cloud ground lightning also occurring with this cell in northern Huron County. We'll go back to GR2 radar here to show you guys the severe thunderstorm warning updates. The hail core is started to shrink a little bit. However, correlation coefficient still depicts a very large hail core with some larger hailstones falling heading towards the Lake City area still at the current time. So Lake City, you've got probably 2 minutes before large hail starts falling. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Mason County as well for 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts as well. So 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and a very large special weather statement out there for West Michigan. I would imagine that's probably worth a post.
What is? What is?
The special weather statement.
It is.
Okay. Appreciate it. Sounds like 60 to 70 miles per hour in Kentwood. Again, 58 mile per hour gusts confirmed, you said, Ryan, at the Grand Rapids Airport?
Yep, that's via ASOS station.
Jeez.
Port Austin's getting slammed right now.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and switch back real quick. There's another big gust coming through. switch back to our GR2 or our weather-wise, so I can draw on the radar here. And as a reminder, if the stream randomly cuts out, it is because I lost power. I'm in the special weather statement in the Grand Rapids area right now for 50-mile-per-hour gusts overnight. Please let me zoom out. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and do some circling on radar here right now. So first and foremost, the special weather statement that you see right here on your screen, that is for gusty showers of 50-mile-per-hour winds across all of West Michigan. Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, Clinton, Allegan, Barry, Eaton, Ingham, Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun, and Jackson counties. 50-mile-per-hour winds. Special weather statement in the thumb. That is going to be for some nickel-sized hail. Also have some smaller hail occurring up here near All Gray and Taiwan City. And then we have a boatload of severe thunderstorm warnings now ongoing across the Cadillac region, northwest lower Michigan, including a new warning that is just now rolling in for a storm in Manistee County. So we'll go ahead and get the details on that. So here's your new severe thunderstorm warning, and the hail core is looking more impressive now on this one. Unfortunately, some of the same locations here that have been hit already tonight, but the National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Benzie, northwestern Wexford, southwestern Grand Traverse, and northeastern Manistee counties in northern Michigan until 2:30 a.m. At 2 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Bear Lake, or 11 miles southwest of Thompsonville, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazards are quarter-sized hail. It is radar indicated. Damage to vehicles is expected, and this severe thunderstorm will be near Thompsonville and Copemish around 2:05, Buckley 2:15, and Carlin around 2:20 a.m. Other locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Wallen and Pere Marquette State Forest. Large hail damaging winds, continuous ground-to-ground lightning is occurring with this severe thunderstorm. 1-inch hail and winds under 50 miles per hour for the Bear Lake Arcadia region as this strong to severe thunderstorm moves through. That's a decent pocket of wind. I'm surprised they did not issue it for wind as well there. But it does take a little bit to mix down to the surface, so that's likely what's ongoing. But Bear Lake, do be advised, there could be some very strong winds moving through right now, as well as in Onekama. And this is, again, tracking off to the northeast towards Thompsonville and Copemish. So you have a storm moving off to the northeast in the Bear Lake area, a storm moving off to the southeast in the Cadillac region, and a storm moving off due east in the free soil region. So all this different motion out there tonight with all these cells. Speaking of the Missaukee County cell, the hail core just will not give up. We still have a third body scatter spike out there, very large one at that, for the Lake City cell. If you're in Lake City right now, the cell is on the lake, so some probably large hail falling into the lake. Oak Drive, also along Jennings Road here. Again, not too many roads because of the lake in the area. A lot of private roads as well. Goose Lake Road and Green Road. All of these roads near Lake City and about to cross over M55 on Lakeshore Drive here. So, very large hail moving to Lake City right now. This severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for ping pong ball sized hail. That's 1.5 inches in diameter. That will cause injury to animals outside and even people as well. So if you know anybody or if you yourself have animals outside tonight in the severe thunderstorm warning, specifically for Missaukee County, that is some very large damaging hail. It could cause some serious injury for the Missaukee County region. Again, as a reminder for those who are all just tuning in from the West Michigan region, there's a blanketed special weather statement in effect for gusty showers with 50-mile-per-hour gusts possible in any gusty showers tonight. There's no severe thunderstorms. It's literally just rain with winds in it, essentially, at this point. So,
Joel, just a couple of reports out of the Kent, Allegan, and Ottawa County areas of wind gusts. The airport there, 59 miles per hour. Up in Coopersville, 52 miles per hour. Grand Valley State University, 58 miles per hour. Zealand, 52 miles per hour. Unconfirmed, Forest Grove, which is in the very far southern part of Ottawa County, says 67. And then over in the South Holland area, both 50 and 56 mile per hour gusts there. Douglas 45 miles per hour, Wayland 45 as well. So pretty strong gusts occurring in that general Grand Rapids southern metro region.
What time are all those gusts at?
I could not tell you that, unfortunately.
Okay.
It's since midnight, so it's today at
Gotcha.
some point.
If I take a look at real-time mesoanalysis, backing up to 1 a.m., these were approximated wind gusts ongoing across much of West Michigan. You see some 60 to 65 mile per hour reports there across the Lake Michigan vicinity. That, of course, right there, that patch of brown and white on Lake Michigan is that severe thunderstorm that was moving on. But within all of this gusty rain showers, you can see that was just going to be a problem. And fast forwarding it, you can see to right now, there's your gust out at the airport, about 50 to 55 miles per hour there in the Kent County region, where we're seeing over 3,000 power outages coming in. So we do have a trim of the severe thunderstorm warning. East Central Wexford County, you guys are no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. However, we have to still talk about Wexford County here, because guess what? Northwest Wexford County is in a severe thunderstorm warning for that new cell that is moving through the Bear Lake area. It's going to be heading up primarily towards Thompsonville and Coatmish, eventually towards Buckley, which is in far northwest Wexford County. But this is going to be, as it stands right now, primarily a northern Manistee County concern in southern Benzie County. But do be advised, if you are in southern Grand Traverse and northwest Wexford County, the cell's heading your way at 40 miles per hour. The other one was 60, I believe. Or it has been changed to 40 miles per hour. It was moving a lot faster. Yeah, so just a rare case of some symptotic winds out there tonight, gusting down to the surface in the Grand Rapids area. Again, it's just gusty showers. There's no actual thunderstorms really associated. We did have a couple cells that were moving on shore across the Van Buren County region. However, as you can see over the last 30 minutes even, all of those cells just completely went kaput and turned into just normal rain showers. So at the current time, no severe weather expected across southwest Michigan and West Michigan. We do still have to watch continuous cells later this morning and later this afternoon moving in from the Wisconsin and Illinois region. But as it stands right now, severe weather does continue across northwest lower Michigan. Also, a shout out to our northwest Michigan trusted partner, A-Class Construction and Restoration up there. They are the go-to for all of your roofing and siding repair needs. And after this storm tonight, we could see a huge need for that. So again, turn to someone that you can trust, licensed and insured, A-Class Construction and Restoration there in northern Michigan. So Missaukee County, that's your ping pong ball sized hailstorm. 1 inch hail only for Manistee County, eventually heading towards Benzie County. And if you're in Mason County, that's going to be your 60 mile per hour winds and quarter sized hail. This is primarily over Free Soil and Fountain right now, and it's heading just to the north of Walhalla. Continues off to the east. It'll be over rural portions of northwestern Lake County within the next 15 to 20 minutes. These are the only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state. Everywhere else is fine right now. However, we do have some strong thunderstorms in All Gray, which is Aranet County, and in Port Austin, which is in Huron County. Hail right now primarily nickel size, which is just below severe criteria. Would not be surprised if another warning or 2 pops up over here. But at the current time, those are not occurring. Quick downpour also occurring in Gaylord, maybe a tiny little bit of pea-sized hail just northeast of Gaylord right now. That cell is racing off to the east towards rural Montmorency County. Also have a couple showers up here in eastern Upper Peninsula around the Straits, and even up here towards Rudyard in Stalwart in Chippewa County. But those are not severe, and it's 37 degrees up there, and you'd think there might be some hail, but at the current time, those are not showing a hail risk.
LSR just went out for ping pong ball size hail in Wexford.
Wexford County where?
Sorry, Missaukee.
Missaukee, got it. From earlier, I would imagine.
Yes.
Got it. Another big gust coming through here at my house. Storm Prediction Center also released their outlook. I see it has not been changed much for today, meaning the rest of Tuesday. Site risk continues. The center of the hail core for our ping pong ball size hail right now, if anything, is going to be on Turnerville Road at Lowton Road and Lowton Road at Forward Road in the vicinity of Kelly Road. So this is just to the north of Falmouth current time. Anywhere you see these pinks and these grays and blacks on radar, that is going to be your very large raindrops that are turning into hailstones. All this rain is being advected very high into the freezing layer up there tonight. Given the fact that these storms are already elevated in nature anyways, most of these storms are colder in nature. Every single one of these cells out there tonight does produce, or does have a chance of producing some severe hail. As you can see, there's a lot of red and pink on radar tonight with every single individual cell, which is pretty well reflected in our model runs that we were looking at earlier in the briefing tonight and yesterday, especially from the RRFS. Special marine warning does continue as well. We're also watching this cell, which would be, what, the third or fourth at this point, moving into the Manistee region, still offshore. That is the trim that has just come in. 11 nautical miles northwest of Manistee Light, moving east at 35 knots. Large hail of over 0.75 inches possible. So that's another cell we're going to have to track as it comes on shore in the next half hour. But right now we have 3 severe: Mason County, Manistee, Benzie, and Missaukee County. Missaukee in effect until 2:15. Manistee, Benzie in effect till 2:30. Mason County in effect till 2:30. So yeah, 3 minutes left in Missaukee and about 17 minutes left on the other 2 further back to the west. Yes, the cell offshore is heading for Onekama. If you know anybody in the Onekama region, if you know anybody that is pretty much all across this US 10 corridor tonight, and you haven't shared the stream with them yet, highly encourage you guys to do so. If you don't know anybody, again, the like button is going to be your friend as it helps push it into the algorithm of your fellow Michiganders. As always, here at Michigan Storm Chasers, we say, show you care, like and share. Any other information coming in behind the scenes, Ryan, at the current time?
Not at this current time.
Okay. New warning incoming. Lake County once again. I think this is probably their 3rd severe thunderstorm warning as well tonight. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids is responsible for this one. They have issued this severe thunderstorm warning for Lake County in west central Michigan until 3 a.m. At 2:12 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles south of Dublin, or 13 miles northwest of Baldwin, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Hazard is 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. It's radar indicated, and locations impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning include Luther, Irons, Bristol, Wolf Lake, and Sauble Lakes. Please move away from windows if you are near them and exterior walls, as tree limbs could come down, as well as trees in general. So Lake County is your new severe thunderstorm warning, as it has now pretty much left Mason County and it's racing off to the east. All rural locations of Lake County, M37 corridor is going to be soon. Sauble, Peacock, and Little Manistee, as well as Irons are all cities up first and being currently impacted by this severe thunderstorm. Current location, centralized location, is in Sauble. Nearest road right now is 5 Mile Road in Hamilton Road. There's actually really no roads out here other than that. Also Irons Road that heads up towards Irons, and 8 Mile Road. Yes, if you're new here to the channel, again, we're live anytime there's a severe warning in the state of Michigan. Haven't missed a single one in 2024, 2025, and so far in 2026. Good news, although I don't know, because it still looks like there's some hail falling, some decent sized hail in Missaukee County. The severe thunderstorm warning has run out of time. It is currently 2:15 a.m. So Missaukee County, no warning, and I should just stop speaking because guess what? There's another one coming in. How many times does that happen tonight? 3? Oh, it's expired. Well, I'm sure they'll probably issue a new one. Yeah, sure enough, there it is. So new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for the cell I was literally saying the warning is expired for. It's kind of a smaller box. And here's what the text reads. The National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Roscommon County and southeastern Missaukee County until 2:45 a.m. At 2:15 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Falmouth, or 9 miles southeast of Lake City, moving east at 35 miles per hour, a lot slower than the predecessors to the west. Quarter-sized hail is the main hazard with the storm. Damage to vehicles is expected. Mottersville, 2:20 a.m., and Houghton Lake around 2:25 a.m. for this severe thunderstorm. Large hail-damaging winds, continuous cloud-to-ground lightning is all occurring with this thunderstorm. Once again, 1-inch hail, so downgraded from ping pong ball size to just normal 1-inch hail, and wind gusts under 50 miles per hour for the Falmouth area. Center of the storm is in Falmouth, also over Dinka, Prosper, and Butterfield at the current time, and it's heading into Mottersville and Dolph very, very soon. Merritt also up soon, and Houghton Lake Wildlife Research Area. Some smaller cities and points of interest to note in this severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning to the north has been trimmed for Bear Lake in Arcadia. You guys are no longer in it. Large hail continuing in the Thompsonville and Copemish area of 1 inch in diameter. And this is now crossing very soon into extreme northern Wexford counties again and southwest Grand Traverse County. Also, we will have to watch out for the secondary cell to the south, which is impacting, once again, Missaukee here in Wexford County. This could go severe warned as well for larger hail. Correlation coefficient radar, just to check out where the non-uniform precipitation is falling. There is some of it in Thompsonville and Missaukee right now, as well as in the Luther area. A little bit of a tiny third body scatter spike shooting out towards Walhalla. In Mottersville, also with a decent hail core still on it, which is why they reissued that severe thunderstorm warning. As a reminder, special weather statement remains in effect for about, I think it's 12 counties here in West Michigan for gusty showers. That's literally it, gusty showers. 50 mile per hour winds possible, and we have seen gusts of 55 to 60 within these gusty showers across West Michigan tonight. So not severe weather, but it is just rain showers with syncrotic winds gusting down to the surface of 50 mile per hour plus. That's your update for West Michigan, but there's no warnings in effect at the current time, just a special weather statement. Wow, there's a lot of hail reports coming in on one of our severe thunderstorm warning posts from 18 minutes ago. That is the severe thunderstorm warning that was posted for Benzie, Manistee, Grand Traverse, and Wexford counties. 5 comments, and they're all hail reports. So thank you guys for sending those in. We'll have to send those over to the National Weather Service. I see Yeah, you probably saw them as well, Ryan. It's the Mesick ones,
Yep.
but
Yeah, NWS is aware of the hail there, so sending more wouldn't really benefit at this point.
yeah. But they've had what 3 or 4 different cells tonight, so kind of the intersecting line for all of these cells. Hail core continues to rebound in the Mottersville area. Third eye scatter spike still there. So Mottersville, Butterfield, Dolph, and the Houghton Lake Wildlife Research Area, all impacted by this severe thunderstorm warning. And in fact, our weather camera, I believe, is technically in the severe thunderstorm warning. Maybe not.
Maybe just outside, I
Just out,
believe.
just outside.
I do have it pulled up. There's not much going on though.
Yeah, and our camera faces north there too.
Oh, there's a lightning strike. I spoke too soon.
We have a history of doing that tonight, I guess. Speaking too soon.
There, it was just a not like a black screen, but it was just, oh, take it, take it. There is a tail cloud. Let's just wait for lightning. Center left of your screen, you're going to see the cloud. We're probably going to sit here for a minute. There's going to be no lightning. Just wait. We're going to switch the scenes. It's gonna light up.
Yep.
But there is a pretty picturesque tail cloud that sticks out to the right side of the screen. Come on.
Should I hit the button just to trigger it?
I will cry if you do. Come on. There's like two lightning strikes back to back.
Well, the storm is approaching Houghton Lake too, so we should see an increase. There's one lightning strike that was very dull, but yeah, we've got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings for those who are just tuning in. One is heading south of Traverse City. One is in Lake County, rural portions of Lake County.
There it is.
And Missaukee County. Is that good enough?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Okay, I didn't see it. I'm just gonna take your word for it. So I was reading off the radar. Big lightning's about to happen now.
Small one.
Just reading through some of the comments now. Just make sure I'm not missing any information or hail reports here. It's pronounced
Whoa.
what? Big one?
Whoa. There's a bolt over the lake. You best believe I'm going back to clip that.
Sounds good.
This camera is live over on our second channel, Michigan Weather Network. If you go back for yourself at 2:22, about 44 seconds, that was a beautiful bolt.
We're getting about to that point now, taking a look back at our storms on radar here, that we will probably see yet another severe thunderstorm warning being issued for Manistee County soon, just for some more 1-inch hail that's moving onshore. This is going to pretty much hit central Manistee County this time around. This will be Manistee to Onekama, which includes surrounding cities such as Stronach and Eastlake. So be advised if you're in Manistee and Onekama and Bear Lake, the cell is moving onshore. This is hopefully one of the last, so we can maybe get some sleep tonight, but highly doubt it. And again, it's just along that stationary front that's out there tonight. So it's just extra lift that's allowing these storms to just continue to train over the same areas. And it lines up actually pretty well with our precipitation map that we released this morning. For the greatest chance at 1 to 1.5 inches of rain as these storms continue to just downpour across the US 10 corridor. New scan coming in, that cell is now onshore in Manistee County. It's not severe, warned, but be advised, perhaps some strong to severe level hail there of 1 inch in diameter possible. Severe hail does continue into the Buckley area, far northern Wexford, southern Grand Traverse. Now here's the funny thing is people that live in Traverse City County area that I've heard, I don't know if this is true for everybody, but Traverse City is, pronounced Traverse, but the county name is pronounced Grand Traverse. So I'm sure there's probably people that disagree, but that is what I've heard from those who natively live in the Traverse City area. So it's pronounced differently. That is just what I was told. So Grand Traverse County, but it's Traverse City. But yeah, Grand Traverse County in northern Wexford County. For severe thunderstorm warning number 1. Number 2, down here to the south, Central Lake County, heading into Luther, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds there. And our hail core continues to just fluctuate up and down here in Mottersville, which is going to be portions of southeastern Missaukee County, and it's heading into Roscommon County. And hey, look, I spoke it into existence. Guess who's got a severe thunderstorm warning popping in? That's right, Manistee County. The National Weather Service and Gaylord issued this severe thunderstorm warning for southern Manistee County in northern Michigan until 3 a.m. At 2:25, a severe thunderstorm was located over Orchard Beach State Park, or in Manistee, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Quarter-sized hail. It's radar indicated. Severe thunderstorm will be near East Lake, Onekama, Norwalk around 2:30 a.m., Brethren around 2:35, Wellston around 2:40, and Dublin around 2:45 a.m. Other locations impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning include Star Crossing, 1-inch hail and winds less than 50 mile per hour. So we have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings right now.
I'll have a video of that lightning on the page here in just 2 seconds. I'm putting it up right now.
Sweet. You have to get that new warning as well, unless you want me to get it.
It's already on.
Oh, perfect. You are so fast. Current time right now, though, 2:27. 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. All of them are scrolling on the bottom of the screen. Highest active alert, of course, is a severe thunderstorm warning. Up here in the top, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma, alongside President of Operations Ryan, right below me. And we've been live now for 3 hours and 13 minutes with nonstop severe thunderstorm warnings across northern and central Michigan, with 1 severe thunderstorm warning previously in Berrien County. So this has primarily been a stationary front hail risk tonight so far. And the warnings don't look like they're going to be stopping until at least 3 a.m. And continued motion on this with the extra lift out there is going to continue these storms well into the 4 o'clock and probably 5 o'clock time frame, if I had to guess as well. We have people in chat saying Traverse City and Traverse County are pronounced the same. So somebody's lying.
We're going to settle this debate right now.
Well, is it going to give you the county name and the city name separate, though, is the question on the pronunciation
Yes.
guide.
Yes, it will.
All right.
We are about to find out.
Also, if you guys can see it on radar here, anywhere you see the orange boxes are your severe thunderstorm warning boxes. So if you know where you live on a county-based map, when it's not showing all the cities, you're doing yourself a great service for staying weather aware. As you can see, number 1 out to the east, that is going to be in the Houghton Lake area. It's pretty much over Mottersville right now. Cell 2, which is the southernmost, is in Central Lake County. Cell 3, which is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, is passing between Onekama and Manistee. And Cell 4 in the Buckley region, south of Traverse City. Interesting.
Okay, so it is Traverse City.
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta find the G's. All the way back up. It is Grand Traverse.
And see,
So,
that's what I used to pronounce it as prior to somebody telling me last year that it was Grand Traverse. So
you know, I heard the exact same thing as you. I thought it was Grand Traverse as well. In fact, I probably said a few times on severe coverage, well,
back to
one of
the
those
old way.
Michigan things, I guess.
Yep. Back to the old way.
I'll probably still call it Grand Traverse in the future.
Yep. Small hail and Manistee from Shelby here. Thank you very much, Shelby. If you have any reports of severe in any of these warnings, which there's now only 3, the severe thunderstorm warning for Grand Traverse County and Wexford County has been dropped.
You mean Grand Traverse?
Stop it.
No.
Also, no change from the Storm Prediction Center for their day 1 outlook. The tornado, wind, and hail risk are all the same for those who follow the Storm Prediction Center.
Two new outages coming in just north of Portland along the Ionia area.
Stop it. That's close to me.
Luckily, where you're at, there's nothing around you, locally at least.
Yeah, that area of gusty winds is moving over into Clinton County now, Lansing area. This has been a pretty impressive cell, by the way. Looking back at radar here, this is the cell that had that ping pong ball size hail. Still is exhibiting a supercellular look to it, with more cells merging in. And this is now in the Houghton Lake area. Heavier rain now starting to fall in Houghton Lake, which I believe you have the camera for. Yes, you do. You actually see the wind moving to the west on camera there, so moving backwards.
The video of the lightning over the lake is now posted on all socials. I actually added a little bit of a slowed down look to it for you guys as well. So you have the full speed and a slowed down speed as well. Also, thank you to Backdoor Saloon for being the sponsor of this camera. They have continued the warning.
Yep, it's been trimmed a little bit. Fall mouth is
Quarter
no longer.
size hail. Quarter size hail is your threat there. On the camera that we were just looking at a few seconds ago, the worst of the hail core is literally just off to the south. So the first storm that went through missed just to the north, and now this cell going through is now missing to the south. So
yeah,
I guess if you want to avoid the worst of the storm, just buy one of our cameras. It'll go north and south of you.
Yeah.
Obviously joking, but that's how it's played out tonight.
Yep. Well, the Manistee camera has been impacted pretty much 2 or 3 times tonight, so.
That first cell did go north, though, so the repellent still works.
Yeah. Looking at some of the comments. Yeah, no tornadoes tonight. Sheets of rain northwest corner of the city of Cadillac, but no hail. Thank you for the report there. Northern Indiana dropped the ball in Union City. That's not true. They had warnings out ahead of time on that one. I don't know why we're talking about Union City right now. But they definitely had warning out ahead of time for that. And we were actually live tracking that, Ryan, for an hour ahead of time.
Yeah, there was plenty of lead time for those warnings. There's actually a forecast as well for tornadoes in that area as well, leading up to the event. So,
got hail in Houghton
that
Lake.
hail core.
Nosy in chat here says hail in Houghton Lake. How big?
For those of you further south, across South Michigan, there are some showers working their way through the state. Coldwater, Marshall up to Lansing right now. And those are not severe in nature. However, they may have strong gusty winds. There are several reports back across Ottawa, Kent, and Allegan counties between 45 to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts outside of the thunderstorms. So, you guys further south, there's no chance tonight, really, for anything severe wise, but you may have close to severe level gusts outside of any rain or thunderstorms, if that makes sense. It's weird,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just gonna be gusty tonight. There's no real severe threat down there.
See a couple mentions of it getting gusty in Lansing now. That is definitely true. I'm seeing on the real-time meso analysis as well. Shannon says quarter-sized hail report in Bear Lake. Thunder and lightning constant over an hour. If you have that hail, that 1-inch hail report from the Bear Lake area, again, that's going to be, I don't know if that was the cell that was previously thunderstorm warned or if it's the one that's coming through right now. Let us know. Definitely attach a time, location, and measurement with a ruler or a coin on that, if possible, please, and send that in to us or your local National Weather Service. Bear Lake is covered by the National Weather Service in Gaylord, so feel free to message them. New warning coming in. That's going to be Osceola, so an extension of our southern cell. And again, if you guys didn't hear it the 4 times I've said it, the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids can still issue warnings without an active radar. They are just using Gaylord's radar up to the north tonight for these cells that are along the northern half of the jurisdiction. We also have a new mesoscale discussion coming in right now for these cells. I just saw it to pop in. I'll read the severe thunderstorm warning first. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Osceola County in central Michigan until 3:15 a.m. At 2:35 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles east of Luther, or 14 miles southwest of Cadillac, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. It is radar indicated. Hail damage to vehicles is expected, with wind damage to roof setting and trees also possible. Locations impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning for Osceola County include Everett, Marion, Highland, Leroy, Tustin, Sears, Sunrise Lake, Avondale, Rose Lake, Dighton, and Ashton. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Please stay away from exterior walls and windows that could be impacted by falling trees or wind-driven hail, as hail could be 1 inch in diameter or greater. We are not looking at southern Michigan right now, as there is no severe thunderstorms in southern Michigan. As a reminder, we are mentioning the special weather statement that is in effect, but there is no actual convection, which means thunderstorms ongoing in southern Michigan. So our primary focal point is always going to be the severe thunderstorm warnings. That's just how we do it here at Michigan Storm Chasers. A mesoscale. Yeah, as I say, the mesoscale. We'll try and restart
The
that. The
mesoscale discussion extends from about Manistee over to about the thumb of Michigan. Basically, it says there's potential for severe hail still with these storms. However, the chance of a watch being issued is only 20%, so it's unlikely to be issued. That area there in the map. Over basically hugging Bayport over in the thumb all the way back to Manistee, basically just signaling the storms that are currently ongoing across northern lower Michigan.
Yeah, so this big cluster that has 4 severe thunderstorm warnings on it right now. They're just watching it a little extra carefully, but severe thunderstorm watch not expected. Severe thunderstorm warnings obviously still are. As we can see, there are 4 in effect. Nickel-sized hail in Houghton Lake now done. Thank you for the report there. Onekama, 2:37 a.m. Pea-sized hail. Thank you for the report there. Appreciate you guys. Say mesoscale discussion 10 times fast. I will not. And I don't think Ryan will either, so.
Only for compensation.
If a super chat comes in, then you'll say it.
No, not like that. Not that compensation.
I'm going to go back and check in on some of our super chats real quick from earlier. $2 super chat. And back for month number 9 is Sarah asking, can we go over Constantine? Constantine, nothing happening down there at the current time, just some gusty winds. And no thunderstorms. There's one little cell in LaGrange, but that is not near Constantine. So again, this is that patch of rain that we're talking about that has winds mixing in with them of 50 miles per hour or greater. So, Constantine, you guys are good. $4.99 super chat from Law. There is somebody saying no, that's not. It's definitely not. That's not happening now. There's no rotation in Caledonia. But thank you for that super chat. Appreciate you. A Rocker back for month number 22, saying here in Allendale, winds are easily blowing at 40 miles per hour. That makes sense. We had a 56 mile per hour gust in Holland just down the roads. Thank you very much, A Rocker. We have Dinkle with a $5 super chat saying, thanks as always for your coverage, team. This is just the start of what looks like a pretty crazy week. Glad to have you all to rely on. Smiley face. Thank you very much for the kind words, Dinkle. And yes, definitely a crazy week upcoming. Got a system coming in on Thursday as well, and Saturday. Julie with a $5 super chat saying compensation to say it. So Ryan, now you have to say mesoscale discussion at least 3 times fast.
I just got done saying not like a super chat.
Julie says, well, I was sending before he said that, so no takebacks.
I'll settle this with you. Okay, no, that's not happening. We're going to talk to Julie right now.
These cells are really starting to congeal together here. Just turn into a big old mess. More cells popping up to the south, Newaygo, Mecosta, Isabella counties. And just all of these severe thunderstorm warnings in general are becoming very closely knit together. And at some point, I would imagine the atmosphere across the stationary front in the US 10 corridor is going to start becoming at least a little exhausted, meaning completely used up. But the current time, that is not anywhere close. As you can still see, there are 4 severe thunderstorm warnings out there. If you're in Lake County, that severe thunderstorm warning likely to be canceled or expire soon. It's in effect until 3 a.m. However, most of the severe thunderstorm with the hail is on the county line or now to the east, impacting portions of the US 131 corridor south of Tustin. We're just hoping that we're able to get some sleep between this round and the Tuesday afternoon rounds. But at the current time, we are still tracking these hailers across north central Michigan. If you're in the Mottersville and Houghton Lake area, which I heard there's some hail reports coming in, the most of this storm is now in Roscommon County, and it's now outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're in the remainder of southern Roscommon County, not in a severe thunderstorm warning, please be advised, some strong to severe levels of hail moving through south of Prudenville. Simon with a €5 super chat saying, since you were talking about Traverse earlier, Gaylord is pronounced Gaylord, which I'm pretty sure I say, but maybe I don't. Maybe it doesn't come off like that. But thank you very much, Simon, for the €5 super chat. You're going to have me saying it 5 times fast myself. Gaylord. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I say it that way. Looking actually back off to the southwest, which I will go ahead and use our other radar for. Severe thunderstorm watch does butt up to Chicago and Milwaukee and portions of Lake Michigan for this cluster back here, which is really not been doing anything at all. It was doing stuff earlier tonight, but there's just been a lot of special alert statements out here in recent time. And this is what we have to watch for tomorrow, well, today, later this morning, because if this cluster sticks around too long, then it could perhaps produce a washout, kind of hinder our instability for the afternoon development across the state of Michigan. So we'll see how fast that moves through or how slow it moves through, and whether or not that might put out like a boundary or something that produces storms maybe further south in the state and maybe out of the state entirely. Because as it stands, the Storm Prediction Center at least has been continuing to shift their risk south over the last couple updates, which makes sense given what some of the models have had. Also, a special weather statement has popped up for the LaGrange, Indiana cell. And so if you are in extreme southern Hillsdale County, this tiny little cell down here, which we called tiny at the previous time frame, has continued to show signs of 0.88 inch hail, although it's starting to rain itself out now. I guess I just didn't catch it earlier. And it expires in 15 minutes as it heads towards Angola. Could reproduce some small hail if it continues. It's on the southern flank of this cluster of gusty showers, but that is not really a concern for severe hail. Who ordered late night Chandler? Wow, Chandler's in chat. Hi, Chandler. It's like, do my eyes deceive me?
Lake County warning has been canceled officially
I just saw
as that storm has moved out.
Pop off on the weather-wise there. Still on my GR2, but that'll pop off in a second. Also, Roscommon in Missaukee County severe thunderstorm warning also expired, but still some very heavy rain, probably sub-severe hail still ongoing across south central Roscommon County. Troubleshooting will resume, for those who are curious, on the Grand Rapids radar in the morning. So hopefully we have it by the time the afternoon showers and storms pop up tomorrow, or today. I keep saying tomorrow, but it is technically today. Thief Lake getting slammed. Yeah, you guys are right on the northern edge of what was previously severe thunderstorm warned back here in Benzie and Manistee counties. That has since expired about 20 minutes ago now. But it's still showing signs of rocking out there south of South Boardman. And this is approaching M66. Or I guess there's multiple cells here, so there's already a cell over M66, but the one you're talking about in Fife Lake is still approaching. I have a $5 super chat from Jassifer. Oh, I have to read this off because that's what the super chat says. I'm forced to say it. The super chat from Jassifer says, mesoscale discussion, mesoscale discussion, mesoscale discussion, mesoscale discussion, mesoscale discussion, mesoscale discussion, mesoscale discussion with a laughing face emoji. 7 times, as a matter of fact. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat and for supporting operations here at MSC and for tuning in during our late night after hours stream here at MSC. You guys are a dedicated bunch, and we're happy to keep you guys covered throughout the overnight period. When severe weather strikes, we're live at any hour of the day. Longest live stream, for those who are curious, 11 hours, which was last summer with Drew and I, and that was the UP. So we had a lot less people watching during that time. So there was only a select few that maybe remember that stream from last summer. The storm in Manistee County, as mentioned, moving off to the east at 60 miles per hour. It's pretty much all the way into Wexford County. Once again, Wexford County in the center of everything here. Harrietta need to be on alert from some larger hail, and this is actually heading straight for Cadillac this time. So no avoiding this one unless it decides that it wants to completely crap out on itself. There's a bug in my room, being distracted by it. But again, Wexford County, be on alert. We could have a severe thunderstorm warning popping in soon for a continuation of the Manistee County cell. speaking of the Manistee County cell, the severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. Will I say it again?
Yeah.
That Wexford County is maybe going to get a warning? It's happened a couple times tonight. What are you going to say, Ryan?
I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Okay. So we're down to one severe thunderstorm warning right now, which is Osceola County. And again, this is 1-inch hail. And 60-mile-per-hour winds, technically. It's in between Leroy and Marion, which has already seen severe thunderstorm warnings, I think twice tonight. But the hail core right now is right here, circled on the map, where you see on the correlation coefficient radar, the reds changing over to the yellows and the greens. Reds is uniform meteorological phenomenon in the atmosphere, and the greens and the yellows is going to be your non-uniform meteorological phenomenon. Starting to feel a little bit, getting tired. But Marion, you need to be on alert, as well as just the M115 corridor in general, south of Marion. M61 also crosses here, as well as M66. So a bunch of different roads in this area in Osceola County, especially in eastern Osceola County, where the storm is heading, severe in nature. Wonder if we're starting to see this atmosphere get a little overworked, Ryan. I'm not really seeing the brighter pinks, blacks, and whites I'm seeing, or that I saw earlier on these cells. Obviously still some decent hail cores in there, but we're kind of teetering on the edge of 1-inch hail or lower now.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a downtrend in overall intensity. Also, still want to point out, we still haven't really had many severe hail reports. We had a couple, but we had like 22 or so warnings, 23 warnings so far, and only a few actual severe reports that I'm aware of. So a lot of these storms, while they do look potent on radar, they're just not really translating that down to severe hail at the surface, which is good news.
Right.
Good trend.
Another thing to remember is it is also northern Michigan, and it is after 1 a.m. in the morning too. So
Yes, still might have a lack of reports because of people not. Yeah, makes sense.
Which is why I mentioned earlier, if you are up tonight and you get a hail report at your house, you actually might be the only one in your area that is actually reporting hail. So hail reports are well needed across northern and central Michigan.
Absolutely.
We're at in Marion, west side right now, out towards M115. But it is moving your way. Speed is 55 miles per hour off to the east, so it's moving at Michigan road speeds. Back road speeds, of course. I have pictures of hail in Houghton Lake. Feel free to send that our way. Michigan Weather Reports is our community page group on Facebook. Otherwise, you can just tag it in our comments on any of our Facebook posts, just not the live stream because we won't be able to see it. Also, our Discord server, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Feel free to join and make sure to properly format your username when you join. Also, Houghton Lake is covered by the National Weather Service Gaylord, so feel free to message them with your hail report with a time, location. And as always, please, pretty please with a cherry on top, put a ruler or a coin or ball next to your hail report. Everyone's hands, fingers, tables are all different sizes, so need some sort of uniform reference point. M115 has no speed limit. I don't think you can legally say that, but that's a funny comment. This is truly MSC After Dark. You guys are being hilarious in chat.
I'm going to say it now, Joel.
What are you gonna say? It,
Something about a warning as well as Missaukee County.
yeah, I see what you're talking about. And there's
Yeah, I
CC
do.
there, south of Man, and this is literally the exact same spot as earlier too.
Yeah. That hail core is very, very tall. Very tall.
Hmm. Wow, 30,000 feet.
Heading right into Lake City, or maybe just north. Eh, I can't say that. It looks like it's going to hit Lake City
Directly
pretty
east.
much. Yeah, it looks like it might drift just slightly north, but still it'd be a pretty much direct impact if it does. So,
We also did get a 2:04 a.m. LSR live storm report from Lake City of 1-inch hail. Social media picture, and the time is estimated via radar there. And again, when we've had so many cells tonight in these same areas, setting your time is very, very, very needed for your storm reports, because if you've had 3 or 4 storms in your area in the last 4 hours here, it does help kind of differentiate exactly what time that hail fell. So if you go back and look at that's not an English word, archives in the future, that is going to be needed for maybe research projects, for example. I can tell you guys, when I went to Central Michigan University, we look at LSRs for senior projects, for example, and how radar looked during that time. So your storm report may be used someday in someone's research paper. It could be as simple as that. How long were you on YouTube during the March 6th tornado? The entire length. It's a good question. Yeah, we were live for that entire time. As soon as it touched, it was a touchdown before the tornado warning was technically issued. It was like 4 minutes of non-warning there in Edwardsburg, but we went live about 30 seconds prior to that tornado warning actually being issued, because we saw that it was on the ground. So, yeah, we covered that throughout its entire length. People keep bringing up March 6th to 9th in chat. It's very interesting. Yeah, we were live for that though.
oh,
What are you oping?
you know what I'm hoping.
Hoping or ope? I thought you said ope, like OPE.
I did.
Oh, your cat.
She has awoken.
Uh-huh. That face.
Not tonight, Ariel. Maybe tomorrow afternoon and evening, depending where you're at in the state.
I see the winds have made it over to Grand Blanc. D in chat here says Grand Blanc winds here are crazy. Again, that is this. It's literally a big patch of green rain on radar here. It's literally just light rain, but there's gusty winds associated with them. So be advised, you have some winds perhaps as high as 50, that's 50 miles per hour now in eastern Michigan, impacting our most populated portion of the state here very soon. Yes, our Grand Rapids radar is down. It broke, parts broke on the 28th. Parts were shipped over the last couple of days, and repairs were started yesterday, and they are going to continue tomorrow morning. This morning, bright and early, in hopes that we do have the radar back for our afternoon severe weather coverage. Still getting some hail cores here. If I turn it to vertically integrated liquid, once again, this is kind of to pick apart exactly where the central locations of our hail cores are. You can see there's one in West Branch, tiny one near Prudenville, tiny one north of Houghton Lake. The one that we are closely monitoring now heading into Lake City, that could be severe here in any second. Also a couple hail cores down near Cadillac and south of Marion on 115. Is the cat Skywarn certified, Ryan? I don't know if he heard me. He had his headphones off. Birds are out chirping in this wind. That's crazy.
The cat is not Skywarn certified.
Here's your answer.
That would be.
Wow.
We're just gonna say no. We're just gonna leave it at that.
There you go. That's quite the decent hail core. Correlation coefficient radar, once again, quite the spike from this one here on the Wexford Missaukee County line. As you mentioned, Ryan, severe warning, I would imagine, if it continues to stay its course and staying strong like that. But our severe thunderstorm warning for Osceola County, the storm that's actually severe warned is on M66 here and now passing to the east, heading down M61. It's pretty much tracking straight towards Harrison here in Clare County. So we'll have to see if there's an extension for Clare County as well. Dun, dun. Just kidding. Waiting for the sound effect to pop up. Yes, a spike on CC radar means that it's picking up on some frozen precipitation in there, and the data is getting kind of duped off the back side of it in a crazy way. So it's usually a sign there's some large hail in there. And as you can see on your normal reflectivity radar, anywhere where you see those pinks change to grays and blacks, that's going to be your very, very large rain droplets. So much so that they are turning into supercooled liquid. In turn turns into hailstones. So it's heading right for Lake City. Winds are picking up outside here in Bad Axe. Thank you very much, Anna, for that report. LOL, there's a ton of us that woke up in Grand Blanc. Boy, it must be exactly where the core is. Hey, look, the sound effect just played. That's
Oh no.
That's our further east storm, which was previously severe thunderstorm warned, and it looks like it's gotten back to severe criteria. So we are continuing our severe weather coverage here as the National Weather Service has issued, National Weather Service and Gaylord, mind you, has issued the severe thunderstorm warning now for northwestern Aranac, northeastern Gladwin, southern Ogemaw, southeastern Roscommon, and southwestern Iosco counties, all in northern Michigan, until 3:30 a.m. At 3:01, a severe thunderstorm was located near West Branch, and it's moving off to the east at 55 miles per hour. Its quarter-sized hail is the main hazard. Damage to vehicles is expected. This severe thunderstorm will be near West Branch, Selkirk, and Skidway Lake around 3:05. Maple Ridge and Whittemore around 3:20. In Turner around 3:25 a.m. Other locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Prescott, as well as hail. For protection, move to an interior room away from exterior walls and windows to avoid wind-driven hail. And Clare County also getting an upgrade, or not an upgrade, but a new warning as well. Do I say it for the sixth time tonight, Ryan? The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids can issue warnings without the presence of their radar. Well, I just said it anyway. Here's a new warning coming in from Clare County. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for all of Clare County, pretty much, until 3:45 a.m. At 3:02, a severe thunderstorm was located near Marion, or 16 miles northeast of Everett, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Both 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail is possible with the storm. Impact is hail damage to vehicles, and wind damage to roof siding and trees. Locations impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning for Clare County include Harrison, Springwood Lakes, Elbow Lake, Windover Lake, Lily Lake, Lake George, Temple, Cranberry Lake, Arnold Lake, Long Lake, Dock and Tom Lake, Leota, Dodge and Town Line, and Bailey Lake. For your protection, move to interior room, away from those exterior walls and windows. 2 more warnings now in effect. for this 1-inch hail is the primary hazard, which is borderline severe at this current time. Again, hail starts at 1 inch in diameter for severe, and winds 60 miles per hour, which is also a hazard here in now Clare County. Also still watching a couple of these cells here in Missaukee and perhaps northern Roscommon County, not severe warned or special weather stated, but they are worth monitoring. Ryan's busy behind the scenes, probably getting all those graphics in. We do have
All posted.
we do have also a new special weather statement in effect that has just popped in. And guess what? This is for about 10 different counties in southeast Michigan. Oh, 9, I believe. We'll go ahead and switch to the DTX radar real quick if it lets me and doesn't freeze. But as you can see, there is no thunderstorms, no convection is what we call it, in southeast Michigan. However, a special weather statement has been issued by the National Weather Service in Detroit for Shiawassee, Genesee, Lapeer, St. Clair, Livingston, Oakland, Macomb, Washtenaw, and Wayne counties until, what's the expiration time? It doesn't even say. 3 hours from now, so 6 a.m. Gusty showers late tonight into this morning. These showers are capable of scattered gusts up to 50 miles per hour. So no thunderstorms, as you can see across southeast Michigan. There's some light rain, but this light rain is causing some gusty winds to mix down to the surface. Hail core and wind core number 1 for the storm that is now in Clare County is directly on M61. As I mentioned, traveling right down M61 towards Harrison. And if we take a look to the north, West Branch, the core of your hail here is just south of the West Branch M30 exit at I-75. It's crossing over I-75 right now, and eventually C9, heading off towards M33 and Skidway Lake eventually here very, very soon. All these storms moving off to the east at 55 miles per hour. Also watching Lake City for some large hail there. No statement in effect, but correlation coefficient radar does say that there's a little bit of a hail core in the vicinity of the city, which is also denoted by the blacks on radar here of about 65 to 68 dBz in value. Small hail also possible near Roscommon off to the southwest, directly here on Higgins Lake Drive. So the Higgins Lake area. Go ahead and full screen radar here. And I'm going to take a stretch break. I'll encourage Ryan to do so too while we have the radar full screen. Any orange box you see on the radar is a severe thunderstorm warning. So Osceola, Clare, and portions of 5 counties, including Ogemaw, Roscommon, Iosco, Gladwin, and Aranac counties. It's that orange box furthest to the east. That severe thunderstorm warning furthest to the east is for hail only of 1 inch in diameter, and that is going to be eventually heading over towards Tawas City in Au Gres in the next probably 45 minutes. If it can stay together, which right now it is, and it's moving very quickly off to the east. It's directly over I-75 in Ogemaw County. Clare County cell quickly approaching US 127 in Harrison. So if you're in the Harrison area, watch out for 1 inch hail there. If you know anybody in any of these orange boxes or nearby any of these orange boxes, highly encourage you to hit that share or like button. Best way to support the channel for free and also support your fellow Michiganders, even if you don't know anybody in the area, is by hitting that like button and boosting this live stream in the algorithm of your fellow Michiganders. Thanks for all of your support so far throughout tonight. If you've already done and hit that like button, you guys are ahead of the game. Also, a lot of lightning out there tonight. Got some cool lightning shots. you can go ahead and post them in the comment section on any of our posts. Do not message them to us. Again, we're looking for primarily damage reports tonight. But again, you can comment them on our page or our Discord server. Once again, that is discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Yes, we got a stationary front, and as it's implied in the name, it's stationary, and so these storms are kind of just traveling down the same area. And we've actually seen some decent rainfall out there. Likely some areas already seeing 1.5 inches of rain, where we've had some areas see 4 severe thunderstorm warnings since around 11 o'clock tonight. Oh, this is a GR2 radar software, PC only, and it's very expensive if you're looking to get some expensive radar software. And you can't see us right now because we're taking a little bit of a stretch break here. But we meaning Ryan and I, behind the scenes.
I gotta tap out here soon, Joel.
We both gotta.
Yeah, we both have to. I have to leave my house tomorrow to be somewhere at 6:30. So I'm already 3 hours asleep from last night, about to be less tonight, and then I gotta be ready for later on today. So
Yeah.
Joel, plans are in place behind the scenes to work out to give you a break in the morning.
Okay.
So don't worry about that. But in the meantime, though, I have to tap out.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm going to be wiped for tomorrow. I got to get at least a couple hours of sleep here. So Joel's got you for next couple hours here. I'm hoping, let's all hope that these storms can go sub-severe so we can hop off and take some power naps here. Because he'll need it for later on today as well.
Yeah.
And we do it again on Thursday and potentially Saturday. That's what I'm hearing as well. I have been out of sync with the weather past couple of days here, so I have been busy.
And I've been very much in sync, which is a band.
Yes. Joel's got you guys covered more than I do.
Yes.
All right. I appreciate you guys tuning in. I gotta hop out of here, Joel. I wish I didn't, but I have to.
Okay.
So
I'm still here with you guys. We're staying live. So just because Ryan's leaving doesn't mean I am. We stay live, beginning to end, through all severe weather. So
Joel, if you happen to lose power, my ringer is on. So just spam the frick out of me.
sounds good. Thank you for keeping it
My-
PG.
Yes, my PC is also on ready to go. So it's just click my button.
Sounds good.
See you guys.
See you, Ryan. I'll stand back up so you guys can see me. Hopefully, we can end the stream soon, but we are not leaving the stream until those orange boxes are expired. So the good news is we're trending towards more of a congealing of this line of storms where it kind of just turns into a mess. For those who follow us vigorously behind the scenes, especially in our Discord server, I talk about crap convection, which is, again, the word convection means thunderstorms, but crappy convection means just a whole mess of thunderstorms, not really doing anything severe, and it takes energy from the atmosphere for storms later in the day. Not saying that this is entirely going to take energy out for later in the day, but it is still going to be just convection just being a mess in general across the stationary front here, which is along the US 10 corridor. And so we're hoping this just turns into a washout so we can get some sleep. But at the current time, severe hail moving through Ogemaw, Aranac, and Clare counties in the orange boxes. Severe thunderstorm warning also continues the Osceola County. Originally for that cell is now in Clare County, but we also now see more cells popping up in Osceola County behind it, which could be producing some severe hail as well. Fun fact, these storms are elevated, which means they are higher up in the atmosphere. They are not tapping into our low-level instability. If they did, they would be rooted at the surface, more susceptible to our low-level rotation that's out there. But that is not expected to occur tonight, again, because it's colder at the surface versus higher up. During the overnight period, of course, we do have that capping conversion in place, and so that allows these thunderstorms to be higher up in the atmosphere. Tomorrow, though, our capping conversion eventually breaks again. I do have a chance for tornadoes possible, primarily beyond noon. So if you're looking to get sleep tonight, good news is Tornadoes are not going to happen. However, hail and damaging winds are still a possibility across this corridor. And we will have to keep an eye on these severe thunderstorms until they eventually expire, which hopefully will be prior to 4 a.m. But we still have a long ways to go. And we got you covered if you are living up here in Clare, Osceola, Ogemaw, Aranac, and surrounding counties where all of these severe thunderstorms are trending through. Good news, Osceola County actually just expired their severe thunderstorm warning, so you guys are clear there. Still heavy downpours, as you can see, as noted by the oranges, reds, and pinks on radar. That's your very heavy rain droplets moving through the area. Yes, taking energy out of the atmosphere is a good thing. If you have instability in the atmosphere, which is our storm fuel, that is, if you think about it like a vehicle, the more gas that you put in your vehicle, the longer and stronger the car is usually going to travel. Instability works the exact same way. The more instability you have in the atmosphere, the longer these storms are going to go and travel and stay strong. And again, also an all hazards threat in some cases during our daytime hours, but tonight, just a hail threat with a low-end wind threat. And again, if you're in Clare County, that's a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's the borderline for both of those hazards for severe. Ogemaw County, just a hail threat right now. And again, these storms are so elevated in nature that the temperatures in these severe thunderstorm warnings right now, 40 degrees, even getting close to 39 degrees in some spots out there. So it's very, very cold. But again, there is all of that instability in the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere that these storms are using up very much across the area. And so that is what's allowing this hail risk to continue. If you are still watching and awake with us, feel free to say hello in chat. Late night crew, if you are watching on your TV, here's something I guess I'll say. If you want to post this in any of our severe thunderstorm warning posts on our Facebook page or our X, or just our X or our Facebook page, take a picture of your TV screen if you're watching it on your TV at your place, and maybe if you have one of your pets watching with you. We've had a couple pictures sent in to us before. Again, don't put it in our messenger, but put it in our comments on one of our Facebook posts. How you're watching this coverage tonight, whether it's on your TV, on your phone, something just fun in general. And again, any pictures, we love this in the past when we see pictures of you guys watching us at your houses, and then you have, maybe your pets watching as well. So that wouldn't be the first time, but it's always cool to see how we're coming up on your houses around the state of Michigan. So if you're sleeping right now, hopefully this is just background noise for you guys. And ultimately, that's what we hope for these storms, to just be background noise for everybody here in hopefully by 4 a.m. But unfortunately, we cannot give the all clear yet for Ogemaw, Iosco, Aranac, and Clare counties where these severe thunderstorms are currently traveling through. We have an update coming in for the severe thunderstorm warning. It has now been trimmed. So Gladwin County will no longer be in the severe thunderstorm warning, and neither will that extreme southeast corner of Roscommon County. And in fact, portions of Ogemaw County also being trimmed. West Branches is now pretty much in the clear from the severe thunderstorm warning. The center of the cell is now quickly approaching the M65 corridor of Whittemore down to Twining. Hail also over Prescott right now. This cell is going to be quickly moving on to Lake Huron eventually within probably the next 20 minutes. Define awake. Enough to write sentences here in chat. Room is too messy, but yes, you're on the big screen. You've actually been on 3 different screens tonight. Love to hear it. Love the dedication. Appreciate it very much. When are the storms going to hit Flint? Couldn't tell you exactly. Again, these storms are going to kind of be rogue and just kind of all over the place as we get beyond the noon time frame today here in the state of Michigan. So just be on alert, especially beyond noon. Again, thunderstorms are still possible. Some maybe be severe before noon today. But again, it's hard to pick out when exactly cells are going to hit a specific city when, generally speaking, these cells, as you can see so far tonight, have been just all over the place. And that's going to be the common theme for your entirety of the day on Tuesday. So just don't want to mislead you guys, but that is kind of what we're dealing with here tonight and later tomorrow, or today, I should say, since it is technically Tuesday at this point, March 31st. And yes, we are now officially a quarter of the way through 2026. If my math serves me correctly. Yeah, April 1st would be the quarter point. We are always going to go live when severe warnings are issued. So that's always our policy here at Michigan Storm Chasers. We got you covered from beginning to end. That means whenever the first warning is issued, we will go live. And we will stay live until the last warning expires. In this case right now, for example, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings out there for Clare in portions of Ogama, Iosco, and Aranac counties, in effect until about 2:45 a.m., all for 1-inch hail. And the Clare County cell also has a possibility of 60-mile-per-hour winds, and these storms are moving off to the east at 55 miles per hour, so rather quickly. But again, our policy is we will go live and stay live until those warnings do expire. So we will start tomorrow, or today's coverage, later today's coverage, whenever another warning is issued here in the state of Michigan. And we do not miss a beat either. As a reminder, we have covered the last 700 plus severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warnings in the state of Michigan now, and you may be thinking that is a lot. As a reminder, it is. We have covered every single severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning in the state of Michigan, dating back through late 2023, live from beginning to end. So we are that dedicated. No one else in the nation or the state of Michigan has covered all of those same warnings in that same time frame. So we are the one and only. We've got you covered from beginning to end. We truly mean that. We want to make sure you guys have all the coverage that you need. At the end of the day, we do not want anybody getting seriously hurt from severe weather. So in the day and age when technology is readily available on your phones, we're able to utilize it via live stream coverage. Wind is insane in Lapeer. As a reminder, yes, down here in southeast Michigan, we have a batch of gusty showers. That's this big green blob that you see over southeast Michigan right now. That's a patch of gusty showers moving through with winds upwards of 50 miles per hour. We have Dragon with a $5 super chat asking, how wide of an area do storms sap fuel from? Does a heavy storm in Gladwin sap some fuel from Mount Pleasant? The answer is kind of. Again, storm motion and storm interaction is a case-by-case basis. There's a lot in the atmosphere that we can only estimate based on mesoanalysis, which is live data. And that live data comes in every single hour, so we can see the updated instability that's in the atmosphere. But in some cases, instability can be used from nearby locations. However, for the most part, it's just directly where storms pass through. So if a cell is currently right now in Clare County like it is using instability from Clare County pretty much only, with maybe exceptions just to the southwest and south of the cell. But yeah, for the most part, it's pretty much over the location it's passing through. How long is the storm going to last in the thumb? Well, unfortunately, we still have this big cluster heading your way, so it could be an hour to an hour and a half. I will say this, it is starting to get a little bit of a Boeing segment now, which you never want to see a Boeing segment because that's going to be a wind threat. But at the current time, the velocity signature, it does not look impressive. So we're going to hope it stays not impressive. And the storm I'm talking about specifically as I pause radar here is this cell that is not technically severe thunderstorm warned. The severe thunderstorm warning for Clare County is for this cell that is now in Gladwin County. But we do have to watch this because this could be a developing miniature bow, which, as a reminder, those bowing segments are signs of low-level jets pushing some heavier winds through the area. So I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. Just got a little bit of a sniffle, I guess you could say. We are humans, after all. We're not robots, just in case it wasn't clear enough. I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma, graduate of Central Michigan University. If we have anybody in here, also a former or present Chippewa, for Chips. That's where I went to school for my meteorology degree. I also have a GIS degree. A little bit about me real quick. Again, GIS is digital mapping, which goes pretty much hand in hand here with meteorology. Again, maps and radar all just goes hand in hand. So we have an update for the severe thunderstorm warning. I don't see what the update is. Is it a change of the shape or change of the details? That is unknown. Looks like they're about to expire the severe thunderstorm. Actually, that's what it says. They're expiring the severe thunderstorm warning. And there it goes. So Ogemaw, Iosco, Aranet County. Strong thunderstorm still continues in your area. Could see some penny to half-inch size hail, which is mothball. But at the current time, that is now below severe limits for that area. So All Gray, Alabaster, you guys are good. Just do be advised of some frequent cloud-to-ground lightning and some heavy rain in the area. Again, lightning is one of nature's leading killers. If you hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. What is a special alert statement in Genesee County? Again, that is for this blob of gusty rain showers moving through. We have some symbiotic winds with this rain that is mixing down to the surface. And in fact, Genesee County, I'm seeing a gust live right now of 50 miles per hour out there at the airport. So the Flint Airport there, just near Schwartz Creek, 50 mile per hour gust at 2:53 a.m. About a half hour ago. Still, it's gusty out there. So, guys are good in the special alert statement area. It's just some gusty showers. No convection, which means thunderstorms. Speaking of convection, though, we do have a new cell in the Reese and Caro, or Caro, Caro, I think it's Caro, here, specifically in the Fairgrove area. It's a tiny little cell, but it has recently popped up and shown signs of maybe a tiny little hail core, and that is continuing down M81 towards the M53 corridor. Sweet. I see a couple fire up chips here in chat. That's awesome. Clusters in the first round, definitely starting to wrap up here. This severe thunderstorm warning, again, was supposed to be for this Gladwin cell. The cell is now in Gladwin County, but they're letting this continue, I think, now for the secondary cell behind it that is now exhibiting perhaps a gusty wind risk. There's decent winds in there. It's not the most impressive, but it is pretty far away from radar. Again, Grand Rapids radar is down. It will be down through at least the morning hours today. And so we're using the Gaylord radar up here in northern Michigan to reference pretty much every single storm this evening. And we are thankful that it's been primarily up north, unfortunately for you guys that have dealt with this, but simply on the basis of the fact that we only have the Gaylord radar available for pretty much all of the lower peninsula here, if you're north of US 10, and really the West Michigan area as well. So we're thankful that for West Michigan, it's been only a gusty shower threat and no severe warnings besides Berrien County. Caro, got it. Appreciate it. No convection with the Genesee County threat. As I mentioned, convection means thunderstorms. and you need hail, or you need convection for hail and wind. Well, I shouldn't say wind because wind's actually happening, but you need convection for at least hail. But these are just showers with symptotic winds gusting down to the surface. If you missed our severe weather outlook for today, for today, all of Tuesday, it was posted on our Facebook page around 10 a.m. on Sunday, yesterday at this point. Feel free to scroll back and check it out. It's also on our Instagram page, which might be easier to kind of reference, or our X account. All our usernames on social media are MI Storm Chasers. If you just type in Michigan Storm Chasers, it'll pop up. We're on like 7 different social media pages, which include social media such as TikTok or Threads. We are there for you guys as well. We're not live on those platforms, but those are options for you guys. If you're new here, we are always going to be live on Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch TV. Highly, highly recommend you follow us on at least 2 of those, especially if one of your modes is Facebook. Again, Facebook does not send automated notifications. We kind of have to manually push them to you. Whereas Facebook, you can subscribe for free or follow for free on Twitch TV and X, and those will push notifications as long as you have the bell clicked for notifications. Just giving you guys a quick little heads up if you're new here. Always have to go through it every single live stream. Also, severe thunderstorm warning continues till 3:45 a.m. In case I didn't say it already. There's a little bit of gusty winds near Prescott as well inside of this cell. It's another little Boeing segment we're trying to see develop here. It's kind of swung around. So watch out if you're in Turner and Twinning, as we do have some gusty winds possible with that previously severe thunderstorm warned cell in Ogama County. So we're going to have some wind producers here, and that's generally what we're looking at for your Tuesday time frame. Is this hail risk is primarily for tonight. We're switching it up. So Tuesday afternoon is going to be primarily a wind threat with a secondary hail threat, and we add in the tornado threat. It's our third threat. It's going to be lower, but because storms are possibly going to become surface space, which means digging into that surface space, instability and spin in the atmosphere, we could see a low-level tornado threat develop again after the noon time frame today. So we're not expecting anything during the morning hours for tornado development. But again, as the day goes on, those storms get closer and closer to the ground. They dig into that surface space spin, instability, and that's when we could get those brief spin-ups. So we have to watch out later today. Is it pronounced twining? Can we have multiple sources confirm if it's pronounced twining? It literally looks like twinning. It's very interesting. Michigan pronunciations. First it was Grand Traverse, now it's Grand Traverse. Now it's twining. Yeah, I've lived in Michigan my entire life, and I understand some of our pronunciations are a little crazy across the state. But I swear some of you guys in the pronunciations are just there to make us mad. Okay, so it is twining. Right? Interesting. Now, the only severe thunderstorm warning in the state right now is Clare County. As you can see there at the bottom of the screen, that orange box is your severe thunderstorm warning. There's a couple special weather statements out there. For those who are not involved in the weather lingo, a special weather statement is basically a precursor to a warning. It's for strong storms, or strong gusty winds in this case, but not severe storms. The cutoff for severe winds is 60 mile per hour winds. Anything below that is sub-severe. And for hail, it's 1 inch in diameter, which right now is the main hazard along with winds in this Clare County cell. Again, it was the cell that's now over near Beaverton. That's originally why the severe thunderstorm warning was in effect. But we did have the secondary cell just kind of blow up and become very strong in nature across the entirety of Clare County, Lake George up to Harrison. Could still have some hail mixing in according to correlation coefficient. In fact, there's a little bit of a third body scatter spike here in the Lake George area. But the linear segment, the way that it's bowing like that, is usually a sign of some wind surging out due to a low-level jet in the area. So we'll have to see if we get any extensions further downstream. Okay, so it is twining. Interesting. I will have to converse with all of my fellow Michigan Storm Chasers staff members to make sure that they are also saying as twining. Besides the strong to severe wind and hail threat out there tonight, as a reminder, a lot of lightning out there, especially cloud to ground lightning. And again, unlike baseball, it's one strike and you're out. So do not be outside if you are close enough to be hearing the thunder out there tonight. If you're hearing the thunder, you are close enough technically to be struck by lightning. I'd like to cancel my very unwanted subscription for severe weather. Unfortunately, we are just getting started. It is only March 31st now. So not meant to be scary, but again, springtime is our peak season here in the state of Michigan. Again, last year in 2025, I think it was at least 28 of our 33 tornadoes occurred during the spring month. Now, granted, most of those occurred during 2 events, but again, all you need is 2 events to kind of increase that tornado threat. Before I go over the new special weather statement, a $100 super chat from Lello1787. So I think a first-time donor here. Thank you very much, Lello, for your generosity, saying we are very fortunate to have the dedication and thorough coverage with this stream. Thank you. And thank you for your support. And we are so happy to keep you guys covered from beginning to end. We truly mean it. And again, appreciate you guys' support, especially for you guys that have donated monetarily tonight. All of you guys. We understand that obviously our streams are always going to be free and we don't want to pressure you guys into donating. But again, if you guys have donated tonight, we thank you guys very much. It means a lot and it helps these streams continue 365 days a year. So again, once again, thank you, Lello, and all of those who have previously donated earlier tonight. Is Macomb County going to get slammed? Maybe not overnight tonight, but it's a possibility tomorrow. Can't guarantee you they would get severe weather, but it is a possibility. Remember, everything in our severe weather forecast that we give to you guys is probability based. So when you see, for example, the level 3 risk that's in effect later today, primarily across southern Michigan, that is in effect for winds and hail. The probabilities on that say, for the level 3 zone, a 15 to 34% chance of that hazard happening. What that means is that's only if you have a storm in your area. Until you get a storm in your area, your odds are always 0%. So the statistics are always going to be in your favor until a storm actually occurs. So even on a severe weather day, say like a huge derecho is crossing the state of Michigan, we have a level 6 risk in effect. The odds are still technically 0% for your house that you are in a severe weather risk. Until that line of storms actually approaches your location, it's always 0%. But again, if you do get a storm in your vicinity throughout the day later today, here on Tuesday, that's when we look at the probabilities. So say you're down in Flint, Michigan, and you see a storm that is moving over you during that time frame. Guess what? It's a 15 to 34% chance that you see damaging winds or large hail. On the contrary, on the flip side, it's a 65 to 75% chance that you don't see that wind or hail within that severe thunderstorm. So, or just that storm in general. So always want to keep just a kind of your thought process open to what probability really means in meteorology, because there's one side of it and the other side of it when it comes to it actually happening versus not happening. So there's your lesson in probability. Also, as you guys saw pop up at the bottom of the screen, we have a special weather statement coming in. The National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm that is impacting all of Gladwin County through 4:15 a.m. At 3:35 a.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Skeels, or 9 miles northwest of Gladwin, moving east to east-southeast at 65 miles per hour. It's almost highway speeds. Penny-sized hail is the main threat. Minor hail damage to vegetation is possible. Locations impacted include all of Gladwin County. So if you're in Gladwin County, the special weather statement is in effect for you. Gladwin, Beaverton, Wooden Shoe Village, Rhodes, Hockaday, Skeels, Bowmanville, in Weingers. If outside, consider seeking shelter. Also, torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to localized flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. And frequent cloud ground lightning also occurring with this thunderstorm. So Gladwin County is right next to Clare County, which has that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. It is being circled by my mouse here, and that is the strong storm there in Clare County, draped from Lake George up to Harrison and extreme northern Gladwin County. Theo Manor with a 199 super sticker saying tired. Feel that for sure. Thank you very much, Theo, for your super chat. Appreciate your support. Or I should say super sticker. So we're kind of playing the waiting game right now. At this point, it's primarily, I will say I won't count out this kind of gusty winds in the Turner area because, again, you can see there's some heightened reds there on velocity. That pixel right there is about 58 miles per hour at 5,700 feet off the ground. Now, granted, that's pretty far up. May not be quite mixing down to the surface, but it's something we need to watch there. Otherwise, it is this line of storms in the Lake George and Harrison area, which do exhibit some large hail falling. So if you are in Lake George or in central, just right around central Clare County right now, excuse me, that is going to be where the large hail would be falling. If anything, hail reports appreciated. If you have a hail report, please send that in. You can just type it in chat here right now with an exact measurement. If it is safe to do so, of course. Wait until the storm passes before taking a hail measurement. But if you're going to measure and send in a picture, make sure to do so next to a ruler or a coin. I keep repeating myself. I know if you guys have been watching since the beginning, you guys are dedicated. We do appreciate you guys, but we understand people are coming in and going out. And we have over 1,100 of you guys still watching now out there tonight. So you guys are very much dedicated to our severe weather coverage, and we appreciate you guys very much for tuning in. But again, people are always coming in, going out. And so we got to make sure our information is always being repeated to those who are new to the stream. Also, yes, as tagged in the chat here, Michigan Weather Reports is a community page that you can join on Facebook to send in there. Latest radar update continues the hail core right on 127 now, just south of M61. And correlation coefficient, there is the core. In fact, I'll go over to VIL. That highlights the core better. If you're going to see hail, it's going to be primarily where these colors exist in and south of Harrison. Is anybody watching from Clare County right now? I'm just curious if anyone's watching inside the severe thunderstorm warning, or if anyone is in Gladwin County watching the storm heading their way. We have Simon saying a mile south of Lake George, no hail, heavy rain, and strobe lightning at the current time. Thank you for the report there. It looks like the majority of the hail core on the latest scan, if you're south of Lake George by about a mile or two, the hail just missed you off to the north and the east. It's going to be primarily between Lake George and Harrison, and now to the south of Harrison. Matthews from Harrison, thank you. My headphones are dead here, so I'll go ahead and switch back to general speaker. This is central Michigan if I zoom out, by the way. So, center of the state, north of Mount Pleasant. Skylar's watching from Gladwin. Charles in eastern Clare County, you are going to be impacted directly by this hail core, if anything. So let us know what you're seeing there as it comes in. Again, when we see these pink to black to gray pixels on radar, it's usually a sign of some decent-sized hail falling at the very least. If not, if it is truly all rain, that is some very, very large droplets. We're talking probably the size of my AirPod case here. Those are the size of the rain droplets inside of that storm. And again, when the rain droplets are that big, they're very susceptible to freezing and turning into hailstones. So, especially if they're elevated up there at about 25,000, 30,000 feet up, it's very cold once you get up there in the atmosphere. So, hail is pretty likely out there tonight. Go ahead and zoom out, and guess what? We are now out of severe thunderstorm warning ops. I will be staying here for a brief second, but I will also turn off my camera. And in fact, I'm the only one still up right now, and I do gotta use the bathroom real quickly. So I'm gonna go ahead and zoom out. If anyone is asking why there's no sound, that is because I'm using the bathroom real quick, but I will be back in about a minute. And again, moderators, if you see any comments here on Facebook or YouTube asking about where I went, that is where I went. But right now there's no severe warnings to track, so I'm gonna take this brief moment to use the restroom. So I'll be right back. All right, I am back. I am still going to be off the screen for a sec because I gotta take another stretch break here. It's been 4.5 hours of on and off standing during this live stream tonight, so it's been a lot. But if you're still up with us tonight, feel free to smash that like button if you haven't, especially if you've been watching for a while. Best way to support the channel for free is by doing so. We still got 1,100 of you guys watching between all the platforms in here, so you guys are dedicated. At the current time, though, no severe weather. Can't rule out another warning coming in, though, maybe shortly for Gladwin. Beaverton, Gladwin area. Again, we're watching this area of pinks real closely right now. Previously severe thunderstorm warned, now no longer. But it is special weather statemented into Gladwin County. So the entirety of Gladwin County, main hazard 0.75 inch hail, which is below severe risk or below severe limits. But that is what the special weather statement is indeed for. If I actually switch on the alert, you could probably see it. Yeah, there we go. Fast forward it. There's Gladwin County. A little tan box you see on the screen is your special weather statement. It's the only, well, I won't say only because we have our blanketed special weather statements across the state for our gusty showers. But in terms of actual convection, so thunderstorms, that is this cell right here, which is north of Clare up through the Gladwin area. Good question. The RRFS is eventually going to replace the HRRR, so it's good to, I guess, get trained on that model run, as it is eventually the future. Couldn't tell you what's going on in Midland there after you hear a siren there. Might not be storm related. We do have some heavy rain moving into Midland as it stands. I have not looked at the models since the beginning of the stream, so I could not tell you how tomorrow's trending. However, just looking at our coverage across the state, there's really not a whole lot of rain across southern Michigan. The only limiting factor will be this patch back here in the Chicagoland region. If this is going to stick around for too long, this could be what draws out all the instability for later in the day. But we'll have to wait and see as these move, as this line of showers and thunderstorms does move towards lower Michigan later this morning. My cat has decided he wants to interrupt the stream yet again. Hey, bud. What's up? Justine in chat says the wind has finally killed their basketball hoop. Very sorry to hear. Thunder and lightning and hail on the Beaverton cell again for the second time. Yes, it is possible. Unless you're telling me that it did happen, then we do appreciate the report from this cell that's now over towards Rhodes. Dirk says, in Harrison, just north of Clare, rain getting heavy just now. No wind or hail, just constant lightning and thunder. Thank you for the update there. Oops, I have shrunken the screen. There we go. Appreciate the late night stream. No problem, Olivia. Again, we technically could go offline right now since there's no longer any severe warnings in effect. But just to make sure that maybe we don't get any extended warnings here in Gladwin County, we are going to stay live for a little bit longer. While we wait for maybe more warnings, I will go ahead and read through our trusted partners. As a reminder, just like we did in the briefing earlier tonight, we always go through our trusted partners at least once every stream. Because again, if it wasn't for our trusted partners, we would not be able to do what we do here at Michigan Storm Chasers 365 days a year. So we'll go ahead and read through them here. Again, feel free to reach out to any of these trusted partners as they are all locally licensed and insured and vetted across the state of Michigan, and it should be your go-to option to avoid any headaches when trying to find especially roofing companies or restoration companies yourself. So go through them at the bottom of the screen. Starting off first with Crystal Flash for all of your fuel and propane delivery needs across the state of Michigan. Feel free to contact Crystal Flash today. Next up, we have Katz Roofing and Siding for all of your roofing and siding projects in the Lansing and Potterville area. As Katz. Kuiper Tree Care for all of your tree-related services in and around West Michigan. You go to there. Numbers there on the screen. McKay Tree Specialists, speaking of storm cleanup and tree needs, tree specialist needs, in Southeast Michigan, McKay Tree Specialists is your go-to there. Over into the Eastern Thumb, Cadillac and St. Clair counties, Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding is your go-to for all roofing needs there. Also for roofing, On Top Roofing in Livingston County and surrounding areas. For restoration needs in West Michigan, feel free to check out Rainbow Restoration, especially after any storm has hit your area. Good charity to donate to is the Ronald McDonald House of Detroit. Numbers there on your screen. Feel free to donate to families in need today in times of sickness. Covering the entire state of Michigan, we also have ServPro for all of your fire, water, and storm cleanup needs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Covering North Metro Detroit is Storm Guard Metro Detroit North for all of your roofing and home construction needs there. Back up to West Michigan, Top Gun Roofing Exteriors, your trusted source for roofing, siding, gutters, and windows in that section of the state. Top Notch Tree Care for all of your tree care needs. across the Lansing to Jackson corridor of 127. Victor's Home Solutions. This is for your Tri-Cities region up here in central Michigan. For all of your roofing needs there, turn to Victor's. A-Class Construction and Restoration for all of your construction restoration needs across northwest Michigan, which got hit pretty hard tonight. American Arbor, specializing in storm cleanup and insurance work regarding tree damage in southwest Michigan. Apex Restoration Mitigation for all of your restoration mitigation needs across the Thumb and Genesee County, which is, we've seen some gusty winds tonight. Battle Creek IT for all of your IT solutions across the state of Michigan. And Clear Plow Snow Pushers. It's never too late to stock up on snow pushers for the next winter event. Turn to Clear Plow, located in Frankenmuth, Michigan. And that is all of our trusted partners here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Thank you very much to all of those guys who have trusted us in giving the state of Michigan the severe weather coverage that they need and donating to our cause. If you'd like to become a trusted partner here at Michigan Storm Chasers, feel free to reach out, send us an email, which can be found in our link tree located on our page profile. Spots are limited, so feel free to reach out as soon as possible. I am starting to lag a little bit here. Testing. Computer's running pretty hot. We have been live for 4 hours and 42 minutes, so. Weather's really bad right now in Gladwin. Hail, raining hard, thunder won't stop. Yeah, I was going to get to that right now. Here is your core. If there is large hail in Gladwin County, it is going to be over Gladwin. This area where you see the pinks changing to blacks, that is some very large rain droplets at the very least. Would not be surprised if another warning comes in here in just a second, given the fact that we are seeing some third-body scatter spikes that reach out on the backside of the storm. But at the current time, this is just a special weather statement for all of Gladwin County for hail up to 0.75 inches in diameter. But please keep us updated if you are in Gladwin County, especially in Gladwin and Beaverton, as this storm is bearing down on you guys right now. Next update continues it off to the east. M61 is where it's tracking down. This has turned a little bit over the last couple scans. Is now heading almost due east. Current trajectory would take it towards Rhodes, Bentley, Sterling, and Standish as this continues towards eventually Aranet County. Yeah, that's a decent amount of hail in there. There's also a little bit of a wind factor. And if I take a 3D scan, the hail core is very spread out and lower than some of the hail cores we've seen out there, but 23 to 24,000 feet up is still respectable. So I would imagine there's some at least maybe 0.88 inches in diameter hail, maybe even close to severe, 1 inch as it stands. But we'll have to see. Again, your reports mean everything to us. So if you are on the M61 corridor east of Gladwin, this is where the center of the storm is headed, which I see Skylar in chat says that they're in Gladwin on M61, so feel free to drop in chat what you've been seeing out there. Yes, we have been live since about 11:15 tonight, so we've been busy with these storms following the stationary front across central Michigan. Hoping that this is the last major cell of the morning. Again, it's currently rounding the corner into the 4 a.m. time frame. We have been up for a while, but the coverage does not stop. Even if we are not in severe weather ops right now, we still got to keep an eye on the strong thunderstorm in Gladwin County at the current time. Skylar says it's coming down badly now. Kylie, Kaylee in chat here, north of M61, just rain at the current time. Yeah, if you guys, please confirm, if you guys have hail, please feel free to confirm that. First and foremost, please send that over to the National Weather Service in Gaylord. You can tag them on X at NWS Gaylord or on Facebook at U.S. National Weather Service Gaylord. If you have a public, I don't know how it works on Facebook. It's easier to just tag them on X, but if you do make a post on Facebook, make sure your profile is public so the National Weather Service Gaylord can actually access it. Skylar says, hail hitting my windows. Thank you for that. Heavy rain and hail just south of M61 in Gladwin. Thank you, guys. Looks like hail is confirmed there. Once it is safe to do so, feel free to send in pictures to the page. But again, first and foremost, please send those over to the National Weather Service in Gaylord so they can update the warning or statement as needed. It is now 4 a.m. Watching from Calhoun County 911, says Aaron. Hello, Aaron. Welcome in. Nothing down your way right now tonight. Good news there. We'll go ahead and take a check at the Northern Indiana radar just to make sure. And right now I'm only seeing one tiny cell popping up, which is in northern Barry County, just north of you guys. Should hopefully be pretty smooth sailing. But we gotta watch out back to the west. We have a cluster there of storms in the northern Illinois region that are heading our way. But model runs overall have been trending towards this rain fizzling out throughout the mid-morning hours. So we'll have to see if that comes true as this cluster moves in from the Rockford, Illinois area over into southwest Michigan. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma. I am going to turn my camera back on here in just a second. Hello, everybody. I'm up here in the top right. In fact, my camera is still laggy a little bit. I'll go ahead and reload it. So hopefully it makes sense. There we go. We'll go back up to the Gladwin County cell. It's still a pretty decent core. The core is now passed over the intersection of M30 at M61, quickly moving off to the east towards Bentley and Rhodes. Thunder in Hamilton, Michigan. Interesting. There's only light rain there. Assuming it's the Hamilton, Michigan near in Allegan County. Just taking a look at our social media behind the scenes. Again, I'm the only one up right now, so it's going to make sure the page is being... All right. No tornadoes tonight, or this morning. Again, any storms out there are going to be elevated in nature, meaning higher up in the atmosphere, not able to tap into our low-level rotation and instability, as I mentioned earlier. Yeah, good question. Is Gladwin County going to get a warning? Guess it's as good as mine. National Weather Service Gaylord is watching right now. Feel free to chime in, because if you're not going to pull the warning, we'll probably head off for the night, but Well, we'll see. That's a pretty decent hail core on that. Again, the correlation coefficient still has a decent sound or decent data coming in for some larger hail within the cell, and of course a little bit of gusty winds as well. But it's primarily a hail threat. A couple cells are popping up in Barry County. Just not seeing them become strong anytime soon. We're gonna hopefully keep it that way. Storms are coming across Lake Michigan from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Yeah, we are watching that area. Go ahead and switch over to the radar over here. However, the model runs over the last 2 days have depicted these storms eventually fizzling out when they get over into Michigan. So we may see a strong thunderstorm, but at the current time, not really expecting anything severe. So, especially at the morning hours. But once we get beyond noon, you have to watch that. So I'm starting to run out of things to talk about a little bit. So if I sound monotone at all, I do apologize. But it's music to your guys' ears for those who are trying to sleep with the stream on, which really good idea if you haven't done so. Again, best way to watch, honestly, is YouTube. Again, you can watch YouTube on smart TVs nowadays. And you don't even need a YouTube account to watch us, so feel free to pop us on your TV, go to bed, keep us in the background, make sure we're there. However, I can't guarantee you that we're going to stay live too much longer, as I feel like they would have issued a severe thunderstorm warning by now for this cell specifically. Looks like they're just going to keep it sub-severe even if there is a decent hail core showing up on vertically integrated liquid. They are not pulling the trigger on a warning. Bay City getting hit right now. Yeah, they've got a decent shower in the area. Nothing greater than that. But a heavy shower is a heavy shower. And all this rain in the Huron County is needed. It is one of our areas in the state of Michigan right now of our 3% of land area that is in a drought. Pretty much all of Michigan has now been removed from a drought besides 3% of the land area. And about 1.5% of that is in the Huron County and Tuscola County areas. And they've had a decent amount of rain tonight. And so that'll probably help nullify some of the drought as we move into the next outlook for drought, which comes out on Thursday. Sorry if I yawned on camera there. I'll go ahead and take me back full so you don't have to see my face. And we'll go ahead and just loop radar since we're waiting here to see if anything comes of the of this strong cell in Gladwin County. Smack dab center of the state. So they call it Central Michigan. Gladwin County up there. So, I mean, that's a pretty decent core. I would imagine there's got to be at least maybe it's just a large amount of pea-sized hail that could be falling in here. But if you're on M61 in far eastern Gladwin County, just let us know in chat here or send us an image on one of our latest Facebook posts. The location, time, and an accurate measurement next to a ruler or coin. No problem. Happy to be up with you guys. I know it's a little bit taxing on our sleep schedules, but we are very much dedicated to our beginning to end coverage for any severe warnings in the state. And while it is technically true, I could go offline right now. I think I'm going to wait and see to make sure the storm gets onto the Saginaw Bay before I, pull the trigger and go offline. Take a little bit of a nap before we get into the afternoon risk, because again, you can still have an elevated risk outside, especially when the temperature, even with the temperatures being here in Gladwin County about 44 degrees out there. So it's elevated storms in a nutshell. But I think once they get onto Saginaw Bay, we should hopefully be good. Fingers crossed so we can go to bed. So everyone take a nice breather. Even if you're in the Gladwin County, or in the Gladwin County special weather statement. Again, as long as you're away from windows, you are A-okay. Yes, Grand Rapids radar is still out. It will not be resumed being fixed until probably, I would imagine, at least 8 or 9 a.m. this morning. And just they go by the work days there at the National Weather Service offices. So their technicians come in during the work hours only. And once you get past a certain time, obviously they go to bed. Or go home and go to bed. Special weather statement, by the way, for those who are curious, here in Gladwin County expires in 4 minutes at 4:15 a.m. So 4 minutes. And I have not seen any extensions. Still trying to bow out a little bit. Should produce a wind risk more than a hail risk. But with just how pink it is inside of that storm, again, it's your heavy rain. That's just something we can't not talk about. And hey, look at this. Special weather statement coming in. It's a quick one. National Weather Service in Detroit has issued a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm impacting northwestern Bay County through 4:30 a.m. So 19 minutes. At 4:11, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over roads or 9 miles northwest of Pinconning, moving east-southeast at 65 miles per hour. Winds in excess of 30 and penny-sized hail are possible. The storm, it is radar indicated. Locations impacted include Pinconning, Bentley, and Mount Forest. Make sure to seek shelter inside away from windows until the storm passes. If I switch it over to our WeatherWise radar, you can see the actual box here. So the storm is moving rather quickly through the area. It's going to be down by 4:30 onto the Saginaw Bay. But still sub-severe. We love to see that good news. And yeah, Gladwin County is pretty much out of it. You got 2 minutes left on the special weather statement. Just wait the next 2 minutes here just to be safe. We still have some probably small hail falling across the extreme southeast corner. But other than that, the actual city of Gladwin is okay. Beaverton is still getting rocked. Interesting. There's a cell trying to form right behind the initial statement / warning. So it's going to be the longest 4 minutes ever. Feels like doing planks gym class. That's funny. Well, now technically it's 15 minutes because National Weather Service in Detroit decided to issue a special weather statement. as Julie says, our record, I think, longest stream is 11 hours. That was a Drew and I stream last summer, and oh goodness, if I recall, we got to like 8 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., and we had to keep trading like power naps during the stream because it was taking forever. Go ahead and load in. A couple of our roads here in Bay County. Center of this hail is going to be on 11 Mile Road, pretty much on M61, of course. Also down south towards Stevenson Road, Brown Road, Grimm Road, and Saganing Road. All those east-west roads where the hail core is pretty much traveling down. The storm has passed my area of Gladwin and Clare. Thank you for the update, Diane. Small hail for a minute or two from Charles in eastern Clare County. All hail reports are appreciated, even if it's pea size, marble size. You can tag the National Weather Service directly as always. They'll go back and maybe storm report it if it's legit enough. Also, if you have hail reports, please keep using the ruler or a coin. You guys have done a pretty good job this evening from my understanding in terms of comparing it to uniform objects. But if you're new here, it's something you guys want to take a look for. Just going to go ahead and get that special weather statement up. Hail once again is 0.75 inches on this one. It's been a busy night. But this is quickly moving across the I-75 corridor, Sterling down to Pinconning. Again, it's 55 miles per hour, maybe even going quicker. We'd love to see it. Get out of the area and go to bed. I'll put my face camera back in here. I'm dragging right now, so we're almost there. And it is still possible that this storm goes strong to severe. Once again, once it goes over towards Huron County, it is possible. but we're gonna hope and pray that it doesn't, so we can actually stay offline for a while. Also, unfortunately, we do have to take a look at another cell that has continued to pop up. This is heading towards Olivet right now. Looks like it could be a hail producer there. And again, this is going to be in kind of that dead zone for radar coverage between northern Indiana, Detroit, and Grand Rapids. But it's in the Grand Rapids zone. We do have looks like another elevated storm popping up in Eaton County. Stopped watching about 4 hours ago. Log on, see you guys still going. You guys are such an important information source. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. We're getting tired, but we're almost done, I feel. And if you guys are actually watching on YouTube and Twitch and I think X right now, I think that shows you the title of the live stream. Yes, technically it was March 30th coverage because it started at, I think it was 11:15 p.m. yesterday at this point. So that was the starting date, but it is now March 31st for those keeping track at home. We've got storms expected later today. If this goes warm in Eaton County, I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay up much longer just because I'm so tired, but grind through it here for sure. Anna says good night. It's more like good morning. Hail size continues to increase. It's really tough to figure out if I want to use Detroit's radar or northern Indiana's. It's just kind of right on that line. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a tall thunderstorm. That storm is up at 43,000 feet at least here in the Bellevue and Olivet area. If I take a look behind the scenes, I can take an actual look at the the Charlotte cam. And it is pretty electric out there. Go ahead and switch it over here. This is our Charlotte Fire Department camera, courtesy of, well, the Charlotte Fire Department in Charlotte, Michigan. It's also pretty gusty right there right now. That's our main cam. And zoom. And see the intersection lights blowing in the wind. Flags whipping around there. And there is the heavy rain falling near the or at the fire station. And of course, that's our lightning, where the cell is actually located. Again, the fire department here in Charlotte is on the southwest side of town, so it's actually pretty close to that cell. But this cell continues to grow upscale in nature in this Eaton County, and it's going to continue across I-69. And current path has it directly off to the east, directly towards Eaton Rapids. And again, that's a lot of lightning. Please do not spam if you are on Facebook. It looks like it's a spam bot. If we have a mod that's on Facebook right now, it looks like it's a spam bot. So feel free to block that. Self cloud rolling in south off the Saginaw Bay. Thank you for that heads up there. There's some decent wind, I would assume, pushing in through Pinconning right now. Oh, that's the moon. Oh, that's sweet. Hold on, let me get my camera back here. Check that out. That's the moon, and the storm cloud's passing in front of the moon. And all of the lightning as well. So we have lightning, semi-clear skies, and the moon. And I guess the stormy skies all at the same time. Keep missing it. What's been said about the radar being down? So it's the radar in Grand Rapids. That's the one that's down. And it will be resumed troubleshooting sometime this morning. Hopefully it'll be up by the afternoon storms. That's pretty cool. This is, again, the Charlotte Fire Department in Charlotte, Michigan. All the storms right now are confined to the Bay County region, Midland County, even over into Mount Pleasant. A couple cells trying to fire up back towards Missaukee County once again, but I don't think those are going to do anything. That atmosphere is overworked. And the one lone cell that is responsible for all of our lightning in Eaton County, Olivet, Charlotte, in the I-69 corridor there. That's it. That's all the storms. No severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. There's a couple special weather statements out there. But we could technically go offline, and it's hard to do so when we do have a couple strong storms still out there. But sleep is important, so we're ready to go for tomorrow, or today, technically. Clouds up over 43,000 feet now in the Olivet region. Thank you, Devlin. Check that out in the morning. That's pretty decent gusts in Pink County. I'm also going to try and pull in the Bayport cam, because I'm pretty sure the Bayport cam is also going to have a decent view at maybe some lightning out there. The internet at the Bayport cam is not the greatest. So, for example, here's the Bayport cam, courtesy of Guardian Technologies. This is our West cam, which is sponsored specifically by Guardian. But you can see that it is a little bit laggy because of the internet there. That is a lot of lightning flashing out there to the west, which is that cell we're watching roll in from Pinconning. So it's literally every second across, or on this camera here. Pinconning is on the Saginaw Bay. Back to our Eaton County, Charlotte camera here. Yeah, a lot of lightning. Larger hail. In fact, GR2 says it could be some severe hail now. Within this cell heading towards Eaton Rapids. Go ahead and switch back to radar. They put a 1-inch hail marker right here on I-69 south of Charlotte. Not sure how accurate that is, but again, if you are south of Charlotte, please let us know what you're seeing. If you know anybody in Eaton County, feel free to maybe send them a stream. Still determining on whether or not I want to get offline or not, because again, the cell is continuing to grow upscale in nature here in southern Michigan. I'm going to take a look at actually some of the ingredients behind the scene just to see what could be going on here. It's definitely an elevated storm. was crazy. That's another thing is the stream's been going for so long that my computer's starting to freeze up. Can you guys still hear me? Should be good. I just froze up for a second there. It looked weird. Okay, cool. Yeah, if you are in southern Eaton County, you got to watch the cell really closely here. A lot of lightning out there for sure. But this is heading directly for Eaton Rapids. Cool. Yeah, computer's it's running hot for sure. It's been cooking up the stream for you guys, but we are still continuing live here at Michigan Storm Chasers. 4:30 in the morning here on March 31st. Hour 5 and more of our live severe weather coverage overnight here. Part 1 of perhaps more incoming later today. Once again, I'm going to turn off my camera because I got to sit down. It's just, at this point, it's just going to be pretty much radar being shown. And we'll wait and see if we get any more alerts out of either the cells up near Huron County, Tuscola County, or down here in Eaton. We are now referencing the Detroit radar for everything here, as all these cells are pretty much in the vicinity of the Detroit radar the closest. Carrie, you got to watch out for a couple of those cells still up there, just to your west and northwest. Purple Knight says, in Charlotte, heavy rain. I do hear hail, can't see how big. Thank you for that report. Port Huron could see a little bit of lightning later tonight, but best bet's going to be the storms later this afternoon. Storm motion does give you a favorable chance at least by later this morning, but might be too late. Might be daytime before you see the lightning. scheduling a post for the morning as well, just making sure stuff is ready. Got many jobs to do. I think we might be good, actually. I'm knocking on wood, though. I want to make sure that there's no jinxes going on here. Tricia says hail in Eaton Rapids. No problem. Mesa Orange. Julie says she has hail. How big is the hail? As it stands right now, cells across the Tri-Cities region and 1 cell in Eaton County. That's basically it. We're not really watching anything else. We're watching a couple storms maybe perhaps off towards the Chicagoland region that could be moving in mid-morning, but yeah, it's pretty mundane at the current time. Piece size at most. Thank you, Julie. It's quite the core. Most of the hail right now. About 2 miles south, like the heaviest of hail is probably 2 miles southwest of town, 2 miles south of town at this point. If you're in Eaton Rapids, which appears to be multiple people here, including one of our mods. Julie, thank you for the hail report. It has that look where it's going to do something severe winds as it moves into SIBA wing. But I guess we'll see. Oh, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning actually issued. This is why we stay. This is why we stay. So here we go. We are not getting off anytime soon because new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Welcome back, everybody. Oh. Oh, man. Okay. So the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids, who, once again, can issue warnings even without an active radar in their zone. They're using the Detroit radar just like us. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Jackson, southern Ingham, and southeastern Eaton counties and south central Michigan. It's in effect until 5:30 a.m. At 4:39, a severe thunderstorm was located near Eaton Rapids, moving east at 55 miles per hour. It is 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, both possible with the storm. Locations impacted include Mason, Eaton Rapids, Leslie, Stockbridge, Aurelius, Onondaga, Bunker Hill, Dansville, Eden, Fitchburg, Pleasant Lake, Rives Junction, and Munith. For your protection, move to an interior room away from windows and exterior walls for the 60-mile-per-hour winds and possible 1-inch hail. So we are going to stay live until this warning expires, which man. This could be why for a while. If this cell continues, it will be heading over towards Livingston and northern Washtenaw counties in the current trajectory. But it's got to cross Ingham County first. And this cell has popped up continuously. Let's check the ZDR radar. ZDR radar is a measurement. I have not shown this radar yet tonight, but this is a measurement of the buoyancy of the storm. So whether or not it's growing upscale or downscale. And at the current time, we're not seeing too many hot pixels, as we call them. So those yellows, oranges, primarily the reds and pinks, though, inside of our ZDR radar for the buoyancy. So hopefully the storm can rain itself out and be done maybe by 5 a.m., but I have hopes, and I also don't have hopes. But this is a severe thunderstorm that you need to be taking seriously if you are Eaton Rapids and points to the east. Leslie, US 127 corridor up next, eventually heading over towards areas south of Mason, Dansville, and eventually Stockbridge over there in far southeastern Ingham County. Also, extreme northern Jackson County also included in this severe thunderstorm warning, as this is just clipping portions of the county line region. So this is now probably the 20th severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Michigan, something like that tonight. Should also mention we do have a severe risk now for Thursday. Not to get ahead of myself, but the day 3 outlook did come out, and we do have from the Storm Prediction Center a slight risk in southern Michigan for day 3. So we'll be back here Thursday for more severe weather coverage, as well as later this afternoon. But right now our main focal point is the one severe thunderstorm warning that we do have here in south central Michigan, heading towards Leslie. If anybody is in this extreme southeast corner of Eaton County and southwest corner of Ingham County, continue to please send us updates on the hail and the size. Especially the size does matter. 1 inch or greater is severe. If it's less than 1 inch, it is not technically severe. Also winds. If you have maybe a tempest weather station, able to measure the wind speed to an accurate measurement there at your house, please send in your reports. Also tag the National Weather Service the National Weather Service Grand Rapids if you are living in the severe thunderstorm warning, as they will get their reports and are able to update the warning as needed. Nothing in Albion. Well, Albion is not in the severe thunderstorm warning. You guys are just to the south of it. Let me a DoorDash of Red Bull instead of breakfast. Checking in behind the scenes here. I actually got to get the graphic in real quick. I forgot about that. And there's no radar on it because the radar's down. That's funny. Yeah. So again, heading towards Leslie, 127 corridor right now. Again, we should get a lull at some point between now and noon, hopefully. But again, we are just watching this Ingham County cell. And 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds is your hazard. In effect till 5:30 at the latest. And the core of this hail right now is pretty much right on the Ingham-Eaton County line, south of Eaton Rapids. Also, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning or frequent cloud-to-cloud lightning is occurring with this cell. Moving directly off to the east, as you can see, looping here. And the speed on this storm is relatively fast. 55 miles per hour. That's 5.5. Pink on radar is your heaviest rain. It's the center of your core. So general reflectivity, this is going to be the intensity of the rain that's falling. So whenever you see red and pink on radar, that's going to be some very, very heavy raindrops. And if those heavy rain droplets get lifted into the freezing layer of the atmosphere, they become super cold liquid really, really quickly. And so that's what we're seeing out there tonight. There's a little bit of a third body scatter spike in there, so it could be some decently large hail. In fact, this hail core is actually up to 31,000 feet, which is one of the highest hail cores we've seen tonight out there in the Eaton-Ingham County line region. Yeah, 31 to 32,500 feet for the hail core in this one. That's decent hail, I would imagine. Yeah, if you know anybody, I have to go over to my WeatherWise app here to see. Right in Onondaga and north of Onondaga, the core of this storm. Trying to line it up here. It looks like radars. Oh, I got to use the DTX radar. Core of the storm, yeah, directly over Onondaga right now. If you're in Onondaga, please let us know what you guys are seeing there. Right in downtown. Also, anywhere around Onondaga. So Bellevue Road, Rossman Road, Gale Road. We got Onondaga Road, Stone Road, and Kinneyville Road. All those roads around Onondaga. Please let us know what you guys are seeing in terms of hail diameter when it is safe to do so. Nick in chat saying dime-sized hail blanketed my yard for a quick second. Thank you for that report. Heavy hail Onondaga. Is it? So here's another question. Is it that it's small but accumulating in nature, or is it larger and not accumulating as much as in nature? Again, we're looking at a third body scatter spike here, which is a sign of some very large hail tumbling around, at least in the upper levels of the atmosphere. And we see a hail core that goes up to 32,000 feet, which is arguably one of the highest storms we've seen tonight, with the storm tops themselves upwards around 45,000 feet. So storm is heading east, so directly towards Leslie and Stockbridge. Dansville may get clipped as well. Also, secondary and tertiary storms popping up in Eaton Rapids and Olivet back off to the west. Those are not severe, but do need to be monitored. A little bigger than P on Kinneyville in Leslie. Thank you for the report. Just making sure some things are set behind the scenes. a lot going on that is just being covered by me right now. So long pauses are going to happen. But again, this is the gold mine for severe weather right now in terms of happening at 5 a.m. Wind, well, I have to probably switch some of the storm vectors here. 271 at 50 knots is pretty fast. Yeah, this is just a hail threat. Yeah, it's a pretty big third body scatter spike there. I'm very curious to see what you guys are reporting on Old Road and Bellevue Road in the Walker Road area. Comments here, making sure I'm not missing anything. No tornadoes. Again, for the millionth time tonight, no tornadoes expected until after noon today. Getting with large hail now on Old Road. How big in diameter, if you can estimate it with your eyes, or yeah, if you can kind of guess like maybe what ball size it is. So it's like a ping pong ball or maybe a coin size, a quarter. Again, don't go outside if it is not safe to do so. Once that storm passes, please send in your report as soon as you possibly can. Again, there's a lot of lightning out there tonight as well, so you got to be careful of that. So southern Ingham County is the primary focal point here, as well as extreme northern Jackson. Severe thunderstorm warning also back here in the southeast corner of Eaton County for Eaton Rapids. Probably will see this trimmed here shortly since the main storm of focal point here is out of Eaton Rapids in Eaton County. We do have a couple cells popping up right behind. Bouncy ball size. Gotcha. Quarter size. Onondaga, thank you for that. And feel free to please send in your damage reports to us with time, location, and a measurement next to an object if you do get hail pictures, of course. And again, here in Ingham County and Jackson County and Eaton County, this is the National Weather Service Grand Rapids jurisdiction, so they would gladly take your damage reports or hail reports. Good news is the ground should stay relatively cool for a little bit, so the hail should stick around for just a little bit until eventually melts off. To the north, still got a cluster of storms. We actually have an outflow boundary now, which we got to watch boundaries for later in the day because those boundaries are what could kick off more storms later on. So go ahead and zoom in. You can see it moving here. That little light blue line moving across Saginaw County right now, that is an outflow boundary. And we'll have to see how that interacts later in the day today. Jeez Louise, that is impressive. Leslie is up next, directly into Leslie, Olds Road. Pretty much around Baseline Road as well. Big scatter spike here we're seeing on radar. So again, this is, when I flip it over to this radar with the reds, this is your correlation coefficient. For those who missed the crash course on radar earlier tonight, correlation coefficient. Rain and snow shows up as uniform objects in red. Non-uniform meteorological objects, such as hail, because it is jagged in nature, shows up as this yellow and green mixture that you can see right now just to the west of Leslie. Blue would be non-uniform, non-meteorological in most cases. However, the radar beam is being just completely tossed in every direction because it's reflecting off that very large hail here in the Leslie area, and so it's showing what's called a third body scatter spike on the backside of the storm in blue. And we never usually see that unless there's some very large hail at least tumbling around the atmosphere, maybe not falling to the ground. But is a sign that it's a very powerful cell in the Leslie area. And we have an update to the severe thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service has trimmed the extreme northwest corner of Jackson and all of Eaton County that was in a severe thunderstorm warning out of it. So you'll see the box update here in just a second. Rain's in effect for northeastern Jackson County and southern Ingham County here for the next 34 minutes till 5:30. Still moving east at 50 miles per hour. That's 50 with actually an upgrade now. In fact, this is actually information that is new. The National Weather Service has upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning. Still level 1, but the text now reads ping pong ball sized hail possible. 1.5 inch hail here in the Leslie area. I am going to go ahead and make a radar snippet post here real quick. So bear with me as I am the only one up. So ping pong ball size hail is 1.5 inches in diameter. That is going to cause some people to get hurt or animals to be hurt if they are outside. This is southern Ingham County. So there's your trimmed box. So you can see the old box versus the new box, which is funny when this later is on. But ping pong ball size hail possible. It's 1.5 inches in diameter. Doesn't mean it's actually happening, but that is what the National Weather Service is going with. I've seen a lot of you guys in the chat saying at least quarter size, so it's respectable size. I'm going to have to share something else here. There you go. Our windows are getting beat to death. Where at? Center of this hail, if I go ahead and switch it, real quickly, and get there. Nope. Yes. There we go. We'll switch it over to this radar here. The storm track is going to be on Fitchburg Road and Old Road. This is going to be crossing Meridian Road here in the Cooper Road area and Vicary Road. Heading towards Creek Ridge Campground eventually. And eventually heading towards the town of Fitchburg. Good way to tag us in your reports right now over on X. Our X account is MI Storm Chasers. Also, if you are in this storm, tag the National Weather Service Grand Rapids right now. They are looking for large hail reports in this storm. So National Weather Service Grand Rapids at NWS Grand Rapids on X. Additionally, on Facebook, if you have a public account on Facebook, U.S. National Weather Service Grand Rapids in our comments section, so they can see it. This is a very intense cell. Still third body scatter spike on it as well, as you can see on this radar. So here's the core. Our mess to the north is still a mess to the north. Looks like it's quickly losing steam up there. So good news for our thumb region. And even better news because it's a washout in a drought-stricken area. So can't complain about the rain up there for sure. We do not have any chasers out this morning that I know of. I will check our chat just to make sure behind the scenes. Yeah, not seeing anything. No, tornadoes, again, not possible until at least after the noon hour today. This is just a hail risk with a secondary wind risk at the current time. Speed is off to the east at about 55 miles per hour. 50, sorry, 50. Again, main hazards, ping pong ball sized hail. That's 1.5 inches in diameter and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. One of our stronger hailstorms of the night. Starting to pick up in Stockbridge. You'll see some of that hail moving in very, very soon. Fitchburg first. Stockbridge, you're still probably about 3 minutes or less away. It's going right down O'Brien, Henny, and Morton roads, about to cross over Parman Road here. So it's in Fitchburg pretty much at this point. But Parman Road is up next, and those other roads I just mentioned as well. North end of this storm is Catholic Church Road to the south of Stilson Road. There's a lot of different roads here in extreme southern Ingham County in the Fitchburg area, heading towards Stockbridge up next. Again, ping pong ball sized hail will do damage to primarily animals and humans. Please, if you have any animals outside, highly recommend to get them in now. Again, this is a very fast moving storm. And if you are watching right now in southern Livingston County, you guys would be up next for this severe thunderstorm warning if one can get extended into your area. Let's go ahead and loop it here. This thing has really popped up and put down some hail across the Leslie and Eaton Rapids area over the last half hour. Keep it looping here. So wait to see if there's any extensions of the warnings. So Fitchburg, Stockbridge, and even maybe Munith in northern Jackson County going to be affected by this hail here in just a second. Here comes the hail on Henny Road. Thank you for the report, Carl. No problem, Danielle. Thank you for tuning in. Yes, we have been live all night. We have not caught a break. I mean, we have caught a break, but we've kind of just been waiting to see if any more warnings pop up. And surprise, surprise, Ingham County, away from pretty much the rest of the storms tonight, gets a severe thunderstorm warning. Thank you. I see Nick Richards here in our Facebook comments section tagging the U.S. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids with their about 1 inch hail report. That is exactly what you should do when you are tagging us in a hail report. So thank you very much, Nick. They are optioning for a special weather statement instead for an extension. So special weather statement coming in right now for Let's see. What's the details say? National Weather Service Detroit has issued a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm, which will impact southwestern Oakland, southern Livingston, and extreme northern Washtenaw counties through 5:45 a.m. At 5:05, Doppler radar is tracking a thunderstorm over Stockbridge, or 13 miles northwest of Chelsea, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Wind gusts of up to 50 and penny-sized hail are possible with the storm. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Minor damage to outdoor objects is possible. Locations impacted include Ann Arbor, Brighton, Chelsea, Dexter, Pinckney, Canton, Hamburg, South Lyon, Salem, Gregory, Dixboro, Whitmore Lake, Plainfield, Unadilla, Barton Hills, Hudson Mills Metro Park, Delhi Mills, Pinckney State Recreation Area, Charleston, and Island Lake State Recreation Area. If outside, please consider taking shelter. So that is an extension of this warning coming in the DTX zone. And it is still possible that they issued a severe thunderstorm warning. But here is that special alert statement on radar. Hamburg Township, Weber, Dexter, Linden, Northfield, Salem, Ann Arbor Townships, and Green Township, all in this special alert statement there. A storm is insane. Will I have a nasty nap? I hope so. I'm hoping I can get some sleep in. So again, if you're just tuning in, this is now impacting Stockbridge very shortly. All the pinks on radar here are going to be your hail core, which it has gone down a little bit in the latest run, or latest scans here. But yeah, it's moving pretty quickly. 50 to 55 miles per hour. It's going to be in Gregory and Pinckney within the next 10 minutes, I would imagine, as it rolls over into southern Livingston County. Secondary cell is actually doing a pretty good job of growing up scales well in the Rives Junction area, so south of Leslie. So it's a tiny string of pearls right now in northern Jackson and southern Ingham counties. Dime-sized hail in Leslie, thank you for the report there. Laura, is that from the first cell or is that from the second cell that's now moving in? Also, a good reminder that if you're sending in hail reports, please send them in with a time, if possible, that it roughly fell. That does actually help the National Weather Service as well approximate it with radar. So zooming out, it's the only severe thunderstorm warning in the state. Popped up pretty quickly. It is now continuing towards Livingston and Washtenaw counties. Hail west of Stockbridge. Thank you for the report, Carl. Laura says first cell. Thank you for that. I did not sneak in the keyword. Well, I did earlier, but that doesn't count now. I guess. I'm getting pretty hungry though. I didn't get any hail to eat. Well, don't eat the hail, please. Wash it first. Oh man, you guys are funny. You guys are rooting for storms to hit you guys in certain cities. That's definitely late night, you guys talking. Definitely get to that point where everyone's getting a little delirious, aren't we? Oh boy. First cell core size hail in Eden. Thank you for that report. I only wish like the National Weather Service actually like watched some of the comments in chat here or something of the matter. Probably be a lot easier to get the reports over in a timely manner, but alas. Just my work. Okay, well. And it is currently 5:13, which for those who don't know means we are entering hour 6 of our wall-to-wall coverage here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma, live with you guys all night. We started at 11:15 last night, and 6 hours later, we are still covering severe thunderstorms here in the state of Michigan. We said it ourselves. Again, severe weather is possible overnight, and we didn't expect almost non-stop severe thunderstorm warnings overnight, but here we are, kind of overachieved a little bit, and that does go back to what we saw during the day yesterday here, Monday, back on March 30th, of course. So again, yesterday, temperatures were about 5 degrees above what was forecasted. Again, more temperatures, or the greater the temperatures can get throughout the day, it's more instability that we add to the atmosphere, and ultimately that transitioned into a pretty decent overnight threat, especially along that stationary front up north where you have that source of lift that's able to produce these thunderstorms. Down here in southern Michigan, though, we have kind of a lone cell as it stands right now, with primarily a hail risk. They're also calling for maybe some gusty winds, but it does look like our hail threat is starting to also go down at the current time. Third body scatter spike is starting to disappear, but we do got to watch it closely as this continues over into Washtenaw and Livingston counties. Autocorrect corrects hail to haul, H-A-U-L. I'm not sure why. But yeah, we're watching the storm still. What hail size is enough for someone to get seriously hurt? Probably that ping pong ball size hail, which is currently possible with this cell in Stockbridge. So 1.5 inches in diameter, which again, ping pong ball size hail. If you think about it, if you've ever played sting pong before, this is a kind of an obscure reference, but sting pong, if a ping pong ball gets hit at you with high enough velocity, then yes, you can get a welt on your skin from a ping pong ball. And so if you take actual solid hail that's also ping pong ball size, that's not going to bode well for your skin. So that's where about damage to your skin starts to come in at 1.5 inches in diameter. I do sleep, just not when severe thunderstorms are happening in the state of Michigan. Again, if we haven't proven ourselves yet, you're new here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Again, we highly encourage you to hit that follow button. We're staying live until all these orange boxes are gone. And we always do it. So, haven't missed one back to 2023, which is when we started doing this severe weather coverage full time. Speaking of our one severe thunderstorm warning, this is now more than 50% over into Washtenaw and Livingston counties, right in the vicinity of Gregory. Highest chance of hail right now is going to be right near Warden Road at Bowdish Road, as well as Jaycox Road, north of Farnsworth. Continuing due east at 55 miles per hour. How are there still 766 of us crazy enough to still be in here? Well, people need severe weather coverage, especially if you're living down here in populated center of Livingston and Washtenaw County. Then, of course, we'll have over 766 people live. We also have 1,000 between all of the platforms right now. So welcome in everyone from all 4 of our streaming platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. Highly encourage you to follow us on at least 2 of those. I'm only here because it was like someone was banging metal utensils on a cooking pot, aka my house. That's a good way to explain the hail for sure. On a scale of completely awake to asleep, how tired are you? With, I'm gonna guess 10 being the most tired. I'm gonna say probably a solid 8 right now. And there we go. There goes our orange box. So our severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. We'll have to see. I'll give it 5 minutes. If we don't see a warning in the next 5 minutes, I'll roll the outro. How about that? But again, this is still a pretty strong thunderstorm. If you are in and near Chelsea, this is going to be you guys. And we do have a Chelsea cam, which I will go ahead and pull up. I believe that is the storm in its full nature. Okay, maybe they won't give me a chance to share it, but I want to share it. There we go. Courtesy of Mirestone Ranch in Mirestone weather there in Chelsea. You can see more lightning. It's a very electric night out there and some clear skies actually. This, I believe, in the center of the screen there. Again, in between each individual cell, it's actually pretty clear outside. So it's actually pretty cool to see. Go to... I'll wait. I'll wait a couple more minutes here just to make sure. There's actually still a decent hail core in this storm. I don't think you guys realize that. All of this is going to be your hail. The main core, though, right here, directly on Boyce Road at M52. Also in the vicinity of Coopersfield Road here as well. Boyce Road, Boyce Drive, Greystone Drive, and north-south road of Ropekey Road. It's this kind of general corner of extreme northwest Washtenaw County. So we'll see. I know there's no severe warnings in effect, so we technically could go offline. But I'll wait. Public report of nickel-sized hail from Leslie. Thank you guys. It was just confirmed by the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. Some of you guys are saying the lightning show is amazing. I agree. I'm looking at the Chelsea cam right now, and as you saw, it's just lighting up the sky. It is a summer-like night out there tonight. Low temperatures, once again. We're pretty warm out there across southern Michigan tonight. It is 67 in Grand Rapids, 65 Kalamazoo, 64 Hillsdale, and 65 in Ann Arbor. A lot of temperatures in the mid-60s out there. Haven't seen a night like this since last summer, really. So, yeah, definitely thanks out there. Echoing Julie here in chat. Definitely thanks for all those who sent reports in. Sending those over to the National Weather Service as well. Yeah, we do have chances of elevated rain throughout the week. We'll have updated rain maps probably coming first thing tomorrow. We are, I think we are good. Knocking on wood now. But there's no more severe warnings in effect, so I think we're okay. Again, if severe warnings do pop back in, I will absolutely come back in live for you guys. But this is looking fairly sub-severe. Once again, knocking on wood here across the state of Michigan. Good, decent hail course still occurring, though, within this line in the Chelsea region. Again, live look at the Mirestone Ranch Cam in Chelsea. A lot of lightning. Decent clouds out there. And some hail passing to the north. Hail core right now on Territorial Road near Island Lake Road. So again, hail of 0.75 inches in diameter is possible here. Northern Washtenaw, southern Livingston. It's a special weather statement, meaning it's sub-severe, but it could go severe anytime. And it does look like it's losing its strength a little bit. So we're going to hope it stays that way. However, if you look at ZDR radar, guess what? Positively buoyant, meaning the storm is still trying to pick up the pace. I mean, honestly, I really shouldn't be getting offline with a hail core up at 29,000 feet. My goodness. Do I tempt fate, y'all? I don't know. Again, if you are in northern Washtenaw County, you do need to be on alert for 0.75 inch hail. It's Chelsea, Dexter, Barton Hills, Whitmore Lake, even Pinckney, just the south of Pinckney. Anywhere we see this pink on radar, that's going to be your heavy downpours and some decent sized hail. The good news is the outro music's about 3.5 minutes long. So if it does go warned again, I will stop the outro music, I guess you could say. I'm kind of just stalling right now to make sure it doesn't go warned. It's very close, guys. I can definitely play this as if this might be severe hail falling in the vicinity. Matthew Gregory, frequent lightning. Thank you for that update. Definitely seeing that on the Chelsea cam. Latest scan. It's still a positively buoyant thunderstorm. Again, if you're on Territorial Road, this is a pretty decent hail core right now. Not severe, but still strong in nature. 0.75 inches in diameter possible here. I'm going to actually go ahead and just kind of sit and wait behind the scenes here. So you'll hear very little from me while this radar loops through. And in fact, we're actually starting to get some more hail popping up across the Frankenmuth area. Man, sleep's not happening. I'm almost committed to the bed here at this point. So Frankenmuth points south, some small hail also popping in. Can't rule out an isolated warning or two there. Honestly, almost kind of have to wait to see if these storms actually move out of the state, because these have a lot of energy. Also have more showers popping up in Clare County. I'm telling you, it's that cursed heat that we had on yesterday. Extra instability out there, so these storms just won't quit. I have Red Dozier in here with a $20 super chat saying, friendly reminder from the Department of Redundancy Department. Smash the like button that says like and thank the mods. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Red. Definitely a good idea to smash that like button if you haven't. And as always, thank you for your support to MSC Operations. Extremely loud thunder in Wayland. Thank you for the update. Those cells don't even look that impressive, but lo and behold, so it happens they have a lot of instability out there. Gotta use it up. My scan does decrease it. Okay, so I'm gonna use this opportunity for you guys to officially end the stream for now. Again, I will be back live as needed. Actually, before I do that, check this out real quick. This is really cool. This is our Charlotte Fire Department cam. New thunderheads popping up to the west. This is looking at those cells that are in Barry County that are just starting to pop up. That's the moon and a thunderhead, cumulonimbus cloud right off to the right of it. So just saw that real quick. Very, very eerie. And hey, there's some lightning popping up with that as well. So for those of you watching in Barry County, it just said, hey, there's thunder in the Wayland area. There you go. There's some lightning. So this is very cool. Sidetracked though. That is the next storm that's heading towards the Eaton County area, so we'll have to keep an eye on that over the next 30 to 60 minutes. Again, unfortunately, there's a lot of instability out there, and in fact, I can hear it out my window right now. This is another batch of gusty showers that is developing across Allegan, Barry, Kent, and Ionia County. It's becoming gusty again, and so this whole batch here needs to be watched for just some gusty showers. So keep that in mind. If you guys are getting wind at your location here across the Grand Rapids area, it's more of the same of what we saw around 1 a.m. Yes, I will take a nap. Don't worry. I'll be fine. I do appreciate you guys' concern for my health, though. It means a lot. But yeah, despite the fact these storms do look positively buoyant, could continue its strength. Huge lightning, by the way, just occurred on the Charlotte cam, so that storm is trying to pick up its strength a little bit. Just a little bit. But I will go ahead and take advantage of the downtime that we got. So I'll go ahead and roll the outro. Again, thank you so much for watching. We'll be back live again, probably later this morning or afternoon for more severe weather coverage. As always, hit the like button on the way out, and make sure to follow us here on Facebook, YouTube, X, or Twitch TV at MI Storm Chasers for all severe weather coverage moving forward. Always follow us on 2 or more of those sites so you guys have ways to receive notification. But after 6 hours and 18 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and roll the outro. I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma signing off for now. And if we get a warning during the outro, I'll be back in. Otherwise, take care, everyone. We'll talk to you guys very soon. See you guys soon.